requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update. 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each. 2, 3. Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fight or Flight. I'm here. My name is Christian Gaming, and I think we're ready to enter atmosphere, baby. We got Zero State and Papa Freedom in the house here for the top 8 finals of Fight or Flight. Yo, first of all, before I jump into introductions for you guys, man, what do you guys think about that Enter Atmosphere trailer?
That was cool. That was one of the cooler things I've seen in a long time. It gets you super amped when stuff like that, you get to see stuff like that and just... You're like, I'm ready. I'm super ready,
Same here. What about you, Papa?
I'm excited to be in person and get all that energy from all the, the community and the fans and the players and the CIG devs and just having that whole energetic atmosphere happen, with the Bar Citizen combined, like seeing everybody live in person. It's going to be phenomenal. I can't wait. I'm super excited.
No, 100% there, and I just thought like opening that up. So I want to give a big shout out here to Enigmatic and Esper for putting that together. They did a lot of work putting that trailer together, especially for Enter Atmosphere. So shout out to them for that. But let's talk a little bit about Enter Atmosphere, right? Zero State, thank you so much for joining us as analysts for the first time ever. You're going to be helping us kind of break down those matches that are happening today. So, hey, anything you want to say to the community before we get this party started?
Man, I got to tell you, the Fight or Flight and ATMO Esports in general has been one of the coolest things to see come out of Star Citizen and the Star Citizen community in my career as a Star Citizen, right? As somebody who has been creating content for a while and just in this community, it's so cool to see the positivity, the effort, and the imagination that ATMO Esports has come up with over and over and over, pulling things from the community, just leaning into that community side of things. So that is just, and to be a part of this in the ways that I have and the ways that I will be going forward, super excited and just really proud to be a part of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, so make sure you guys come and see all of us. And then we have casters today. We have Kroncy and Xperia, who's going to be giving you the play-by-play during all the matches. But, guys, we're all going to be together at Enter Atmosphere. This is going to be our incredible talent team, and we'll announce more people during the ship racing segment of Enter Atmosphere. But let's talk a little bit about it, guys. All right, tickets are still currently available at atmo.se/EA54, or you can type !EA54 in the channel. It should pop up a link where you guys can go check out all the details about Enter Atmosphere. But I want to talk about this a little bit because a lot of people don't understand the hard work that we're putting into Enter Atmosphere. It's an event that's going to happen after CitizenCon. So on Sunday, CitizenCon is supposed to end somewhere early afternoon, and then our event is at 4 p.m. Starts at 4 p.m. in a world-class studio called Aviva Studios, home of Factory International. And Aviva Studios just got named one of the most interesting places to visit in Time Magazine, which is awesome. And this is a place where we were supposed to have the gala, and the gala got, ended up getting canceled. And CIG was like, hey, this venue's open. And we're like, sure, let's try it out. So if you haven't seen Aviva Studios, look it up on Google, and it's an incredible venue. We're going to be in the theater. It sits around 1,200 people. So I'm telling you right now, it's going to be an incredible show. We're going to have a massive stage. We're going to have holofoil commemorative badges. We're going to have some commemorative posters with some of the artwork that Hasgaha made. So this event is for the entire community, for you guys. And I can't wait to see you guys there. We just got a little bit of confirmation that we're going to have a meet and greet as well by Chris Roberts. So he's going to be there hanging out with us. He's going to be doing the trophy presentation towards the end. So make sure you guys come out, come say hello. We would appreciate the support. It means a lot to us and the entire team. But let's jump right into this at CitizenCon, and we'll kick it off with you, Papa Freedom. Anything you're interested or excited about CitizenCon, coming up here in October?
The Polaris, because they guarantee that the Polaris is coming out for SitCon, so I'm holding them to it. They stated it. I'm holding them to their word. And if they back down, I'm saying it's a scam. That's just straight up.
I love it. I love it. What about you, Zero State?
Honestly, I just want to experience it. Like like I said before, like I'm big on community and stuff. And last year at CitizenCon, it was so exciting to just see people, and just after COVID and everything else, like just meeting people and getting to like spend time with people in the community and getting to know people on a deeper level. It's cool to meet some devs and stuff like that too, and shake their hand and just say, hey, thanks for the work you've done on this or that. Seeing all of the cool displays and stuff. I think there was a Bengal on display last year, like a big model Bengal, and they brought out the Dragonfly and things like that. So I'm just excited to see what they pull out of their back pocket again this year, and just experience it all. It's kind of fun going to a place just to experience what it is and just enjoy it, I'm big on letting people just enjoy things.
I 100% agree with you. A lot of people need to understand that when you go to CitizenCon, it's not about like what the game is happening next. It's not, it's not about, yes, maybe you're interested in the panels and the future of the development, but I think like meeting those org mates for the first time, right? Experiencing the community for the first time, right? Like understanding the people that watch you every day as a streamer for the first time. It's such an incredible experience. So when you're around other citizens, you're around other people, it just makes this community a lot stronger and better. So, so I totally agree with you there. But yeah,
it feels like family.
Yep,
yeah,
pretty
and
much.
Finding out that everybody in Avenger Squadron is like 7 feet tall. That was another thing.
They're giants. They're giants, Like,
is that a requirement to join the org?
I think so. You have to be 6'9", and then you're gonna get in. If you're anything less, then you're fucked. You're not getting in.
They got an Avenger Squadron doctor that flies to your house and measures your height.
Verifies.
That's such a funny call,
short.
man. But I think last year was a great time and doing Fight or Flight in person, but now having our own venue. And I'm telling you guys, I haven't shown we haven't really shown what the stage is looking like, but the stage is going to be super special. If you guys ever been to like a big esports show and you're thinking about like going to the event, I know a lot of people were like, oh, why is this event like almost, $50-something? Because, unfortunately, because the event is in the UK, we have to charge 20% VAT. That's not something that we can dodge. But if you have any questions about Enter Atmosphere or anything about CitizenCon, please jump on our Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. We have an entire channel for Enter Atmosphere if you want to ask questions, okay? So feel free to jump in on that. And with that being said, we have just now we've been selling some of our CitizenCon. We're calling it the Banu collection or the Banu CitizenCon collection. But we have had released some CitizenCon merch, which is now available on our site here. So atmo.se/merch. If you guys don't know, the left side of the jersey is saying 2954 in Banu. So we added a baseball jersey this year. You can customize your gamer tag and put your country flag. So that way, if you're hanging out at CitizenCon, people can know you by your gamer tag, or they can also know where you're from, and maybe that starts up an entire conversation. So, Zero State, what were your thoughts on the jerseys we did last year? And what do you think about the new ones this year?
I got to be honest, the jerseys, every single time ATMO Esports knocks it out of the park with the jerseys, like I'm wearing one now, right? The feel is just like so good. They feel like they're like high quality and they fit well. Like they knock it out of the park every time. The design, the variability of it. I feel like I could, like if you had 7 of them, you could wear a different one every day. Not that you necessarily would, but you can. And you would have a different look every time, and it would be a good look every time, And that's one of my favorite things, I think, about the jerseys. Just the fit, the feel, and the look is just always something good, And I really love that.
Awesome.
And also, I'm a fan of the Banu Defenders, so
yeah. There we go. Yeah,
we like the Banu around here.
Yeah, Victor does a great job, but that Banu on the side saying 2954, a lot of people are not going to understand what that is until you tell them. But last year we had like a Xeon Easter egg on the jersey that a lot of people didn't know about either. But any thoughts on the jersey from last year to this year, Papa Freedom?
Well, I don't know what Zero State's talking about, having one for every day. I never take this jersey off. I just wear it 24/7 in the shower, out hiking. I never take it off. But yeah, no, they're great.
If you shower
they really
with it
are.
on, you get to clean it.
I didn't say I was dirty, okay? You know? All right. I may look homeless. It doesn't mean I'm homeless. Jeez, get off my back. No, I'm kidding. The jerseys are great, and there's something really special about having your name, like your gamer name. Like I know everybody's gamer names when you're starting off on a different game, you kind of do something random, but when you come to Star Citizen, your gamer name kind of means something to you. You know, it's
Yep.
got some value there, and seeing that on your own back, you know, and getting recognized is in person is one of the best feelings you can have. Like a sense of pride for gaming. You know, I'm all for it.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's a
yep.
special feeling. I was at CitCon wearing the jersey last year, and I had people tap me on the back like, "Hey, it's that guy," you know, because they saw the name on the back. It's just like it's kind of cool, you know.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree there. And if you don't want to put your gamer tag on the back, put your ship name on the back. You know, it's whatever you want on there. You can put poo poo caca, and it doesn't matter. You know, you can put moo to meme
Your
the new,
referral code.
cows in Star Citizen. Go for it. You know, that's all that matters. So, but let's jump right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we all here? Right, we're going to be crowning 3 regional champions in Fight or Flight this weekend. We have EMEA coming up. We have America's region coming up, and then Sunday we have the incredible SCPL is going to be running the top 8 finals for the APAC region. Each team that wins each region will win an entire travel. We'll talk a little bit about that later, but will win an entire travel package over to CitizenCon, plus competing in the Fight or Flight Championship finals at Aviva Studios Factory International. But let's jump right in here into this tournament, which, you know, obviously we call it one of the biggest dogfighting tournaments in Star Citizen. I know a lot of people don't like the master modes, but it doesn't matter, right? Master modes or not. When you're competing in this Fight or Flight, you're going to have those jitters. You're going to have to be sweaty because these are some of the top pilots in Star Citizen. So let's take a quick look at the bracket, and I'll throw it over to you, Papa Freedom. You know, tell me a little bit about the journey that some of these teams have to even get to this top 8. And, you know, which team are you most impressed with, you know, going into this top 8 finals for EMEA?
As far as the journey that it takes, you know, the teams that have competed from last year, they get a bye. So their journey is a little bit more simple. They just have to, in the heats, they have to win 2 fights or 2 matches to advance on to the top 8. Where if you get knocked down to the losers bracket, you can end up with a ton of fights under your belt. I believe some of the underdog teams are fighting 5-6 times on the heats day. That's a huge amount of experience and and chemistry building for a team. So, you know, you can never count the underdogs out from the losers bracket because they're getting in fights. They're getting that unit cohesion down in where you're kind of feeling like an easy ride in the winners bracket. So it can catch people off guard, you know, let their guard down like, oh, it's been so easy. But when these, you know, the underdogs come up and they've been fighting tooth and nail to survive. Me, I'm all for the underdogs. I got my team FRD and Blackfleet in the losers bracket. You know, I want to see them, you know, succeed, you know, beyond all their dreams. I want to see them push through all the adversity and dominate, you know, so I'm biased with my own boys, you know, help them train. But these teams that they have to go up against, these LR, SM, the EU teams, like there's some really, really sweaty and dedicated pilots in these top 8. It's anybody's game, but I'm going to stick with my boys, Blackfleet and FRD.
Awesome. Thank you for that breakdown. Zero State, I know that you know, you've been pretty aware of what's going on, especially with this top 8 or, you know, the open bracket, but anything that you want to jump on and add to what just Papa Freedom said, and any teams that you feel that that are a highlight here in this top 8 in today's EMEA finals?
Well, you know, I'll be a little bit more general, but I do want to talk about master modes just a hair. I had a thought. A lot of people, you know, there's some criticism of master modes, understandable, but also a lot of people are enjoying it. I think group fights are good in master modes. I enjoy them anyway. Another thing to think about is we talk about, like, you know, skill levels in master modes, right? You see a lot of these similar teams in a master modes tournament that you used to see, some of the same players and some of the same teams that you used to see before master modes as well. Good pilots are still good pilots. Good people that have good aim still have good aim. And that's important to remember when you're switching from one flight model to another, is that you have to find a way to be good in the next flight model. I'm not particularly surprised to see a lot of the teams that we see here, nor a lot of the players that we see in the player lists and things like that. And, you know, I'm just looking forward to seeing, you know, who can be the best of the best, just like any other flight model would have been.
No, I totally agree with you. Right, a lot of people have feel like they've been a little bit disinterested in competing in this flight model. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I just tell people, yo, you're scared to compete because some of these teams are absolutely incredible. Doesn't matter the flight model, but I hope that after 4.0 is released, we can get something more, hopefully more diverse. Because I would love to see the six DOF return. I think that was when we were doing Fight or Flight last year, that was absolutely incredible matches. But hey, I'm happy with what we have because the action is still jam-packed for Fight or Flight, no matter what. We're still gonna see some booms. We're still gonna see some tight fights, and I'm excited, right? So we're gonna jump right into this next thing. Let's take a look at some of the statistics that we have in Fight or Flight. Going from the group stage over to the final stage right now, right? And we'll talk about some of these changes, but look at this, right? Only 7 matches went to the third round for Americas, and only 10 matches went into the third round for EMEA. But I'll start off with you, Zero State. I think with this top 8 at the level that these teams are at, do you think we're going to see a little bit more of that round 3, or you think we're going to continue seeing some 2-0 sweeps?
It's tough to say, really. One thing that I've learned being in some of these events is that if you can win a fight, sometimes some teams get complacent. We want to fight one, and we got complacent, and we lost the next 2. We got swept the rest of the match, and that can happen. So it's important for these teams that if you win that first match, don't take your foot off the gas. You know what I mean? You got to go into that second match like the score is still 0-0. You got to win every match, and I think a lot of these teams, they're good at that. They're good at keeping themselves focused for the second match or for the second round. And that's kind of what we need to see. So do I think that we're going to see a lot of threes? I hope we do. I think that's more fun to have a 1-1 and, have kind of that tie break for the third round. But will we? That's up in the air for me.
Yep. Very good call out there. I think, to me, in my opinion, I think with the higher teams, I think there's still going to be a lot of sweeps, but I think it could go either way. Papa Freedom, let's talk a little bit about, look at some of these, ship usage percentages. Spirit Talon, for not only for Americas, but also EMEA was an average of 40% of some of the ship usage. Drake Buccaneer was 20%. You got the Blade, which was 20% as well. So it's pretty up there. With new patch here, 324, do you think we're going to see any of ship usage changes? Are we going to see maybe a ship move up that people may use more? Can you break that down a little bit for us?
Well, the Saber definitely got a buff in the last patch. I love seeing the Talon on top. It's a great ship. And now that we're in the top 8s, we can reveal a little bit more of the strats. The Spirit Talon, as you go throughout the fight, if you knock off those parts, the Talon gains more Gs and more acceleration, and you're able to pull off better maneuvers because you become lighter and you hit more Gs. You can dodge more shots. And so the Talon is extremely scary the longer the fight goes on and the more damage and parts it's fallen off. So I still think we're going to see Talon domination throughout the tournament, but you're going to be surprised out of how the Buccaneer, the Blade, and the Saber play into this. Even the Arrow now has some really good viability with the new strat change-ups of 3.24 with the light strikes. The fights that we're going to see, I think, is going to be extremely sweaty. I don't think we're going to see a lot of sweeps. I think we're going to see a lot of sweaty, dedicated, hyper kiting kind of fights because people are playing to win, and you have to play to the patch. So some of these fights are going to be a lot more extended than before. Now that some of those weaker teams are out, these fights are going to be probably going the distance a lot more because these teams are out for blood. They want to win, and they want to win big.
Yep. Very good pointed out there. And I totally agree there. I'm actually very happy to see the Saber hopefully get that little bit of a bump and come back into play because look, I mean, if you see it here, it's been used, out of all the matches, it's been chosen 10 times, which is only leads up to about an average of 3% between Americas and EMEA right now. So, and then, like you mentioned, light strikes, it's probably going to take a lot more of a combination than the Omni Skies than we did last patch. So it makes so much sense. Zero State in Fight or Flight, we have about 16 ships that people are available to use. And we haven't seen some ships like the Mantis or obviously, the Reliant Tana or the 325A. Can you talk a little bit about that, about why some of these ships are not being chosen over your basic fighter pilot ships like the Talon or the Buck or the Blade at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me is just teams want to win, you know, and these teams do a lot of practicing and they do a lot of PvP and they do a lot of arena commander and they're playing the game a lot, right? So they understand the ships that they're good in and they understand the ships that they tend to beat more often. You know, ships like the Tana, it's a huge target, right? It's a huge target. And it doesn't have a ton of hull HP. It doesn't have a ton of shielding. It's got some decent forward firepower. But then you ask the question, why would I use the Tana when I have the Buccaneer, right?
Buccaneer,
You know, and there's other situations like that too, like what Papa was talking about with the Talon. There are a lot of talents that the Talon has, like as a fight goes on longer, especially with the light strikes being a little bit lighter damage weapon. You're going to be seeing more of these kind of glancing blows, a little bit more dogfighting. You're going to see ships taking damage across the hull a little bit more rather than taking big shots from Omni Skies, you know, right to the cockpit and blowing up. You might see wings falling off a little bit more. You might see a little bit more spread out damage. And I think that could lead to something like the Talon being even better, right? It also, you know, with a little bit more accuracy, you know, some of these teams have really, really good accuracy. Some of these pilots are fantastic with that. But I think it's difficult to use a ship because you like it in a tournament like this when you really, really want to win.
Yep.
Just because, you know, you want to win, so you're going to use the ship that you're best in, the one you have the most practice with, the one that you've been fighting with the most, and the one that you see with the biggest upsides.
Yep, totally agree. Papa Freedom, any ships that you feel that are not on this list that we might see, or you think this list is pretty accurate for the matches that we're about to jump in?
It's definitely accurate. I think we might see some more Tana, you know, stepping up. I really doubt that the Warlock is going to see any action, or the Hawk, compared to the Tana. Has a VTOL strat that is pretty strong. So, you know, it'll take a bold pilot to wield that thing effectively. But, you know, we'll see probably an increase on the Tana is my guess, something that a lot of people won't expect. So I'm going to double down on the Tana.
All right. Well, I hope to see it more too. You know, let's see what happens going into the top 8 finals. But let's talk a little bit about, you know, we talk about some of the ships, but let's talk about some of the weapons, right? We talked about the weapons very lightly, saying light strikes are going to be a little bit stronger here. But Papa Freedom, I'll throw this right back to you. But, you know, some of the banned weapons, I just want the community out there to know, you know, why we banned some of these weapons. You know, Strife Mass drivers are banned, Singes, XJs. Can you just talk a little bit about why these weapons are currently banned in, you know, in this tournament for Fight or Flight this year?
We really wanted to keep the competitive spirit of the event, having fights, nothing like, but also keeping the variability. We kind of the PvP council together, which is like a council of like 10 PvP orgs, you know, that we invited in to just help us create, you know, the rules and verify and test. And with that, we decided that these weapons, the XJs, where they distort, you know, turn you off. We want a fighting happen. We don't want some, you know, shutting people down. Yes, we have the EMPs for the Warlock, but that's a little bit more tactical and strategic. You know, well timing an EMP with the shield down. It's also a double-edged sword. You can knock your own teammates' shields down, you know, and so that has that effect there. But with these weapons, we feel like these are the best, like fair play, high competitive weapons that allow for, you know, the most interesting fights. You know, the light strikes, or not the light strikes, but the Strife mass drivers, they shoot so fast, so far that you won't, like when we talk about master modes, brings us closer. And well, those you're shooting out at 5 kilometers. So it's like, that's not closer. That's not a dogfight. Yeah. That's just a snipe fight. And we want to see dogfighting, not snipe fighting. And we don't want to just shut people down and then have them sit there stationary, not be able to defend themselves. So that's why we have most of the distortion guns out.
Yep. No, very good call, especially on that long sniper fighting. You know, we definitely want people to have a little bit more of a close battle. And to be honest, like, I know we didn't stream the group matches, but we've seen some incredible matches, especially while, you know, we're being liaisons and just hearing the voice of some of these creators. I mean, sorry, some of these competitors actually competing. It only gets you even more excited to watch the matches today. I promise you that. Zero State, any other comments on the current banned weapons of the tournament?
Yeah, I think it's important to reiterate that it's not just, one person up at ATMO Esports making decisions about these things, and it's not people who don't know about PvP, right? So like Papa Freedom said, there's a council of people that are making these decisions to try to get the best fights, to try to get the good competition, but keep that good variability. I have been kind of in some of the rooms in the past Fight or Flight events where I've heard people talking, some of the creators and things like that, or some of the pilots have been talking about, I think we should keep this one out. There was some controversy over the Hornet at different times. We should put it in, we should take it out, and kind of hearing some of that reasoning. So these are the kind of conversations that go on before these events happen, and decisions are made as a group. So I think that's important to remember. Is just, if you don't see a weapon you like, or if you don't see a weapon you like using, or a ship you don't like using, or a strat you don't like, or that you like using, or something like that, it's nothing personal. It's just what creates the best competition while keeping that good variability and allowing these pilots to show off their skills more so than just the weapon or the ship or whatever it might be.
100%. Well said. And with that being said, I want to give a shout out to our PvP Council that Papa Freedom did a great job of bringing everybody together. But we have members from FFK, Walkers of Sigma, Liberty Reapers, Ram Pax, Vanguard, Shadow Moses, Thunder Lake from BV. What's BV stand for? Before I chop that up. Blight Veil. There you go. And then TL. What's TL? Tatsumo from
that's
TL.
Linear. Yep, Tatsumo,
okay.
the French org, and that's Too Linear. They're a great group of people, super smart, very high skilled pilots, and just great people.
Yeah, so what I love what I love about the PvP Council, doesn't matter, everybody keeps together, everybody, there's definitely arguments, but at the end of the day, came up with some of these, incredible not rules, but the entire loadout that we see happening in today's top 8 Fight or Flight is made by this entire PvP Council under the help of Papa Freedom here. So shout out to all of the council members. Really appreciate their support. If you're at CitizenCon, come find us. We're gonna have some Fight or Flight rule books that has all the PvP councils in there, giving them a shout out, some love, because we really appreciate their help. But let's jump right into the next thing, the tournament arena, where we're gonna be going into Arena Commander custom lobbies, where we've been running some of these matches into SPK. And I'll throw it right back to you, Zero. We've been using SPK, for this entire tournament. Can you break down why SPK is such a good map, especially in Arena Commander for dogfighting during this Fight or Flight Top 8 finals?
Absolutely. I think it's important to have a space that you can play around something. Something that has been very successful in past Fight or Flights event is having a central ship or location. We've used an 890 jump. I think they might have used a reclaimer once. I can't remember. But I know we've used an 890 jump as kind of that center. That's the center of the arena. Security Post Korea, or SPK, gives you a very good center point to rally around, or to use as cover, or just to give you that space that you kind of go, I have a bubble around this space that I can use, and it gives you that point of reference. If you're just out in the middle of space and nowhere, I think that increases things like boost jousting and other things that might happen. Giving players and teams a central focal point like Security Post Korea, I think, is a great opportunity. Also, keeping it the same, I think, is important, because it kind of gives you, like, you wouldn't change a boxing ring, which is square, to an octagon for boxing, right? You would kind of keep yourself in that same arena. I think that's important to keep that consistency. Again, we want consistency. We want to be able to show off the pilots and their skills, and the teams and their skills, more so than we show off, this cool new arena that kind of disorients pilots, or they hit asteroids, or whatever it might be, right? This gives us a nice clean space with a good focal point right in the center that they can use as cover, that they can use, for various reasons, and just kind of give themselves that zero in back to that center focal point. So I think it's a really good opportunity, for pilots to enjoy that arena and have consistency.
Yep. I mean, you hit that right on the head there, because we do get all the pilots to meet in the middle, and then they back out 5K clicks each in order for them to have that spacing, and then they come back and meet in the middle of SPK. So very good talking points there from you, Zero State. Papa Freedom, can you just break down a little bit, why SPK? Why we're not using Jericho? Why we're not using, the other champions map with Atmosphere? Can you talk a little bit about, why we're using space compared to, atmospheric flight currently in Arena Commander?
Well, we did ATMO last year, and so we always try to kind of change it up a little bit. And with SPK, it's kind of like the best map right now. Every map has bugs. Every map has problems. there's rejoin issues, there's like teleportation, some desync that happens, there's those pads. SBK has like the least amount of objects really around that you can hit. It looks really cool to be able to see Crusader and Sellen. So from like a broadcast perspective, visually, it's like really cool. Jericho is another good map, but it's missing some assets, and it's got, you know, as the javelin comes in and docks, there's a bunch of little mini like mini antennas and things that you can hit. So it's just more clutter on the field that could potentially ruin the fight. SBK is more centralized. You know, we are in free flight, so they have the landing pads that, you know, teams have to avoid, and those do render in and out of existence for you. So a little scary there, but SBK has just kind of like, it has the most checks in our boxes of visually, it looks good, it runs okay. It does have problems with rejoining and reconnecting, but thank God we're in custom lobbies and we're not in the PU, so resets take minimal amount of time. And visually, it's just a stunning map. It looks great, and I love seeing fights take place near something. It gives you a sense of the speed, the style, you know, the chaos of the fight. You know, when you have something to kind of base in the background of the movement of the fight as it goes along.
Yeah, very, very great points there too. And something that I want to mention, people, right? We are using Free Flight in Arena Commander because, you know, after all the testing, we did test with Squadron Battles, and, you know, at Squadron Battles, even, you know, we do want to have, you know, where each other can see enemies, but honestly, Free Flight was, you know, after all the testing, was a lot more stable than Squadron Battles, because sometimes people will not be on the right team, or when it loads, people are, you know, don't have the right ship that they spawned with. So Free Flight was just a lot easier to set up and kind of help us push, especially, you know, doing, I believe it was 36 matches for Americas and then 32 matches, you know, for EMEA, just to get to the top 8, man. So that, but honestly, it was a lot of fun. And I can't wait for us to have a proper spectator mode, so that way we can actually stream the group stage and then stream, you know, the entirety of top 8 finals a lot easier with our team. So that way competitors don't have to worry about, you know, connecting and things like that. So very good call up by you two on this map. But let's take a look at what's on stake here, you know, because every single winner from each region, again, EMEA, Americas, and APAC are all going to be, all right, this is top 3 prizing, are all going to get flown out to Manchester, UK during CitizenCon 2954. They're going to get a CitizenCon ticket. We're going to hook them up, you know, so they can look good on stage while they're competing with one of the new CitizenCon 2954 jerseys, ! merch in chat. And then they're going to be able to compete in the first ever Fighter Flight Championship Finals at Aviva Studios, where your own Chris Roberts is going to be doing the trophy presentation. I'm going to tell you guys right now, the trophy looks insane. I can't wait for everybody to see that on the podium on the day on stage. So it's going to be great. And then top 3 are going to get some digital prizes. It may or may not include a Polaris, so y'all better fight each other very well. But yeah, any comments here? We'll start off with you, Zero State. You know, what are your thoughts, man? You know, we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that, you know, that even though there's no like massive, you know, grand prize, you know, money or anything, at least we're doing our best as ATMO Esports to make sure that these competitors get a unique experience that they will never forget.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, a unique experience they'll never forget. It's really cool winning something real for being in esports. I mean, I've never won a fighter flight. We've come close. My teams have come kind of close a couple of times, but it is really cool getting something that you can physically take with you. And you know, I hang them on my chair, right? So that every time I come to my PC and I sit down to game, I'm like, I get a reminder, you know, from one of my jerseys. So that's like, that was a really fun experience. You know, having Chris Roberts there to be handing out trophies and things, that's really, really cool. I think that's a really cool opportunity for any team that might, you know, get there. It's pretty unique, you know, and I think getting something physical, you know, getting that kind of, I don't know if validation is the right word, but just, you know, having that excitement, right, is something that I think players that go through this process will take with them for, you know, years.
Zero, a follow-up question with you, by the way, because I know you were able to compete at last year's CitizenCon. How do you feel competing in person compared to, you know, doing something online? You know, hearing that crowd, you know, kind of roar every time, you know, you see that ship, you know, a ship go down or blow up. Like, can you tell me a little bit about that experience? comparatively from playing online on one of our tournaments to actually doing something in person?
I think one of the most interesting thing about in person is the feel, and I mean physically. So there's a crowd in person, and there was not always a huge crowd, just because the space that ATMO had at CitizenCon was not as big as the space we're going to have this year.
Yep.
But being in person, so a good example, we had a fight where it was just me left. My partner had been killed. And I was kind of flying back and forth, like trying to figure out what I was going to do. And the other two people ran into each other, and we won the match, or we won that round. And it was just, you could feel like the gasp and the cheers from the crowd because they're like 20 feet away. I had these noise canceling headphones on and everything else, and you can actually feel it. And to me, that was kind of the most interesting bit. Was you do something cool and you get to feel and hear people right next to you being excited about that. And it brings back those old memories of playing Xbox with your friends in a living room, right? You do something cool and they're right there.
Yes.
And they tell you about it and you get to feel it. And I think that's really cool.
Yes. Papa Freedom, any thoughts about this top 3 pricing again? Or, as ATMO Esports, and very well, we try to do our best for our competitors, but any thoughts on this incredible pricing for these top 3 teams that are going to be hopefully competing at the championship finals at Aviva Studio? Papa Freedom, muted? You alive? You awake?
Oh yeah, I'm very professional on this stream, and just want to say that I'm really good with this. And ATMO Esports is this is like the dream for any esports competitor. You get travel out, your hotel, you get a jersey, you get the SitCon ticket, and you get to perform live in front of people and receive a trophy. Grand finals. Blackfleet won the first year, Shadow Moses won the second year. But this is like the first true grand finals, live in person championship that you're fighting for. So the stakes are the highest they've ever been. And what a dream to come true that you get ships, jerseys, travel, hotel. That's incredible. And that's just from playing a video game, and we're doing that here in the alpha. People always say, well, why are you doing this? Why do you guys do it? This is why we wanted to build towards this. This is the dream, and the dream is coming true for competitors, for players to be able to showcase their skills, to come on stage, on a world stage, and show what they can do, throw down and see what happens. And that excitement, that whole journey, I'm telling you, you will never forget it. I've personally, same thing with Zero. We haven't won a fight or flight. I haven't. Blackfleet won with the Wreck Pigeon and Witcher. But I'm telling you, man, the just joining and participating in the tournaments is worth it, win or lose. The experience, and not only experience gained in PvP, but the experience of meeting the people, learning about different strats. There's so much that goes on that I can't stress enough that if you want to, really experience Star Citizen, join ATMO Esports tournaments, racing, XGR, get involved, and it will blow your fucking mind.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And a lot of people are gonna say, "Oh, why you're not providing prize pool money or anything like that?" It's because the game's not ready for that yet. We're still into, in an alpha environment. Once we feel like we have some type of competitive integrity that we can control, as ATMO Esports, then I think more of that stuff is gonna definitely come in. We've done prize money in the past, but that was mostly for creators and kind of understand, the stage. I wouldn't want to do that with competitors. So definitely in the future, as the game gets better, 4.0, we got server meshing, hopefully a little bit more stability, then we can start hopefully providing, more of that prize pool engagement for the community, which I'm excited about. So, but guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're very close to get started for match number 1. So, hey, if you're rooting for your team, get hype in channel, because Fight or Flight here for EMEA Top 8 Finals presented by iConCity. Dominate the game is about to begin. By the way, make sure you guys go check out iConCity, !icon in chat, man. Absolutely incredible. Came on this year, helped, really did a great job at supporting ATMO Esports. So if you guys have a Stream Deck and you love Star Citizen and you want to have hotkeys and buttons, it's literally, you purchase the buttons, one click, set it all up, you're good to go. So shout out to iConCity. So guys, let's talk about match number 1 here before we get underway and throw it over to our casters, experienced currency. But we have match number 1, Liberty Reapers EU versus Viper 1. So for Liberty Reapers EU, we have the following members. We got Haiba and Bogdoggle. For Viper 1, we have Sick and Hain. Let's talk about these teams a little bit. we'll drop it off to you, Zero State. What are your thoughts here, and which team you think is gonna, give us a little bit of predictions? Are you think this is gonna go 2-0, 2-1? Which team is gonna win?
See, I'm not the only one who mutes.
Oh, darn it. I was just making Papa feel better about himself.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Welcome to
That's
the
early in the
club.
day. I need more coffee. So I'm going to go, I think we're going to see a 2-1. I'm just guessing. Like I said, I was kind of 50-50 earlier on whether or not we were going to see a lot of 2-1s versus a lot of 2-0s. I think we're going to go, I'm going to go with a 2-1, and I'm going to say, Liberty Reapers is going to take it.
All right. I like that prediction. Papa Freedom, give me your thoughts here. These people
from Zero muting. I gotta go with Liberty Reapers. I don't know much about Viper One. They're hailing from Germany. I don't know much about them. I didn't get to see them during the EU's heats. I was doing my own lobbies, but Haiba and Bogdoggle are probably two of the strongest and most experienced LR members currently that fly. LR put up 4 teams. They put up 4 teams last year. And every single one of their team is high quality, top tier PvPers, and so they are very strong. It's going to be very difficult for Viper One to come out on top, but it is possible. When you're in the 2v2 situation and you work well with your teammate and you converge that fire and you get that first kill, you can pretty much dominate the game. But it all really comes down to that first merge. If somebody makes that first mistake and they die, then GG on to the next round.
Yep. I'm gonna say it myself here. I also have a lot of experience, watching Haiba do play. I believe his other wingman back in the day, Lykersar, not playing as much lately, but definitely I feel like Liberty Reapers, I'm gonna give it to them because I'm a little bit more familiar with them. But the reason why Viper One is in the top 8, especially on winner side, is because they have that experience, right? When we talk a little bit about Viper One, they've only dropped one map or one round to Aurora Borealis Storm. So I mean, and Stormbreakers, and just like Liberty Reapers, they also lost another matchup to Team Honk. So I feel like these teams may be pretty evenly matched. So I feel like we're gonna see a lot of sweaty, and it's gonna come down to those moments that if somebody's out of position, if teams are not communicating, is going to come down to those little mistakes in this top 1% of the top 8 that is going to make this team hopefully be victorious. Now, let's talk a little bit about the ships, Zero State and Papa Freedom. Right now, Liberty Reapers EU is going to run Blade and Talon, and then Viper One is going to go Saber and Blade. So Saber is going to be running the Light Strikes, and then Talon, of course, is going to also be running the Light Strikes, while you have the Blade, of course, doing their own Wasp and Warlord. Do you feel the advantage here on the Saber now that you talked about it being buff, Papa Freedom? Is the Saber going to be enough to outtake the Talon and be the difference maker of possibly Viper One winning this matchup?
It all depends on how the Saber pilot flies. You can send the Blade in first with the high signature and kind of mask that Saber and get a surprise attack on the opponent. Or, and like in the face tank with the Saber one-on-one, that thing can backstrafe you and just absolutely pound away at your shields and your whole HP. So it really depends on the pilot with the Saber, but if they apply the right strat and they fly the Saber correctly, they can be extremely effective and get a surprise kill on an unsuspecting, Talon or Blade.
Yep. Any other thoughts that you may have on this ship matchup here, Zero State?
Absolutely. Every time I see a Saber pilot in an event like this, I think to myself, they're either going to die early or they know exactly what they're doing. And I have a feeling that Sick knows exactly what they're doing. So hopefully we can see this Saber fly really well, like Papa Freedom said. The Saber with the lower signature, masking itself. We actually got, in one of the fighter flights, my team got beaten with Dora the Destroyer, and we got beaten by a Saber pilot who masked their signature really well and just made themselves really hard to target. They made it frustrating to target them, and then they were able to whittle us down and win the fight. So hopefully that's a strat we get to enjoy to watch today.
Yep. Well, we are having a little bit of some tech issues here, but we should be able to get them fixed very, very quickly. So before we jump into this first match and shoot it over to Experian Croncy to break down all the action for you guys today here at the Fight or Flight Top 8 Finals presented by iConCity, we're going to take a quick break to make sure we can fix all this, and we will be right back with match number 1 here in the top 8 finals for EMEA. So thank you guys so much for being patient with us. We should be starting here very, very soon. We'll be right back.
Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, Niner 183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. On. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet Claw 1 targeted single group, Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
07 Star Citizens, and welcome to Fight or Flight, the EMEA group. Top 8 we have at the moment, Liberty's Reapers EU versus Viper 1. I am Crunchy, and I am here with a great personal friend who I got to meet a little bit last year, Xperia. How you doing?
Hello, hello. I'm good. How are you? You ready to see some good
fantastic. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see some fights. It is 3 a.m. here. I am shouting in my room. If my wife wakes up, that's going to be awkward, and there's nothing she can do about it. We're going to get jumping right into this, guys, because we have a lot of matches coming up for you today. We've got some best of threes going. We've got Liberty's Reapers. Heba is going to be in the Blade here. Bogdoggle in the Talon. Sick in the Saber, which I'm very excited to see. And Hyen in the Blade. Xperia, how do you think this is going to go?
I am very interested to see how the Saber will do, because it just got buffed in this current patch, so it's very much yet to be seen how it performs in these 2v2s. So I'm looking forward to seeing it.
There have been no sweeter words ever said to me than the Saber has been buffed. I am very, very excited to see how this can go today. One of my all-time favorite fighters. Yeah. So the casters, our analysts at the desk were talking a little bit earlier about the light strikes. Obviously a bit of a change from our regular fights that we had the other week. Do you think they're going to make much of a difference here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think pretty much every team is going to be running light strikes this round. So except for the blades, of course. And I think the blades are also strong for the same reason that the light strikes are strong, as they can just deal out that DPS in a long stream from very far away. So should be interesting to watch.
Fantastic, sounds good. And we're already underway. We've got Liberty's Reapers on the left there, ladies and gentlemen, and Viper 1 on the right. So we're going to get into this initial fight. We are at the best of 3 today for these fights. So we've still got a bunch more fighting coming our way.
All right, so the teams are slowly moving towards each other, sticking very close.
Yeah, it looks like they've found
About to engage
within
now.
the 2 kilometers. We're going to see a big first engagement here. Who's going to come out on top of this first engagement is going to be the big question, and that's going to determine basically the entire fight for the round. So, big fights coming in from Sick into Heba. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, shields out.
Chaff is deployed as and both teams are sort of just disengaging. Bogdoggle getting out in nav and coming back in.
Yeah, no big commitment to the fight there. I imagine that was because of Heba's shields going down.
Yep. And starting to re-engage now.
Yep.
Another chaff deployed. Some very fast fights right now.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to figure out what exactly everyone's moving in towards. There's a lot of ducking in and out in between all of these fights, a little bit of changing of target priority. Heba's shields almost go down there, this fight between Hyen and Heba.
Yes.
Bogdoggle and Sick, as to be expected, being a bit of the tanks in this fight.
Yeah, and both blades sort of exchanging blows there. Looks like they've sort of disengaged again, getting back capacitors, resources. I think the blades definitely took some significant damage there, so...
Oh, for sure. Definitely turning into some
in.
of these like smaller fights, though. They're picking their fights a little bit more, maybe liberally than we might have seen in previous fight or flights in the past. There's a lot less committing, a lot more, jumping in between each of these fights. So once we see one of these teams just fully commit into a fight, I think it's going to be all over. We're just going to see one of these ships
Looks like
go
that's-
and then turn into that.
Oh, never mind. Backing off again.
Kane with a left wing missing. And there we go, our first elimination.
And there we
Kane
go.
is going to go down. We now have Saber versus Blade and Talon. It's going to be a hard one for them to come back to. And, you know, as we see in a lot of these fighter flights, that very well could be it. It's going to be a hard fight to come back. Saber shields go down. They're going to be focusing as much as they can. This is the committing to the fight that we were waiting for a little bit earlier. And they are going to stay on that Saber for as long as possible.
Saber doing everything it can to just sort of avoid fire right now, but it's taking heavy hits. And there it goes.
Down
First
goes the
round
Saber, which
is,
means round number 1 goes to Liberty's Reapers EU. So, obviously, at least in that fight, Talon definitely a big advantage over the Saber. What do you think about that fight?
I think we're seeing a lot more careful fights with Master Modes because the time to kill is just so low. It's not as easy to get out as it used to be, so teams are being very selective in when they engage. And I think that was an example there. They sort of, Liberty Reapers sort of bided their time until Viper 1 made a mistake and then capitalized on that by killing that Blade, leaving the Saber a little bit defenseless.
Yeah, it felt like even in the sort of earlier, like the smaller fights that we're having, the little time fights, Hayne was definitely coming off worse for wear in a lot of those. Shields down before anyone else, and just being forced to be the one to run away. So I imagine we'll probably be seeing more of that as they run into round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Liberty's Reapers EU versus Viper 1. Hibber in the Blade, Bogdoggle in the Talon, Sick in the Saber, and Hayne also in the Blade.
Alright, so both teams are just sort of getting scanned to make sure they have the correct guns, components, and everything, so...
Yeah,
shouldn't
just to
be too
keep a
long
bit
and
of
then
a
the
sort of
fight will be on
competitive integrity within the tournament. We've got a lot of sort of processes that we go through just to make sure that everyone's running, you know, the correct components and the correct ships, and you know, they're not trying to pull a fast one on their opponents is always good. So you will see a lot of that over the course of today as we go in between each of these rounds of each match, which is just sort of our reset point, just to make sure everyone's above board. So as far as I tell, we are getting that information in right now. It does look like round number 2 is going to be a back-to-back. We're going to be seeing the exact same ships, the exact same weapons from what I'm seeing now, and that makes a lot of sense. I imagine, you know, there was a couple of changes in 324 that we've already talked about. I imagine we're not going to see a ton of counterplay. What do you think over the course of today?
No,
what do you think, Experience?
I don't think there's going to be much counter swapping in these rounds because the teams have been practicing with the ships that they want to use. I don't think there are any significant sort of counters to ships right now. So I really don't think there's going to be much of that. People are going to stick with what they know.
Yeah, a lot less rock, paper, scissors, and more important just that you're playing with whatever you have and whatever you've been messing around with for, well, really the last, week or two since 324 came out.
Yep. And I know many teams have been practicing even as soon as the 324 PTU came out, just getting in those duels and 2v2s. Yeah,
definitely. So after that first round that we saw, what would you, Xperia, if you were participating in this tournament, would you bring the Talon or the Saber to these fights?
I would have to go with the Talon. I think, as much as I love the Saber, I think the Talon is the stronger ship, just because it's a little bit smaller. It's not as thin, but it's a significant amount faster, with a higher turn rate. I think the Saber is good, but I think when you're in this tournament, you're just trying to get every single competitive edge. So I think the Talon is the better option. And I think the Blade is pretty much a must-have. So, yeah.
Do you think is it one of those sort of situations where it is that much better than the Saber that it's kind of like you really should be practicing with this the whole time? Or do you think there is at least some sort of level of pilot skill if you've been practicing the Saber for long enough that will get you there?
I think it's definitely possible. We'll have to see, honestly, because we're so into this. This new meta is so young that it's hard to judge. But I think that the Talon is the stronger pick.
All right, well, let's see if that is true as we get into round number 2, as our competitors start moving forward. Remember, round number 1 was won by Liberty's Reapers EU with that Talon, so we'll see if the Saber can maybe pick up a little bit of slack, but it sounded like it might be a little bit harder as we approach, ready for the first pass.
All right, so...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh. Yeah, both teams moving into each other again. Liberty was very tight together, whereas Viper 1 seemed to be a little bit spread apart. So
yeah, hopefully to maybe catch them out of position during this first encounter that once again will set the pace for the entire match. Like if they're able to commit to a fight right away, and we're already seeing some bullets being sprayed out in towards Sick from Bog, Doggle, Hibber coming around as well. They're both going to start committing into this first fight. Hayne going to start losing some
very
shields.
Heavy damage, yeah.
Very heavy damage. Could be huge here. Might be a very quick round number 2. And there it goes. Hibber's going to take down Hayne. We have a Saber versus a Blade and a Talon. We were in this situation just before. The Saber already shields down.
Yep. And Hibber's shields down, but he's kind of out there. And there we go. Liberty Reapers wins.
There we go. Very quick round number 2. I mean, you said it, Xperia. The Talon was definitely the favor in that matchup, and that was a big example right there of that initial committing to the fight. Liberty's Reapers EU are going to take down Viper 1 2-0 as we move on to our next match. We're going to take you guys back to the desk. That was a very fast win.
Yo, that was a quick one there from Liberty Reapers 2-0 versus Viper 1. I mean, real quick on that, all I'm going to say is that they played smart. They went straight for that, what do you call it, for that Talon. I mean, sorry, for this Blade. But anyways, quick over. I'll start off with you, Papa Freedom. What are your thoughts on this past matchup where, LREU just quick 2-0 against Viper 1?
Well, that first merge, I think LR was playing more of a feel-out role. They're kind of seeing what the strat they're using, how they fly, and gave them like a real good shakedown. And then that second round, they knew exactly their strat, and they executed it to perfection. And when you have the Saber Blade combination, I don't care what combo you have, that Blade DPS is the scariest thing on the field when it's behind you, and you have to get that thing off the field. And LR executed that Blade immediately, second round, in securing their first match win and moving on to the next winners bracket round. And yep, that was a pretty dominating performance by LR in that second round.
Yep, there goes LR moving up to the winners finals here. So Zero State, your thoughts on this last matchup? Anything that you saw that was special, or it was just textbook win by LR at this point? So give us your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I thought the first match was pretty interesting. How Liberty Reapers came in, they Haiba lost shields early, and I think the Saber made itself hard to target, which was that was a good strat, right? For the Saber, that's a good strat to take. Liberty Reapers responded really well to that. They worked really hard on Hayne, and they just stayed evasive from the Saber. They just said, we're going to get our energy up. We're going to move back and forth a little bit. We're going to make that Saber kind of get out of position, and then we're going to take down his partner, which is exactly what they did. In fight number 2, I feel like there was a conversation in Liberty Reapers comms. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but probably went something like this. Hey, let's just blast the Blade and see what happens. And it totally worked. So it was really interesting to see that strat really narrow down. In the first fight, I think they kind of figured it out, like Papa Freedom said. They kind of figured out what they needed to do, and in the second fight, they just executed it.
I totally agree with you there. I think what happened in that first one, they gave them a little bit more time to see what strategy they're going to bring or how they were going to use the Saber, and they're like, you know what, Saber's trying to kind of, stay a little bit behind, kind of peel off when they're ready, ready to go nav mode and just fly off. So I think you're right. They went straight for that Blade on that second round, cooked it fairly early. And this is what I'm talking about, right? In these scenarios, especially when you're competing against some of the top PvP pilots, if you don't adapt, if you don't strategize quickly enough, you will end up losing faster than you can end up winning. And that's pretty pretty much what happened there. So shout outs to, great job to Liberty Reapers EU moving on to the winners finals. But, I just want to say, Viper 1, you guys still have a massive chance here to make a loser's run and get back and hopefully repeat that matchup against Liberty Reapers EU and hopefully take them down in the grand final. So it's not the end for them. They still have another match they still have a few more matches to go before they're out of this entire tournament. So, but let's jump right into our next matchup here. I think they're still getting set up here, but our next matchup is going to be Boosted Animals versus Shadow Moses Racing. So we got Talk2384 from Germany on the Talon, running, of course, Light Strikes again. We got Dead Pirate C. Roberts on the Saber with the FL laser cannons. And then we have Fresh Ice on that Talon with Light Strikes. And then we got Kotubiku on the Blade. So let's talk about this matchup here, and we'll start it off with you, Zero State. Give us your thoughts on this one, on this next matchup coming up.
I think it's interesting to keep seeing the Saber. I'm somebody who I just get kind of excited to see it in the matches, right, in the mix. Unsurprisingly, we're seeing a lot of Talons here. And I think that may continue as the fights go on. We might, keep seeing those Talons and seeing that kind of same strat, those big size 4 weapons doing a lot of work, and the maneuverability of the Talon, especially possibly getting better throughout the matches like we talked about earlier. I think the Blade is a good safe pick for, good performance, good damage output, and good damage reception. I think that's just going to be a great kind of, I don't want to say support craft, but kind of just a good all around kind of a fighter for this,
100%. Papa Freedom, your thoughts on this next matchup coming up between Boosted Animals and Shadow Moses Racing?
Well, now we're going to see some new flavor of Talon Saber and Talon Blade and see which one comes out on top. I'm really not surprised to see these combos happening. Talon Blade was the original go-to combo for the heats. With the update, the Saber has more viability. But the Saber pilot has to fly like a Saber pilot. You can't be a dogfighter. And, LR did a really good job of disengaging and regrouping back into each other. So if that Saber Talon team, gets split up, that Saber cannot keep up with the Talon Blade in the fight. So it's always going to be a little bit behind, but if you can use the stealth and you can approach, maybe do a nav snipe and get that Saber close in on a pancake of one of the blades, or the Talon, you can devastate a ship that way, but you really got to play that Saber super smart if you want to capitalize on its abilities this patch.
All right, well, let's see which team comes out on top, and if Boosted Animal can take the Saber and push it to the limits of hopefully winning this round versus Shadow Moses Racing, let's throw it over to Xperia and Kranzi to give you that play-by-play on this next matchup. Take it away, guys.
Hello again, everyone. We are back with round number 2. This is going to be Boosted Animals and Shadow Moses RCG. We are back with some Talons and Sabers and Blades, but in a bit of a different configuration than we saw first time Xperia. How are you feeling about round number 2?
Well, I gotta say, Shadow Moses is the Orgaiman, so try to be unbiased, but might be a bit of support from me. But
sounds like there might be some collusion going on in the back end here in APAC. Who knows?
No fight fixing. But
So yeah, it's a little bit different here. So Boosted Animals are going to be running the Talon and Saber, Talon with the Light Strike, Saber with the FL laser cannons, and then Shadow Moses with a very familiar loadout that we just saw a little bit earlier with the Talon with Light Strikes and the Blade. Why Talon Saber versus Talon Blade here, do you think?
I was about to say I'm very surprised not to see the Blade. So gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. So I'm thinking the Saber Blade combo will shine through. Sorry, Talon Blade.
Talon Blade, yes, right. Yeah. I mean, we just saw it do some absolutely fantastic work a moment ago, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having that throughout the course of the entire fights today. The FL laser cannons. Talk to me about these a little bit, because I feel like we may not be seeing too many of these over the course of the day.
They are reskinned Light Strikes, so they are essentially the same in terms of DPS, speed, stuff like that. So just consider them to be the same as the Light Strikes.
So we're just running Light Strikes all over the place in this case. So then it really does just come down to, is the Blade good enough to deal with that many like strikes? And I mean, once again, as we saw last round, the answer is probably, and this may end up being a pretty rough fight. Shadow Moses, a big team in the PvP community and in the esports community. We've seen them do some pretty insane work over the course of the last few years, which has been awesome, and looking to run it back this year.
Yep, I mean, they have 3 teams in the top 8 for combined EU and NA, so quite a lot of players.
Yeah, the chances of them making it quite high due to that. So I do like that we do have a couple of these orgs where it's like, you know what, we just have so many people doing PvP that it's kind of impossible for us to not just throw people at the problem, you know? We are having a little bit of a problem with one of our cameras at the moment, so we're trying to get that fixed, guys, before we get into this round, so you can get some awesome views there, which thank you very much, everyone in the back end of ATMO that's able to organize all of these awesome views so we can see this stuff, because it's great to watch.
I gotta say, I'm thinking about this, but I wouldn't count it out that much, but I do think it is the slightly weaker ship. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. If you were to give... So, obviously, yeah, we're going to see a lot of Talons v Talons today, I imagine. We're going to see a lot of Blades v Blades. In Saber versus Blade, what are our competitors going to have to do to try to edge out that sort of advantage?
So, on the Blade side, you really want to just abuse your profile, sort of back off, get some damage on. I think as the Blade, you can do a lot more damage further away. Although we'll have to see how that works with light strikes being the new meta. So it's really hard to say, but I think the Blade wins. And on the Blade side, you just want to blast that Saber from a long way. If you can get a good pancake with your teammate, even better. So lots of strategy, and it looks like the fight's about to start. So never mind.
The very opposite, actually. We have to relaunch the lobby here, make sure we get everything back in so that we can get that camera to you guys. A little bit of a look in the back end of how we get these tournaments started in the free flight and whatnot. If you do want to have a look at the bracket, you can look in our Twitch chat. I'm sure one of our fantastic mods will be posting that up very soon. And if you just missed the first match of the day, we had Liberty's Reapers EU with the Blade and Talon fighting against Viper 1 with the Saber and the Blade, and Liberty's Reapers were able to get over there 2-0. A very, very quick and decisive game number 2 got them there. So we'll be seeing them again later today.
Yep. Hopefully, well, I say with that bias, hopefully seeing them against Shadow Moses, because that's an org v org fight that doesn't happen too often, and it's always exciting to see. So
yeah, very much so. Let's shill for some merch, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get yourself some absolutely fantastic CitizenCon X ATMO Esports merch, these fantastic little shirts that we've got coming up now, they're available right now. You can go ! Merch in the Twitch chat. And if you're watching from anywhere else, there should be some links available in descriptions. One of the best things about these new merch is we actually got a little button-up design this year. So, we're going a little bit differently, so that way that you can... I prefer those. I prefer the button-ups. I think they're a lot more breezy and a lot more nicer. So hopefully we'll see a bunch of you guys wearing these at CitizenCon this year, where we will be running Enter Atmosphere.
I'm definitely going to be picking probably both of these up. Maybe, not sure about the button one, gotta say. It looks good, but it's not my style. But I'm definitely going to pick up the dark one. It looks really good.
Yeah, definitely. I want like a bowling jersey. That's what I want to get to. The baseball jersey is almost that, so maybe I'll have to pick that one up and start a CitizenCon ATMO bowling league. When are we getting bowling in Star Citizen? That's the real question.
Oh, I mean, it's probably some shenanigans you could do with tractor beams.
You could definitely use the new mech for bowling. We could throw some cargo around to knock out some other cargo. We'll have to get.
You can chuck things.
Yeah, you can throw them, you can catch them. We could play baseball in Star Citizen now. That's crazy. That's wild. So yeah, make sure you guys go and check out the merch.
In Australia?
Say again?
You're not more of a cricket fan in Australia? Baseball?
Oh, definitely, but unfortunately, I don't know if we have anything that we can, whack with in Star Citizen. We had, I don't know. If we could like, oh no, you know what we can do? We get the mechs. We hold like a 32 SU crate. That's the bat. And then you get other mechs to throw things at you, and you whack them away with the. There we go. We've done it. We have made cricket inside Star Citizen. They said it couldn't be done.
We live in exciting times in the Star Citizen community.
So we're still just waiting on a camera to come up for you guys. But before we did that, we did see. So we've got TAC2 384 was in the Talon with the light strikes. Dread Pirate C. Roberts was in the Saber with the FL lasers. Fresh as Ice was in the Talon with the light strikes, and Kotobuki was in the Blade with the Warlord and Wasps. So if we see, we were talking about this a little bit in the first round, we will probably likely see not much counter picking. Do you think that's still the case here, Xperia?
I'd say so, yeah. I don't think much is going to change. As I said, I really don't think there's any ship that is countered by another ship in the current meta of the ships that are available here. So the only one that could affect things is if a team picks the Buccaneer. I don't know what you'd swap to counter that. I don't think the Buccaneer is going to be picked too often, but it's something to consider. For sure, because it plays so differently to the other ships.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we have some sort of, in future fighter flights, if we do get to a stage where there is like a little bit more counterplay with weapons or with ships, perhaps as we start to get more of the different weapon types, as we start to get incendiary or, drain weapons, that sort of stuff that they've talked a little bit about over the course of the last few years. But yeah, as for now, it feels a lot less nuanced, I guess, across the board,
Yeah, I think there's a lot more sort of that style of counter picking and picking proper team compositions in the PU, where you have like 10v10s, for example, and you can sort of split into more niche roles like the Mantis or the Firebird. But
yeah. Now, very interesting there. It looks like we loaded into the wrong map. Sometimes even our lobby warriors there are unable to get it through, but it's all good. It looks like we do have Dread Pirate C. Roberts' view now, so we'll be able to get into this very quick. And these games are going to be going very quick, guys. Every one of these matches, as you saw, match number 1 only lasted a few minutes throughout all of the rounds. So once we get into the action, it's going to be very quick, and we'll do our best to try to tell you what's going on when it happens. But remember that we've also got some fantastic analysts on the desk with Crucian, but the Zero State. I was about to say X-Zero State. And of course, Papa Freedom, who has decided, instead of crashing the cameras all the time, this event is actually going to be talking on the desk.
Well, I think that's just because there's no cameras to crash.
Well, that's true.
But
that's true. Very unfortunate.
I was doing.
Yep.
I remember I was doing the Gravlev race last year, and I think he crashed there as well. So it's got a reputation.
Yeah, it's certainly. I imagine if we go back through all of the footage of all of the ATMO things we've done in the last, however many years, the most explosions would probably be attributed to Papa Freedom in one variation or the other. And the reason why we're doing this at the moment is because Papa cannot respond to us right now. And so we have full autonomy to say what we will. But no, we do love Papa Freedom. But
we love him, really.
He's got to stop exploding.
Well, hopefully we get back into the fights as soon as possible. I gotta say, I'm looking forward to this one in particular. See my org. So, all right, here we go.
Yeah, they'll be starting very, very momentarily while they get back into the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, in chat, who are you going for today? Are you going for Boosted Animals or Shadow Moses RCG? First round of this match, as they're pushing 2 top 3. It looks like they're going straight into it. Possibly they might be probably doing some scanning, I imagine, at the start. Like we mentioned earlier, we've got to make sure that everyone's using the correct ships and there's no weird things going on. No one's accidentally somehow managed to put, an Idris railgun into their Talon, though that would be a very interesting.
That would be
matchup, I
entertaining.
think. Definitely. I mean, just like with the speed of the Talon, just going around, just shooting railgun bullets. Like, come on, let's go.
Well, it looks like as predicted, there's no counter swaps, so both teams have a Talon and Shadowmost with the blade and Team Honk. Sorry, not Team Honk. My bad. What was the? Yeah, Boosted Animals with the.
Yep.
I had the wrong screen up. I'm very sorry. Boosted Animals with the saber. So
We got a lot of matches to go through today. I imagine we're gonna
Yeah.
forget some names as we go through. But it looks like scanning is all good and complete. They're gonna go back to their starting positions and we're gonna get ready. Who's going for Boosted Animals? Who's going for Shadowmost RCG? I did say we got a Twitch prediction going a little bit earlier, and I do have to say Shadowmost RCG 98% favored for the win, which means I really hope Boosted Animals are able to get in there here. It could be absolutely huge. We like going for the underdog sometimes.
yeah, I mean, not me, but yes. So it looks like both teams are moving to their starting positions and should be ready to start the fight.
Yeah. One of the things that would always sort of scares me about these kinds of events is the first like 30 seconds of the fights as you're traveling towards each other and everyone's just kind of deciding who wants to go in first, who wants to initiate. You don't want to be the one to first make the decision, and then just the second we get into it, it's so exciting. So I'm really keen to see how it goes, and I'm really hoping the Saber gets to get some.
I hope we get at least one Saber victory.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not because we have like Saber Blade versus Saber Blade. I want to see, the Saber, come out on top on some of these other ships, maybe in some moments, and see if our pilots can, make that difference that we were talking about, if they can overcome the disadvantages it has.
Absolutely, it'll be very interesting to see. I wonder if we'll see anything else. I think it's going to be restricted to these 3 ships, but remember Papa Freedom mentioned the Tana, and I wasn't sure if he was trolling.
Or does he know something we don't?
Yeah, exactly. Or is it like psychological warfare? Anyway, looks like they are moving towards each other now.
Yeah, we're getting into the match. Who is going to be the first one to initiate? Boosted Animals and Shadowmost RCG. Tack in the Talon, Dread Pirate Roberts in the Saber, Fresh as Ice in the Talon, and Kotobuki in the Blade.
Yep. So Shadowmost is sticking very close again. Both teams very, very close to each other, just having each other's backs. And some very early shots there from Tack. I fought Tack quite a lot in duels, and so. Right, here we go. First shots.
There we go. Saber's going to start Fresh as Ice, target swapping over to Kotobuki.
Saber's looking to get some snipes on Kotobuki. Getting some good hits actually. Shield's almost down on Kotobuki. Saber is backing off after getting pressure. Kotobuki's almost quite low, he's dead.
Ooh, there we go. Kotobuki's blade is down, which means we've got Talon Saber versus Talon. Saber, huge damage though. Shield's down. It is red all over the body of the Saber, so only a little bit more for them to get through it. But the Talon is melting. They get the Saber down. Talon v Talon. One of the Talon shields completely gone from Fresh as Ice.
Fresh managing to get a nav just to reset his resources and make this a pretty fair duel. So didn't look like Fresh took too much damage there, so we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, solid trade between, really solid trade between, honestly, Dread Pirate and Kotobuki there. It was only moments after the elimination of the blade that the Saber was taken out. It was just getting out of position. Too much damage in the crossfire. And yeah, Talon v Talon. Obviously, you're going for Shadow Moses. What's the strategy here when you come up into a mirror and the Talon? Where are your what are you hoping your opponent's going to do?
You really just want to win that first shield trade and make sure that you have more resources that you can spend later on. So ammo boost, and then shields are the big one. So here we go. Both sides sort of kind of equal. Fresh a little bit ahead in the shield trade. Shield's almost down on Tack. Getting positioned there. Damage taken from Tack. Some very good damage here on Tack. Fresh shields down as
on
well.
Both talons now.
Yep. Gonna be closer, I think. There we go. Fresh wins. So Shadow Moses wins round 1.
Tack is down. Round number 1 to them. The Saber did manage to get a kill there, but unfortunately not enough to take them through to that whole round. But definitely shows that there is something there that they can get themselves into a position that they might be able to take it back, but still just the power of the Talon being able to punish the Saber after that first encounter.
Absolutely.
The
Saber is...
make sure everything's... We're going to do another scan, make sure everything's okay before we run into round number 2. But it's going to be another quick one. We'll see if we commit as much as we did in the first round.
So yeah, the Saber is widely known to be one of the most pancake ships. So when you get that position on the top, it's very flat, very easy to hit, and that's the big downfall in the Saber. Even though it has almost light fighter tunings now, with only one G off the Gladius in every direction. It's so huge on that top cross section that it's very easy to do deal damage.
Yeah, very much. I wonder, I imagine targeting the blade is going to be also a thing that we're going to see happen a lot today.
Yeah.
Based on what I've been hearing about the damage of this thing has just been absolutely colossal. So it was no surprise there, at least in the first round, that's what ended up happening. Obviously didn't end up happening in their favor in the end, with Fresh just showing what the Talon can do and outplaying Tack, really.
Yeah. I love those duels where you're fighting for position. It's very engaging to watch. But I think, as you said, the strategy really is to just go for the blade as fast as you can, get it out of the fight, because it has so much DPS. And it can do it from so far away. So I think that's the strat.
So unsurprisingly, as you probably saw from here on the cameras, as they pretty much just spawned right back in, we are looking at back-to-back. So no changes here for either team. Tack in the Talon with the Light Strikes, Jed Pirates, C. Roberts in the Saber with the FL Lasers, Fresh as Ice in the Talon with the Light Strikes, and Kotobuki, of course, in the Blade with those Warlords and Wasps. So we're going to get underway with round number 2 very, very momentarily as they push towards each other. Round number 1, once again, went to Shadow Moses. So they're going to be looking to lock this one up. I wonder if we're going to be seeing the same thing we saw last match, where round number 2 just went real quick. They just went super, super committed, real hard against the Blade, our teams from the last match. And, I mean, it worked. And, I feel like there is something
really...
to be said. When you are up a game, as Shadow Moses are, obviously you can take that sort of risk and just try to close it out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you need to keep your focus. When you're down and you go out a second time, that's it. So you really want to just not throw yourself into a fight that you don't want to take, and make sure you're being careful. And I think that's what happened last game, is they sort of chucked themselves into a fight that they sort of were at a slight disadvantage, and I will be interested to see if it happens in this.
Yeah, definitely. Countdown is already underway. They're going to be approaching each other any moment now. And a reminder, if you guys want to see some of our competitors from today live at CitizenCon, make sure you get your tickets to Enter Atmosphere. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic time, and we're going to get to we get to also commentate without delay, which is honestly the best part about it.
Gosh, it is quite a noticeable delay.
Turns out when you're a commentator halfway across the world, it's speed of light is a thing.
All right, first shot's being taken again. Tack going for that blade as fast as he can, but they're being very, very careful here. And the blade's definitely hanging back.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. First shield trades.
Lots of shots being exchanged.
Can't see the shields in the Saber, but it looks like
they They're being
Saber's
effective, but
taking
not
heavy
too
fire.
much. They're not committing as much as we maybe saw in that first round here. Everyone's the shots aren't quite as
Very good
accurate
damage
as they
on
have
tech.
been.
Very good damage on tech from
Yep.
Jerry. But he's
Yep, Shield's
out.
going to go
He's
into
out.
attack. A little bit of damage, but out of the way. Does not want to take any more there. Dreadpire Roberts still in the fight. Shield's going down. Big damage being applied to that Saber. That pancake, that
Trying to
surface
get
area
out.
is going to be the
Nav.
pain for him.
Oh, Nav
Is it
drops
gonna
from
be able
tech
to get out?
onto the blade. Saber gets out, but very damaged.
Yeah, huge damage all across that midsection there, as we were explaining earlier. Shields are going to come back up. We're going to get back into an encounter here, though. You can also see the Talon with its shields down from a couple of passings there as well.
Now the Saber has no boost right now, so it's in quite a bad spot here. And there he's backing up very far. He's trying to get out so they can recharge all their resources.
Yeah, pushes
Shadow
into
Moses
Nav,
just
heads back towards the
slowly
center of the
creeping back in.
arena. Well, huge first pass there for Team Shadow Moses, obviously putting themselves in a pretty good spot here. This Saber, I do not think is very long for this world at this stage. They're going to have to pull out something very spicy. But yeah, they've put themselves in a great spot.
Yeah, Shadow Moses is just gonna want to get that DPS off the field and kill the Saber. So we'll have to see if Boosted Animals wants to sort of play that to their advantage, see if they can strategize with that. But I don't think the Saber's going to last very long if it commits, which it kind of needs to. All right, here we go.
You just have to get the damage off. You don't really have much of a choice but to put the damage on board. The Talon's obviously not going to do very well in a 1v2 situation, so the Saber has to be there, and the second that they see the Saber enter really any sort of range, I imagine it's just going to melt. So we're going to see a little bit of peppering here from Fresh's Ice onto Tack. Shields go down on Tack, and that is big damage going onto the Talon, and that takes the Talon out, meaning, ladies and gentlemen, we have Saber versus Talon and Blade, and that Saber is already really in a bad state. Shields go down as well as it goes into Nav mode and pushes away, but rough. Comes back in towards the fight. Shields back up, but I think this is going to be over. They're only going to get one more chance.
Yep, not a very. I mean, you know, that could be a loss. Like that could be a kill here on the Blade. I think the Blade did take some damage here, but it seems unlikely to me. I think this is a pretty guaranteed victory for Shadow Moses here.
Yeah, barring any real serious mistakes, I think we're going to see it go down. And there we go, the shield, more damage, but not able to quite get it over. There it goes. More damage being applied to the pancake, as you like to call it.
There
down
we go.
Goes Dread Pirate C. Roberts. Rip the Saber and all of my hopes and dreams with it. Shadow Moses are going to take down Boosted Animals 2-0 in this second round of the Fight or Flight. We'll go back to the desk.
Yo, that was actually a very good matchup. I actually thought that Boosted Animals was going to come out in that one round, but unfortunately Fresh as Ice was able to kind of even it out and then take out the second pilot. But we'll kick it off to you, Zero State. What were your thoughts on this matchup? I thought this one was definitely a lot closer, even though Shadow Moses Racing did go up 2-0, but very good matchup from these two teams.
Yeah, I think early on, both Papa and myself, we kind of chat as we're going, and we kind of early noticed, like, we had Dread Pirate Roberts in the Saber playing in coupled mode, which neither of us expected. We were both a little surprised. We thought, hey, maybe that's a mistake. We actually noticed in both fights, Dread Pirate Roberts was coupled in the Saber as well. Maybe there's a strat there. Maybe that's just something they're used to flying with, but that may have lost them a little bit of maneuverability. And it may have kept them a little bit slower. It may have used a little bit of extra boost, things like that. They worked really hard for that first kill in the first fight against Kodo, but I think it cost Dread a lot. It cost him most of his ship. The turning point after that Saber goes down, it turns into a 1v1, and Fresh just gets to show off the skills.
Gotcha. Very good points. And then, a couple, like you mentioned, that was interesting. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this last matchup here between Boosted Animals and Shadow Moses Racing.
Yeah, Boosted Animals, caught me off guard with that Saber kill on Katubuki. That's kind of like a textbook way that you kill with the Saber. You sneak up behind, get a pancake shot, delete that ship, before they have a chance to really react or disengage or, pop a chaff on you. So really good kill there. And then the Talon 1v1, Fresh clearly showed, had the more experience and better positioning in that fight with some very, very highly effective aim, and came out on top. And then that second fight was pretty much SM dominating that fight, controlling the engagement, shooting together. SM's coordinated fire on a single target was superior. That was a close fight, but SM showing a clear lead and advantage on skill for that fight.
Yeah, I saw Fresh's Ice aim completely on point. I feel like some of these guys are just so locked on and they don't miss. So, this is the difference between that, that regular average PvP or in that top 1%. That aim is definitely super deadly. But let's talk a little bit about, right when we were doing AVS, there was no nav mode, but now we have nav mode here. What's the difference? And this is for you, Papa Freedom. Let's kick it off to you first. What's the difference of using nav mode in a tournament versus not using it?
The AVS tournament, that was a charity event. We wanted to show, that we used laser repeaters. In the talks with AV1, we really wanted to put on a good show, exciting, something that's fun, easy to watch, and it's just better for the kids. We're raising money in charity. This is a PvP sweat tournament. We want to know who the master of the modes is. We want to know without a doubt who's the best, and that's what this showdown is all about. This 2v2, who can take it to the world championship and win it all and have bragging rights for that year, being world champions. That's what this tournament's about. So when we have nav mode, you have missiles, you have every tool at your disposal, within our fair play, council decisions, every tool at your disposal to use, because you're stacking those decisions on your team, on that opposite team, trying to get them to make that one mistake. Katabuki had that one mistake, cost him that first, round, but, Fresh was able to clutch it out. But that's all it takes is that one little hiccup. Maybe there's missiles, a noise, a chaff.
Yep.
To do one of those little decisions can be the deciding factor in the fight if you win and move on, or if you get knocked down.
Very good thoughts there. And Zero State, something to you, right? We did see, a little bit of missiles going out during this last matchup. How effective are missiles right now in 3-2-3, now 3-2-4? It didn't seem like it's much effective once you have a pretty good shaft and you know what you're doing.
Not super effective. I think in the PU, persistent universe, missiles tend to be a little bit more effective just because you're relying on the server to kind of handle some of those things, and it doesn't always do a great job of that. In Arena Commander, you're a little bit more reactive to things like that. I think these high-end PvP pilots, they're going to see a missile and they're going to know what to do. They're either evade it, obviously use decoys, chaff, etc. One thing I haven't seen yet, and this is just going back a little bit, is I don't think I've seen quite yet in this tournament a Saber really mastering or really leaning into its stealth and really using that chaff early on in the match and using decoys. We saw it a little bit in fight number 2 here, right at the end, but it was kind of too little, too late. At that point it was a 2v1, and as you guys know, Saber versus 2, that's not going to go well most of the time.
No chance.
Yeah. No, very, very good points. Man, one thing I want to say too is that at Enter Atmosphere, you need to remember one thing. These teams are all in the same room. These teams are all in the same connection. These teams will have to, duke it out in possibly both space and atmospheric maps. So it's going to be a challenge. We're going to see definitely a lot of changes, especially in both sides. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. It's going to be exciting. So I'm telling you right now, !EA54, if you're coming to CitizenCon, after CitizenCon on Sunday, all right, we're going to be celebrating not only what the community of Star Citizen is all about, but we're going to be showcasing one of the best Star Citizen esports showcases that you're ever going to see. I promise you, be there. Make sure you grab your tickets. And let's jump right into talking about this next matchup coming up. We got Team Dolus. Dolus, I think that's it. Versus Team Hunk. So we got Core Legend and Grand Loaded. So Core Legend is going to be in that Buccaneer. Finally seeing that Buccaneer back in action, which I'm very excited to see because, back then the Buccaneer wasn't in that best position, but Buccaneer Saber. We got Team Hunk, Telva Slur, and Watermelon. Telva Slur in that Blade and Watermelon in that Talon. Let's talk a little bit about this. I'm going to throw it over to you first. Zero State, take me through this matchup, and who do you think is going to come out on top?
It's really interesting to see Buccaneer Saber on a team. There's not quite as much maneuverability on that team, but a lot of firepower. So I think what we might see here, and I mean, I'm just spitballing here a little bit, but I think we might see Team Dolus really pushing hard to try to stay close together and try to get their firepower center mass on one of those two ships. My guess is they might target the Talon first, try to get that out of the fight, and then deal with the Blade 2v1 afterwards. I think that might be their strat. I think I'm going to go with Team Honk here. That's going to be my guess for who's going to take this one. I think their maneuverability is going to allow them to kind of maneuver around and possibly split up that Saber and the Buck. If Team Dolus can stay together and fight close to one another and really work on their call-outs and say, fire at this guy, you switch to this guy, switch. If their comms are good and they stay close together, if they don't get separated by the two more maneuverable crafts in the Talon and the Blade, then I think we could see them, kind of take somebody down, just kind of alpha strike somebody down and then take the fight. But I think I'm going to go with Team Honk for this one.
All right, that sounds good there. And what about you, Papa Freedom? What are your thoughts on this next matchup coming up? We got Team Dolus versus Team Honk.
I mean, the Buccaneer Saber combo, that's a lot of DPS on the field. You got Omni Skies, so that Saber's trying to look to get in a lot closer, while the Buccaneer's going to do some long-range sniping. We already know pretty much the Blade Talon's effective. It's got good strength, good chaseability, good evadability, disengage. So the pressure is there from the Blade and Talon, but seeing a Saber Buck combination, that's a lot of DPS, but that's not a lot of maneuverability on the field. So if you get split up, that each one of those ships, other than the Buck, being able to disengage with boost, it's going to get torn apart if they get split up. But if they can stay together, they may be able to wear down the Blade and Talon combo.
Gotcha. Yeah. Very, very good call out. I know you talked about earlier about having the Buccaneer and kind of doing that hyper kiting. During the group stage, I've seen some people even were able to 2v1 with that Buccaneer. So let's see how these pilots do. And I'm very excited to see this matchup. I love seeing the Buccaneer out there and playing a major role for some of these teams. So very excited to see that. I know that some teams in Americas have used the Buccaneer quite often. So I'm hoping to see that back. But I'm also glad to see the Saber, to be honest. So let's see what happens with things coming up here soon. I believe we have we're almost ready for the matchup here. But before we do that, let's take another look at what these teams are fighting for and take a look at the prizes that the top team for each region is going to be winning. Once again, these teams, each team from the top three regions, which we have EMEA, we have Americas, and then we have APAC, will be getting that travel in the state of Manchester, UK to attend CitizenCon 2954. We're going to hook them up with some jerseys so they can look good on stage for the Fight or Flight Championship Finals at Aviva Studios after CitizenCon on Sunday. And then whichever teams, depending on where they come out on top, they're going to get some digital prizes. And then they're going to be presented an incredible Fight or Flight trophy by none other than Chris Roberts live at Enter Atmosphere in Aviva Studios, home of Factory International. Which, by the way, each top three team will get a trophy. And the way that we're doing the bracket will be a group round robin, and then they're going to go into a bracket tournament, which is going to be very exciting. And I cannot wait to see these three teams, which are going to supposedly the best during this master modes, compete in person because Zero State, you mentioned a little bit about competing in person, but when you have almost 1,200 people cheering for you, some of these teams can get jitters. Some of these teams can not perform the way they want to because, that nervousness is going to kick in. That competitive prowess is going to, you're either going to have it in person or you don't. Teams are going to have to adjust, strategize. And I think it's going to be a fun moment to watch at Enter Atmosphere.
Absolutely. Being in person is, some people take it really well. I'm one of those people that I create content, I stream and stuff, but at the same time, in person is just a different thing. Like at any moment, somebody could throw a wad of paper at you. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it could.
No.
And there's just, there's a lot more things to think about, in your head of just like, man, there's people 10 feet away from me who are excited about what I'm doing or who are upset about what I'm doing, And that's, it's a different atmosphere for real.
Yeah, it's going to be great, man. But also you forget, you got the lights on you. You got, all these competitive lights on you. You got all the pressure, man. You got teams cheering for you. I think it's different when we were experiencing CitizenCon last year. like when people saw an explosion or anything, man, and to see people cheer and really get like hyped and nervous about, about those matches. But now at Aviva Studios, now you're going to see that with a proper audio, an audio setup, like blowing up the entire theater. You're going to have a 32-foot, 8K projector, so you can see every moment of your life happening on stage. Is going to be absolutely incredible. I can't wait. So I'm going to keep bragging about it because I'm telling you, this team has been working so hard behind the scenes. Everybody at ATMO Esports, from top down, all volunteers, doing this for the community, man. So, I just want to give every member a big shout out. Thank you so much for everybody behind the scenes that are helping us, make this all come to life. So, but yeah, Papa Freedom, I know you're excited too. You started joining on the desk earlier this year, so I hope you're enjoying it and having some fun, man.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's so much fun. I get to talk shit to you guys. I got to talk shit to Kroncy, just have a good time, banter. They want to talk about explosions, but I want to see Kroncy in a pilot seat. Show me some time when you want to fly, and then see if you can get as low and as close and as fast as I can. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm excited for Aviva Studios. Because not only are you going to be there with an audience, you're going to be there across from your competitors, and I love some smack talk. Get in your heads, make them nervous. Mind games start to play. Like all of that aspect for competition is just so good. And when you win, you can get up, they cheer, they scream, because when Salty Mike did the first Toby clash and he was winning, screaming, he's up, like that excitement is cool to see on a stream. But when you see that in person, it's way better. It's just like that energy, the speakers are louder, you feel it, the energy, the excitement, the level of hype there. It's so much fun, and it's so it's a great experience. You'll never forget that kind of memory. So I'm really looking forward to it.
No, awesome. I appreciate it. By the way, if you're watching from home, thank you so much, guys. Make sure you guys go check out, whether you're Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter, make sure you guys go check out some of our sponsors in the description, all right? We got some great deal for some of the sponsors that really help ATMO Esports throughout the year, with some funding to be able to put on these tournaments and, be able to make the trophies and get the prizing and the jersey prizes for all of the teams that are competing. All of our tournaments are free, so check out some of the sponsors that really help us out. And then I believe we're almost ready to go, so we're going to shoot it over once again to Kroncy and Xperia, who's going to be breaking down the action for this next match coming up. Team Dolus versus Team Hunk.
Hello again, everyone. Dolus versus Team Honk. Core Legend in the Buccaneer with the FL Laser Cannons. Grand Loden in the Saber with the Omniskis, which is an interesting choice today. Team Honk, we've got Telva in the Blade with the Wasps and Warlords, and Watermelon in the Talon with the Omniskis. How you doing, Xperia? We're already in round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've got two Pyro Orgs dueling it out here. We've got Dolus and Mongrel Squad, so that's quite an interesting fight in terms of just the sort of the people involved. And I gotta say, the Saber Buck combo is something I wasn't expecting to see. I don't think the Saber plays particularly well into the Buck, so gonna be interesting.
Yeah, one thing I think we can be for certain though is we're going to see a lot of damage being poured out. Well, assuming they're able to hit and they're able to get within their right ranges, I'm sure that's what we'll get. But regardless, it's going to be an interesting one. It's a very unique loadouts overall compared to our last 2 rounds, right? So we have we're seeing the Buck. In addition, we're seeing the Talon with the Omniskis instead of the Light Strikes. So yeah, very different. But I like that. I like that we're getting a little bit more variation as we go into these top 8 matches, and we're getting to see a little bit about more of why everyone's been choosing the weapons and the ships that they have been, and just how much they're going to be going, basically. All I know is I'm seeing a lot of honks in chat. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I gotta say, I went into this expecting Dolus to come out on top, but seeing the ship comp, I think Team Honk might have this. So, but we'll see. I know Watermelon's a great player. I know Core Legend and Grand Loden are pretty good. So, gonna be interesting.
Fantastic. Well, it looks like we're about to get underway. As we can see, Watermelon and Telva moving towards our opponents for round number 1. Remember, we are in a best of 3 for these rounds, everyone. So we're going to be seeing a couple bits of fighting here. Sorry, that was very,
Yeah,
very,
that was very
close
close.
as they came in. Just that, really keeping us on edge as they start to actually get into the fight. It'd be very awkward to die from your own teammate this early, but I don't know.
It has
It's
happened.
The risk
it
sometimes.
has happened.
It's happened on camera as well, which is interesting. So we're already into our first fight there. A small one as Telva comes across Core Legend, the Buccaneer, and the Blade fighting it out. Blade taking a little bit of
Blade
damage,
taking
some
a
of the
lot of
shields
damage.
going down. If they go commit there, it's going to be huge, but they're able to maybe get out of the way for that first fight. We'll
I
see
think
what
the
they
Blade
can
should have
pull
got
off.
out here. I think the Blade is very pancaked right now. The Buck might be able to get some good damage. But he's not taking any shots right now, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. Telva's going to throw out some missiles there, but I don't think they're going to find their mark as we hear a bunch of chaff getting pulled out. A little bit to and fro here between the Buccaneer and the and the Blade, but the Buccaneer looks like it's going to come off worse for wear. Shields down, and Core Legend's going to get out.
Yeah, the Buck went into nerf just to try and get out and recharge the resources, but it kind of left the Saber out to dry here. The Saber goes down.
Huge damage
Yeah.
there on the Saber, and we're going to see Grand Loden be taken out, our first elimination of the match. Going to be a hard one for the Buccaneer to take back here.
Yep, for sure. The problem with the Buck in the current meta is it very much leaves your teammate out to dry, because it's all about sort of running in, doing damage, and getting away. And I don't think the Saber plays into that particularly well, so that's kind of what just happened there, is that the Buck disengaged, but the Saber was still in the fight and just took the full 2v1.
Yeah, like the Buck was able to get out of the way, but like essentially guaranteed that the Saber was going to get eliminated at that stage, right? So I wonder if this may be one of the first times that we see a swap over in round number 2. But this round not quite over just yet. The Buccaneer has taken one wing off. It does have one of its wings off as they re-engage.
Oh yeah,
here,
the
and
Buck's lost an engine here.
Yep. I think it's only a matter of time before we see this elimination as we start spinning to win with the Buccaneer. More damage being applied, and there we go. Round number 1 is going to be taken by Team Honk, Telva, and Watermelon. Yeah, I mean, you said it pretty much perfectly over the course of that fight there, right? The Saber was just left out to dry. The Buccaneer got out, but at the risk of them losing the match, or the round,
Yep.
rather, not the match. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Interesting one.
I think that's the problem with the Buck and PU as well, is you're very much just hoping that you can get out and your teammate will also be able to get out. So
Yeah,
because those engagements are so important.
Yeah, I will say I was very excited right at the beginning as we saw a ton of damage being applied to Telva with the Buccaneer and the Saber essentially coming out of it unscathed, but obviously they weren't able to keep that up across the breadth of the fights. So we're going to set up round number 2 for this match. We're going to make sure that everyone's running ships above board, but once again, as we can sort of see, it looks like they're going to be running these back. So we're probably going to be seeing the Buccaneer once again with the FL lasers, the Saber with the Omniskis, the Blade with the Wasp Warlords, and the Talon with the Omniskis as well. How do you feel about the Omniskis over the Light Strikes?
I think there's a reason we're seeing the Light Strikes a lot more, and it's because they're just so much more consistent now. The Omnis guys got some nerfs, so they got spread and a little bit of a damage decrease. So they're just not the strongest option, but I can see why they could work with the Saber, where you're wanting to get those sort of close engagements and then get back out, I guess. But
Yep.
Yeah,
I wonder if
mean,
this
there are
is
reasons to
situation.
pick everything. So
Yeah, I wonder if there's another situation. During our seeded rounds, we saw the Omniskis quite often. They were the most chosen weapon for both of our regions. It could just be literally a case of, once again, they've been practicing it for so long that they're just trying to get, just keep doing what they're used to. Obviously, nerfs in mind, but luckily, it's not Omniskis against Light Strikes here. It's just Omniskis all around. So, other than the FL laser cannons that we've got on the Buccaneer, maybe not so much has changed.
yeah, definitely something to be said for going with what you know. But I think the teams that have adapted to the new meta are possibly in the stronger position. So
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a lot of what this sort of stuff is about as well. When we do get into the day where people do start to prioritize counterpicking, and if we end up in a meta that even allows counterpicking as a legitimate strategy, that's really what's going to sort of show who is the better pilot, is, you know, adapting to what your opponent's been bringing. So right now we're sort of just adapting to the meta as a whole rather than the individual situations. But
Yeah.
I think we've gotten to a spot where it's, at least from my perspective, extremely entertaining to watch.
Oh, for sure, it's definitely definitely enjoyable. These fights are so much shorter, and there's not as much stringing things out as there used to be. So that's something I particularly enjoy. The rounds are like quick and snappy.
Yes, very much so. All right, we're about to move into round number 2. A reminder, round number 1 was won by Team Honk after a decisive elimination of the Saber, left the Buccaneer out to dry. We'll see if the exact same thing happens here, as it looks like we're going to move on in towards SPK.
Now, I think there is definitely a chance for Dolus to get a round win here, because I don't know if you noticed in that last fight, there was a big period where Core Legend had a pretty good angle on Telva and the Blade, and just because I think that might have had a keybind issue with targeting or something, but he just wasn't firing. But if he did fire, he almost certainly would have gotten a kill on Telva there. So
that's very
see if anything happens this round.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we saw a lot of early aggression from Dolus against the Blade, and it was working for some time before they got into the bigger fights. And speaking of, we're getting into our first passes here. Saber going to be one of the first
shields down
targets. Already red. Super red. Fighting against the Blade. Blade shield down, but the Saber's got to get out of there ASAP.
Will the Saber get out? It's in Nav. Managed to get out. Very nice. And Blade is taking some fire from the Buck behind. This is what happened last round. Blade is completely out of resources, out of boost, out of shields. Manages to sort of get out of the firing line. Buck is also out of boost with trying to get into Nav, so
yeah, some big trades here.
There.
Nothing huge, but we see a lot of damage there on the Saber, and we saw the left wing of the Blade also sustaining quite a bit of damage as we get back into this encounter here. Going to push some more damage onto the Saber. As we saw, it was already quite lit up. Looks like shields are down, but they're going to disengage, maybe? Sort of deciding, not sure exactly what they want to do there. Maybe commit to another attack.
It looks like Dolus is trying to sort of regroup and push again, so that everyone's sort of out of resources right now. Like you can see everyone's boost meter is kind of lower now it's getting back, so they should start pushing together again.
Yeah, it looks like we're shields back up across the board. Only a matter of time before we get into another fight here, but we are kilometers away from each other. So it's really going to come down to who's going to engage here, I guess. The Saber very lit up, the Blade very lit up. If they're able to get that early push in, able to get some solid shots in on this first pass, then that may be able to put them all the way. But as we saw in the first round, the Saber was just a bit too squishy and a bit too it's a bit too large, you know. It's a bit too large, a bit too easy to get.
All right, and Watermelon going for that Saber, getting shields down to half, very low, and there it goes.
Oh, there it goes. Saber down for Grand Load, and Telva are going to get the first elimination of round number 2, meaning we've just got the Buccaneer left, hoping to punish them there with that encounter, but shields are still essentially fully active for the entirety of Team Honk. So I think at this stage it's only a matter of time before we see this Buccaneer go down.
Yep. A 1v2 is definitely possible here, but Core Legend has just used all of his boost, so gonna struggle to get out like the Buccaneer wants to, and taking a lot of damage here. And there he goes.
There goes Core Legend, everyone. That is going to mean Team Honk are going to take it 2-0 against Dolus for this round, advancing onwards. So well done, Team Honk. We'll take you guys back to the desk and see you soon.
All right, Team Honk taking it. Every match so far today, y'all, has been 2-0. This one wasn't as quick, but you know, as we mentioned, it seems like every Saber matchup has been losing, and unfortunately, Dolus was in that losers bracket, so that's going to be it for Dolus, but much appreciated for them to come on and really compete. But let's start over with you, Papa Freedom. What were your thoughts on this matchup, Team Dolos versus Team Hunk?
That went about as well as I thought it would. However, that first fight, as Xperia was talking about, there was an opportunity where the Buck had the blade dead to rights. But I think that the targeting lock, they didn't have the keybind. You noticed after the round that Telva went into his keybinds and set the target lock under reticle, which is a problem with this new since 2.23 with the chaff. You have to set that keybind because when you come out of the chaff, you can't lock your target. And so you have to do it under your reticle and then it works. And then so if you don't have that, you see the consequences. And that blade was dead to rights to that Buccaneer. That was a perfect position, slotted in, lined up, was, you know, flowing with that blade and just wasn't able to put the damage out and would have got the kill on that situation. So that's really unfortunate because that would have turned the tides. And I think they would have had more confidence going into the second round if they would have secured that blade kill. And then, you know, I think that kind of gave him like the shakes. And then Team Honk was just like, had the confidence there from that and pretty much dominated and controlled the fights from that point on.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are doing a great job, especially with the blade. But I feel like that one is just, you know, the output DPS on the Wasp and the Warlord. But anyway, Zero State, your thoughts on this last matchup? You know, and before you go into that, I would just want to say, Team Dolos, I hope you guys had a great experience being in the tournament, even though you guys are currently out. That's what it's all about, to come in, have a good time, experience some really heavy competitive fighting. But yeah, Zero State, go ahead. Give us your thoughts on this last matchup here.
Yeah, so I think one thing we mentioned before the match, of course, is like if the Buck and the Saber can capitalize, stay together, and put their DPS on target, you know, they might be able to come out on top. We, unfortunately for Dolos, we just didn't get a chance to see that happen. They got separated in the first fight. You know, it's kind of like Xperia said, like the Buccaneer, as kind of part of how the ship is, in a way, it kind of ends up leaving its wingman hanging out to dry. We saw that happen. You know, they were able to kill the Saber early, you know, and then of course it's Buck v2, and you know that's never going to go well, right? We did see Core fix the targeting issue in the second match. You know, by then it's kind of you're
too late.
Yeah, it's a little too late. But it's good to see it fixed anyway. Sometimes StarCitizen is kind of keybind citizen. Those keybinds really change how the game plays. And you know, you always have to, you know, think that through and just kind of take that into account. We did see in the second match was kind of interesting. Me and Papa both noticed the Saber started the match with the shields down, which both of us at the same time kind of realized, oh, they're going for stealth. This is going to be kind of interesting. Didn't work as well as we thought. No. The shields, they started to come up kind of right after that. It was kind of like, oh, we got caught and get the shields up, and then they were kind of behind in that match. It was a really cool strat. It was a really good idea to try to say, let's get them focusing the Buccaneer so the Saber is a little bit more safe and can get on somebody's back. I think maybe they were a little bit too close to start the match. Maybe in that match, I would have said, hey, send the Buccaneer out a little bit in front, really get him to focus on that Buccaneer and get him to rabbit a little bit, and then have the Saber come in behind. That might have worked a little bit better for that strat. You know, it's hard to know for sure sitting from the booth, right? But it was cool to see that strat, and it's really cool to see people continuing to try to use the Saber and continuing to try to say, how can we make this thing work? You know, and I want to see somebody lean into that stealth, and it was really exciting. It just didn't work out.
Nah, totally agree. One quick thing too here, I'll throw it to you, Papa Freedom, for this question. You know, like power management in the last flight model was incredibly important. And this is for mostly the new people that are currently watching. How important is power management now that we have master modes compared to the previous flight model?
It's still important because your resources are more limited, but it's less. You're doing a lot less switching. You know, you used to be able to go to shields and then weapons and then boost a lot faster. You were doing a lot more switches in the fight. When you are in master modes, basically you want to be full to shields in the first initial engagement. I think it's up to like 50%, you know, resistance to the laser fire that's coming in when you're full to shields with a charge up. You know, you can't just instantly go into shields and then have that buff. It takes a little bit of time. So you get that advantage. But once your shields are down, you either want to be in your boost, your engines, because you get a little bit more G's when you're boosting, or you want to be regenning your weapons, because that's your biggest resource to win the fight is your weapons, but also feathering the boost, making sure you're not dumping that boost, because you have more boost now than you did back previous models, but it doesn't regen as fast as it did in previous models. So you got to be a lot more sparing. We talk about feathering the throttle, feathering your boost, where you're just kind of like tapping it. You're not chugging it like a beer. You're just sipping on that boost, getting those positions, and extending that boost, because if your opponent is draining their boost, you could end up with 50% boost while your opponent is dry. And then you see that slow down. They can't go past the speed wall anymore. And then it's easy clap after that.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. And those for those of you guys that are watching PvP for the first time, welcome. We appreciate it. We're going to try to break down and kind of give you that explanation. But jumping into our next fight here, we got 00 versus Team Sinister. So we got DZ Guttyway, Spatial Monkey. They're going to be in that Saber Comet and Blade. And then Baldar and Tech 9 on that Blade Talon combination. Again, Light Strikes. And then, of course, the Blade. You got those Warlords and Wasps. So we're going to be going right into it. I believe our competitors are ready. But Zero State, we'll start with you. Give me a quick breakdown. Which team you think is going to take it away for this losers matchup here versus 00 versus Team Sinister?
It's good. It's always going to be really tough, with the Saber involved. I think Saber Blade might be a better combo than some that we've seen. The Blade might complement the Saber a little bit better. It might be able to distract a little bit better. Light Strikes on the Saber, we've been seeing that too. I think I'm gonna go with my gut here. I'm gonna say 00 takes it. I'm gonna say that 00 is the first team that's gonna use the Saber to its fullest potential, and just maybe their comms are gonna work out well, and the Blade is gonna do a good job at distracting.
Awesome. Papa Freedom, your quick thoughts on this next matchup coming up.
Well, I'm glad you went with 00, because I'm gonna go Talon all the way. Talon Blade, that's my baby, that's my ship. So Team Sinister, I'm rooting for you. Show the Talon. I want Talon to be the championship. So go Talon team. And the Blade, obviously, that DPS is disgusting. You do not want that on the field. So I would prioritize the Blade always.
Awesome. Well, what I love about this is 00, both from Spain, and then Team Sinister from Germany. Here we go with our next matchup. Xperia Crancy, on you. Take it away.
Hello once again, everyone. I hope you've been really enjoying the Fight or Flight today, as Xperia and I have absolutely loved watching this with you guys and yelling about all the explosions. How are you doing so far, Xperia?
I gotta say, I'm enjoying just talking about PvP. It's very, very fun. And I gotta say, a lot more Sabers than I was expecting.
I was just going to say the same thing. We after the conversations that we had at the start of the first rounds, I really thought that, we would see pretty much nothing but Blade and Talons, but more and more Sabers coming out, and we may see once again why people didn't bring even more Sabers, why some of these teams chose Blade v Talon as we get into this round. We have 00 and Team Sinister. The loser of this match will be out of the tournament, as the winner will be advancing through our losers bracket. Just before they get into their first encounter, who do you think is getting this one, Xperia?
I gotta say, despite the Saber, I think 00 has this.
Well,
that's,
there we
that's,
go.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Words. Big words. I'll take it. I do love the Saber, and we're already seeing some fights with the Talon into the Blade here, trading a little bit of shields, but not too much. Down go the shields for the Blade. Damage being applied. Are they able to stay on top of it? Is the Blade going to be able to get out of the way?
Risky
Talon
trade
shields down now as well. Huge fight.
Yeah, that was a very risky trade for the Blade, which is considered to be a bit more fragile. Oh, Saber's getting some really good damage there, actually, on Tech 9, but it's out of boost. Can't pursue.
Yeah, we're sitting
Time
right
back.
on top of
Oh,
Tech
wing
9
goes,
the entire
wing goes,
time. Looks like that
and the
first encounter
Talon
getting
is
absolutely
out.
punished. Talon done. Talon Gonskis. That means we are up one fight. Oh, no, they get the trade in. Spatial Monkey also down, which means we're now up to Saber versus Blade. I'm very surprised about that.
Very interesting. Now that Saber needs to get its boost back, but these ships are going to be going into, I think, quite an even 1v1. I didn't see too much damage on Balder there, so we'll see.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, at least no red hull or red wings or anything like we've seen in the last few matches. What do you think, Saber v Blade? What gets there most of the time?
I think the Blade's better, but Gutaway is in a much better position right now. He's got more boost. He's winning the shield trade right now. Mm-hmm. That Blade's just trying to close in. I don't think it really needs to, but maybe he's trying to
was winning the shield, but there we go. Saber shields are down.
Good
Damage being applied.
Much more even now, I think. Very, very nasty damage on that Saber there. Can't dodge those shots as well.
Yeah, it looks like some big trades coming in here, but both of our both of our competitors here are going to be able to start recharging, get back into a fresh fight with most of their resources intact. Though we're going to see Gutaway start to harass Baldar here as they move back towards each other. A little bit of damage being applied to the Saber Comet, shields on both sides down. And now it's really just a race of who can get in first, who can get these shots on point.
Yeah.
We can see the Saber Comet, big red markers there on the hull of the Saber. Meanwhile, the Blade sustaining some damage on the left wing.
Saber's missing a lot of shots there. That was quite a crucial moment, I think. Both ships getting their shields back, moving in once again. They're playing very far away from each other, which is kind of what I expected with the Blade and the Saber. But if that Blade can get on top and get that position, it could be a very easy win. But I don't think that's what they're going to try and play for. Oh, a lot of shield damage on that Blade, but a lot of shield damage on the Saber. Both shields down on both ships. Saber is out of boost, out of weapons, and this is going to be close.
Yeah, I was going to say this is a big fight here, but like those light strikes, not recovering ammo as quickly as you would like in these situations. It seemed almost every single time the Baldar was in a good spot to be shot. Unfortunately, Gutaway was completely out of ammo, so they're going to part ways here, but it did feel like Gutaway got the better out of that encounter, and we're getting to an even more close fight here as we come back in. We're going to see these shields drop. Saber shields dropping much faster, though. Will the Blade be able to take it down? It is Baldar with the elimination. Did lose a wing at the end there. I would love to see just how close Baldar was to exploding, but that is going to be a round number 1 win to Team Sinister. And we got to see a Saber v Blade fight. That was very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting duel at the end there. I mean, that last trade was very much in the Blade's favor, and I think it could have gone either way if that Saber hit those shots, but it just didn't, sadly. So
yeah, just a lot. Like there was an insane amount of damage applied right towards the end there. I would not be surprised if the Blade was literally like moments away from death, but regardless, they were able to get in. And I think it really came down to that first big fight that we saw once we were in the 1v1, where the Saber just sustained way more damage than the Blade did. Exactly like what you were saying, just missing far too many shots. So it was rough. So once again, we're going to make sure that everyone's in the right ships, everyone's got all the right attachments, all that sort of stuff. But as you likely saw, we just respawned in, so we're going to be seeing most likely here once again the exact same. We're going to be seeing the Saber Comet with those light strikes, the Blades, and for Tech9, the Talon with the light strikes.
yeah, so I gotta say that both teams there were very they were going in before they got all their resources back towards the end. I wonder if that was because they were being much more careful about it earlier, but I wonder if that was just a sort of being a bit pressured by the fight and how it's going, and maybe that's what caused them to go in a bit too early. But that fight could have swung either way.
Yeah, very much so. There was a lot of back and forth in between each of the sort of encounters that they progressed with. Sort of each ship winning one, at least in the damage trade values. But yeah, the Blade just in that third fight, that third run, just absolutely melting the Saber.
The DPS really is just a lot.
Yeah.
It's the strongest part about the Blade, really, is that just those insane cannons and repeaters that it has.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So once again, this is 0-0 against Team Sinister. The loser of this round will be knocked out of the tournament, with the winner advancing through the losers brackets. And I believe the winner of this will be fighting Team Viper 1 in a couple of rounds' time. So they're going to have their fights handed for them. Interestingly, though, with Team Sinister 1 win up, they lost in their initial rounds during the regular rounds, and they've been fighting their way through the losers bracket this entire time. They were able to beat Arsonists in the losers bracket. They were able to beat Dastastron, Aurora Borealis, and now they're on their way, only a couple of rounds away from getting right back in there. So a bit of a slog for them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, lots of fights, and you could argue that's given them more time to practice. And I want to know I can't see on the sheet, but were they surely weren't using the Saber before, were they? They've only done that because of 324.
I don't have that information on me myself, but I feel like, yeah, I would imagine you're right. It does certainly feel that way.
All right, so they're
here
both
we
set
go.
up. Looks like we're about to get a countdown.
Yeah, round number 2 beginning momentarily. Will it be 0-0 with DZ Gutaway and Spatial Monkey, or Team Sinister with Baldar Tech 9? Match has started. They're going to start heading towards each other. Who's going to be the aggressor, do you think, in this first pass?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I mean, currently just heading in. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saber tries to hang back, although right now it looks like it's quite a bit in front of Spatial Monkey. So interesting strategy. What Chaff is.
I was just going to say, looks like we have some information from Papa Freedom. During the heats, 0-0 used the Gladius and Talon was their...
right, that's an even stranger comp, I gotta say. Well, lots of damage on Spatial Monkey there. On the shields, actually. Still taking fire. Oh, I may have got that mixed up, actually. It might be Boulder.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try to punish Spatial Monkey there, but I think...
Oh yeah, Boulder losing both wings, going into Nav.
Yeah, huge damage on Boulder there, so that's going to be a massive, massive pain for them to try to get back into this. And Gutaway not doing too bad. Spatial Monkey taking some damage here, having a really, really big problems trying to get big damage on this Talon, but just barely downgrade the shields on the Talon. Are they going to be able to punish it a little bit more? There's a little bit of damage going in against Tech 9. The Blade shield's coming back up, so, you know, survivability has come back there. Yeah, huge damage on this Talon. Will they take it down?
Yep. There we go, Talon's down. A kill for the Saber.
Hell yeah, let's go. That's the one.
Oh,
that's the one we get.
Boulder kills Spatial Monkey, so it's, again, Saber versus Blade, but this time the Blade is very damaged. So Blade's just trying to get its resources back. They're both coming back in. I think the Saber's in a much better position right here.
Yeah, but not to forget that the Boulder's Blade is not in a great spot at the moment. So it's going to come down to, once again, this sort of fight on who's able to get more hits in. Really, that's what the fight came down to in the first round. It certainly felt like in these passes. And right now, I think the Blade is losing out on these exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, the Blade just went in there with no boost and sort of half shields. The Saber really needs to pressure that, and here we go. Shields almost down on the Blade. There we go. Taking damage. Shields completely up on the Saber. This is, I think, going to be a win for the Saber here. Things go right. There we go.
And exactly, you are right. Win. There goes the Saber with 2 kills. The Saber claiming both kills against the other team in that round, which means 0-0 are going to take the win for round number 2, which means we will, for today, have our very first 3-round match.
It's quite surprising, actually. We've had, was it 3, 4? Completely just 2-0.
Yeah, this is our 4th round of the day, and we've had all 3 of the ones that we've had so far have been 2-0s. So, yeah, it's been nice to get into it at this stage and have a bit more of a more interesting fight. More interesting match, rather. The fights have all been very interesting, but see a lot more back and forth. And, of course, see the Saber actually get some damage in. And I just love the ship. I'm really happy when it performs well, especially when the pilot performs as well as they have.
It is really good to see. I'm a Saber fan. I don't have one myself, but it's been out of the meta for so long, and it's so close to being really good. And I think they just played it very well there. So I don't know. I'm still torn. I think it has a chance to do really well in this tournament.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so, and we'll get to see very soon if we're going to see DZ Gutaway and Spatial Monkey move forward, because we are going into game number 3 between 0-0 and Team Sinister. Once again, we are going to be running it back. We have the Saber Comet with the Light Strikes, the Blades from both teams with those Warlords and Wasps, and Tech 9 in the Talon with the Light Strikes. I gotta say, the Talon, both of these rounds, first ship to be eliminated, has been very interesting. I really thought that after what we've seen in the previous rounds, that it would be maybe surviving a little bit further. But I don't know. They've just been able to punish really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that consistent damage that they've just been getting on Tech 9 there. So no ship can really withstand just the constant sort of beating like that. So I don't know if it's entirely a ship thing. I think this the pilots here are very. I think that the pilot skill here is definitely in the favor of 00. So that's why I bet on them. But still, very good fights, and it's finally a round 3, so the stakes are super high because whoever loses this gets knocked out.
What do you reckon the chances are we see another DZ Gutaway against Baldar sort of final in this fight?
I can't predict, honestly. It's going to be good.
I kind of hope we end up in a situation where Baldar and Tech 9 just sort of overcommit to try to take down the Saber, as it's even though in the first round, you know, they were able to get there. It just feels like the Saber has the Gutaway as the pilot has just felt like such a threat. And you know, you've got to start bringing those sort of tactics into it. And the match has started. We're going to move into it. 00 versus Team Sinister. The loser of this round is eliminated and will not be moving along through the tournament. So very good luck to both Team 00 and Team Sinister.
Yep. So some shots being exchanged, and Saber's getting that first sort of burst on the Talon, but Shield's going down and he needs to get out now, or he's going to get some extreme pressure from the blade. Oh, lots of damage there.
Yeah, huge amount there. Looks like the Saber was just maybe about to get out of the way. Not super sure what we see now, but Tech 9 in the Spirit of Talon, shields down and big damage being applied. Only going to take a little bit more. We do see off to the side there, Baldor did take down Gutaway. The Saber is down, and there goes Tech 9 as well. So now we are into Blade versus Blade.
Now this is interesting. All right, so Spatial Monkey's trying to... Oh, he lifts the wing, but he just about gets out into Nav. So we're going to have a very one-sided duel now between two blades, which is something we haven't seen yet.
Literally one-sided, because it's only got one side of its okay, No, that was an absolutely fantastic exchange.
Yeah, I think we can definitely see this fight going either way. Boulder burning half its boost before even getting into the fight, so... And losing the shield trade by quite a margin so far.
Very surprising the amount of damage that Spatial Monkey took earlier, and there we go, shields are down for Baldar. Only going to need to apply that little bit of damage. There was a lot of fighting happening earlier between the Saber
Look
and
at that
Baldar.
positioning. Beautiful.
Not just the positioning, but the damage, just it's coming through, and it's coming through hard. Still tons of shields up for Spatial Monkey, but not for much longer. You're going to need to make a move right now. Make sure you're right in the right position, get that damage in, and this could be over any second. What a huge fight between these absolute titans.
Yep, very close. And, oh, there we go. Spatial Monkey wins. Very nice.
Huge elimination there from Spatial Monkey, meaning, ladies and gentlemen, 00 are going to take this round and match 2-1, meaning that is sayonara to Team Sinister. Thank you very much for competing, though. What a fantastic fight that was. We'll take it back to the desk.
Wow, what a matchup. Our first game 3 of the day. 00 and Team Sinister provided such a close matchup here at the Fight Top 8 Finals for EMEA, presented by iConCity. Dominated the game. Holy shit, that was a good matchup. I'm just going to throw it over to you right now, Zero State. Give us your thoughts on that one, man, because I know you guys got a lot to spill here.
Man, so me and Papa Freedom are keeping a little chat on Discord between each other, just kind of taking notes throughout these matches, and we were both super impressed by the Saber gameplay. The way that Saber was flown, it was flown really well. Another thing that didn't happen is that Team Sinister did not focus the Saber particularly well throughout all 3 matches. They did a little bit better when they kind of figured it out, like, okay, let's get rid of that Saber, right? Fight 3 was the one that I really want to key on. It was the most exciting for me. Before the fight started, I said to myself, can they maim that saber? Can they push that saber out of the fight early in the fight? Can they either kill it or maim it early? And they did, but it ended up being a good trade, blade versus blade, and then Spatial just flew the shit out of that blade with one wing. That was really fun to watch. Best match of the day so far. I'm not speaking for any of the matches coming up, but that was a really fun one to watch.
I ain't gonna lie, that positioning towards the end and how Spatial was flying that, man, kudos to Spatial right now.
Kudos to Spatial. That was,
bro, that was
well flown. Well flown.
Yes, really, really good there. Papa Freedom, your thoughts on this matchup here? That was our first game 3, man. Absolutely exciting.
That was amazing to watch from the Saber perspective, and then also the Blade 1v1s. That's 3 1v1s that happened for those matches, for deciding factors. Both pilots, DZ and Spatial Monkey, flexing their 1v1 potential and their group fire was really good. I was super impressed by DZ flying the Saber, flying it correctly, applying the right pressure, knowing the distances, and then Spatial with that IHOP juicy pancake with syrup and chocolate chips on top. It was just chef's kiss. So yeah, big shout out to that. That was a great fight of the night so far. I totally agree that it's the best fight of the night, but we still have a lot more sweaty fights to go.
Yep.
And some of these replays, man, look at this position here right here where Spatial is just cooking him. Baldor just couldn't get into that spot, and here's where he goes out. I mean, shots were really good. There he goes. GG's. Great replays here, but man, what a freaking matchup. I love it. I always talk about, games don't go enough to game 3, but that was really good. I was actually rooting for that Saber, but yeah, it was very, very good overall matchup. But here we go. We got our winners finals matchup coming up next. And we have Liberty Reapers EU versus Viper. Nope, sorry. That was the matchup before. Liberty Reapers EU.
This is a grudge match.
Yes, this is going to be rough, man.
This is a grudge match.
Yeah, versus Shadow Moses Racing, and it's going to be tough. But before we go into the matchup, let's go and jump into the bracket and see where we're at in the bracket right now. And if you're at home, !EMEA, put it up there. But so far right now in our loser semis, we got Boosted Animals and Team Honk versus, Boosted Animals versus Team Honk, and then Viper 1 versus 00. And then you got the winners finals happening right now. Liberty Reapers EU and if versus Shadow Moses Racing, going into whoever wins this, going into the grand finals, by the way. So this is going to be super interesting. Let's talk about it real quick. Let's talk about some of these matches. Let's talk about Liberty Reapers and Shadow Moses, and then the other 2 losers matches. I'll start it off with you, Zero State. How do you think the rest of the bracket is going to go?
It's so hard to tell with these fights could go any way. Like Viper 1 versus Team Sinister, or 00 versus Team Sinister. I was doubting my pick a little bit on 00 when I saw the Saber. I was like, they got to fly that thing perfectly. Their teamwork and synergy was really good, and it can vary match to match. I think Shadow Moses has a really good chance. I mean, obviously, some of the best PvP pilots that we know. Liberty Reapers, though, fantastic pilots. I could see either of these teams, taking it all the way. Really rooting for 00, though. You guys played those strats, and I like to see the different ships and the different strats. That's really fun. So that's my kind of, I don't want to say underdog, but that's kind of what I'm rooting for is 00.
Awesome. What are your teams? What are your thoughts coming up here, Papa Freedom, on these rest of the bracket here?
I think I'm gonna go Team Honk against Boosted Animals. Boosted Animals, they just took a loss from Shadow Moses. Coming down, Team Honk got a win. They have the momentum. They showed the spirit, the chemistry to flying together. So I'm gonna go Team Honk there. 00 and Viper 1. I think that's gonna be another really even, close fight. I have no pick there because that one I'm really interested just to learn from. And then right now the talk of the town, Liberty Reapers versus Shadow Moses in a winner's bracket for the first L for the team, for either team in the tournament, is going to be an absolute sweaty grudge match. These teams have bad blood. They've been rivals since their beginning, and they will put out every effort to kill each other. So this is going to be either really exciting or really long and drawn out because they're going to be fighting to win, because neither one of these teams want to lose to each other. But I think if I have to go down who's going to win, I'm going to go with SM on that one. You know, EU, Liberty's Reapers, they're very strong, but I think SM's got some surprises to show them.
All right, here we go. Then we got Liberty Reapers EU versus Shadow Moses Raisin. We got Haiba and Bogdoggle. They're going to be on the Buccaneer and Talon, so a little bit of a change here. And then we got Shadow Moses Raisin. We got Fresh as Ice and Kotobuki Riona in the Talon and Blade. So we're going to be going right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Our matches are ready, and I hope you guys are enjoying the consistent matches because we're zooming, baby. Thank you so much to CIG for at least putting some type of custom lobbies because you guys are making it a lot of fun here. But let's shoot it over to Xperia and Kronzi, who's going to continue breaking down the matches for you guys. And let's get this one up next.
And welcome back once again, everyone, for another round. We're in the winners bracket again, and we've got a big one here, Xperia. Liberty's Reapers EU versus Shadow Moses Racing. And if you know anything about the PvP community, which Xperia, I know for a fact you do, you know a lot about these two orgs. This is going to be a big one. Are you excited?
I am very excited. I will be rooting for my guys, but it's going to be a good fight either way. And Liberty Reapers using the Buck, which is quite it's an odd choice. I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out versus the two live fighters. And here we go, they start moving towards each other.
Yeah, match already underway. An interesting thing that I do want to talk about with these teams. Once again, they're both in the winners brackets, but we have seen these guys fight each other quite a bit over the course of the last few years and all of our fight or flights. So kind of a big story, at least in terms of, you know, trying to outdo each other as we head towards the finals. And I would not be surprised if in a moment's time, regardless of what happens with this match, if we see them again later. Let's see who's going to be the aggressor in this first fight as they come in through Kotobuki, looking at Haiba and Bogdoggle.
Some shots going in between Fresh and Bogdoggle right there. Trying to take out that Talon. Buccaneer is less of a threat in a situation like this. And it's running away to try and get that blade. Bogdoggle getting a couple shots on Kotobuki there. Shield's going down on Jerry.
Finally committing to a fight, and the Blade's going to take some serious damage here. Still alive, but I think it might have lost a wheel there. And for a second there, I thought we lost Bogdoggle as they changed their view mode. But yeah, we can see a little bit of red there on the Blade as they pass through. Yeah. Buccaneer is going to.
But Bogdoggle also taking some damage in that Talon, and the Buck got its shields down on the Buck, so quite an even trade there, I think.
Yeah, some pretty fair fights here. So much so far. We can see a little bit of that. The tail of the Talon is red. Not much else happening across the board. So, you know, still sort of deciding how they want to commit to these fights. A little bit more cautious than some of our last rounds have been.
Yeah, the teams are currently looking at the scoreboard to try and see who's done more points of damage. So that's what's happening there. I think that's quite an interesting tactic.
It is. It obviously makes a lot of sense. You know, you can sort of then change your priorities about how you want to next engage and get like that little bit of extra information rather than just, you know, does this vehicle look a little red? And sort of get there. So here we go. Big fight. Talon v Talon. Looks like Fresh as Ice is going to lose out on that fight. And are they going to be able to punch it all? Who knows? Both shields go down.
Quite hard on Fresh there in the Buck. Fresh is in the chaff right now, trying to get some shots on Bogdoggle.
And down
Jerry getting some damage on that Buck.
Yeah, Buccaneer's shields go down. Will they be able to get out in time? It looks like they will.
Yep.
Once again, it's very, very cautious. We haven't had fights like this that have been so selective, you know. And
neither team wants to. No one wants to lose this one. This is a very tense fight.
Yeah, very much so. I imagine it's going to be one of those sort of situations where the second that one team just oversteps slightly, that'll be the end of the round. You know, it's
as
everyone
soon as someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if that's about to happen here, as it looks like they're approaching each other possibly once again for another fight in. It does look like Fresh as Ice's Talon has taken a little bit of damage on the right wing there. I don't know. We'll see if they're able to capitalize here. Here we go.
Bogdoggle skirting past that Talon, deciding to go for the Blade instead. Blade taking some damage. Switching back to Fresh. Bogdoggle sort of losing out on that there. Oh, but
yeah,
Fresh taking some very, very strong damage from the Buck.
Yeah, here we go. We're actually seeing some proper hull damage there. The Buccaneer had lost its shields a little bit earlier, but was able to get around onto the Talon and put some pressure on. Looks like we've lost a wing on the Talon. We're in spin land, everyone. And, I mean, that's what we were talking about. One wrong move could have been the end of it, so...
I think that's kind of it. Unless Kotobuki can get a pick on that Talon. It's gonna be tough.
Looks like we've got control back. Maybe not so much, but I mean, there was already just so much damage being applied. They've really just got to, all LR really have to do is just get back into the fight and just pressure on this Talon, take it out, and finish up on the Blade. Though we can even see on the Blade there, you got a little bit of damage there on the right wing as well. So not been so lucky in some of these passes.
Yep, I mean, Buck's moving in to try and kill the Blade there. Blade is backstrafing, trying to get some good damage on, but ultimately loses the shield trade and is taking some damage now. So
yeah,
okay,
he's able to get the shield off
some
the
damage
Talon as well. Yeah, so was able to turn it around a little bit and survives just ever so slightly. Looks like the left wing is all but gone from the Blade, but still not backing away from the fight. Just going to make sure that they're able to get out a little bit, get some shields back, come back, maybe fight more on this Talon, which looks like most of the sustained damage for Team LR has been. But, I mean, fresh as ice, just sort of missing from the battle at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's not over until he dies as well, so you never know.
Here we go, big fight between Hiba and Kotobuki. Looks like just a trade as they pass through each other, and not much sustained damage. That we're going to see Bogdoggle also come up against the back of Kotobuki.
LR is really playing the fact that they have 2 ships versus 1, so they're just dancing around trying to make sure that they never get their shields out. And there we go, Hyber kills Kotobuki.
Kotobuki gone, and it would be a miracle, but a hilarious miracle if we did see Fresh as Ice able to pick this one back up. As I imagine at this stage, we're just going to make sure they can find Fresh as Ice to actually eliminate them. But looks like we're seeing a self-destruct. There we go. So that is going to be round number 1 for LREU against Shadow Moses, with just some absolutely fantastic fighting. And from what it feels like so far today, the most evenly paired pilots we've seen.
I'd say so, yes. And the Buck is definitely you play it so differently in these 2v2s. So even in the pilots, even the way you fly is very different. And we need to see how Shadow Moses will adapt in the next round. See if they can even it out.
Yeah. So once again, I imagine we're going to see a run it back of vehicles and weapons here, as we've been seeing with a lot of our matches today. Once again, just sort of not as much reason to do counter picking, does not give you as much of an advantage as it might have in other metas, or hopefully future metas that we get with these events. But yeah, round 1-1 goes to LREU. This is the winner's bracket, again, as a reminder. So the loser of this match will not be out of the tournament, but will have to fight their way back up the top to actually get there. So we're going to make sure everyone's using the right vehicles, everyone's got the right weapons, and then we'll be getting into round number 2.
Yeah, and it's good to know that, like, whatever happens here, either team won't be fully out. There's still more opportunities. Yep. As well as that, both teams have multiple and like teams in the tournament. So like Shadow Moses has 3. I think LR has 2. If I am not mistaken. They have an EU and NA. I could be wrong, but
they did have an NA. I believe, unfortunately, they were eliminated in the losers round 3.
Oh, wow.
If I am looking at the correct team. So this may... Oh, no, they do have another team. Sorry, they had 2 teams in NA, it looks like. So one of their teams was eliminated in losers round number 3, and we'll be seeing another one of their teams later on, I think. Yeah, that does appear to be right. So, not only that, just as a spoiler for the Americas side, Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers NA will be fighting again in the winners bracket in the American side. So we have a lot of LR v Shadow Moses today. So you know, I feel like there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
Absolutely, it's going to be good to see. I think there's also some AVS in the US side, so that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, very much so. In
Anyway,
fact, we could
round
actually.
two.
There is a way that we could see a Shadow Moses against Shadow Moses fight for the winners.
I really hope that happens. It'll be so funny.
But for right now, we're watching Liberty Reapers EU versus Shadow Moses Racing with. Sorry, is my brain working? Yes, that is the correct part. With Viva and Bogdoggle against Fresh as Ice and Kotabuki. We've got a lot of Google Sheets in front of us, guys, so we can get all the information to you. And sometimes I forget what is what.
It's quite a large spreadsheet. It's easy to get lost. All right,
I
here
love
we
it,
go.
though. It means we get a lot of information.
Teams moving together. Oh, this is tense. I won't lie. It's tense as a member of one of these orgs.
Do you get kicked out of the org if they lose?
Oh, I hope not. I've been asked to be as biased as I can, and I'm refraining.
All right, who's going to be the aggressor in this one? I wonder if they will be a little bit more aggressive than they were last time. Though I'm feeling we're going to see another very slow match for the start of this until someone just makes one small mistake. Here we go. We've got Fresh as Ice harassing Bogdoggle here, but neither of them able to get a solid amount of damage on. The encounter's not going great for them. Buccaneer takes shield damage.
I guess his shield's down actually.
Yeah, there we go. Fresh as Ice.
Bogdoggle and Fresh
shields not too trading after.
Hyber taking some damage while shield's down. That's good to see some damage on the Buck because it rarely actually seeds being focused because it's so fast.
Yeah, looks like Kotabuki and Fresh Ice were able to get
even
through there on those first few passes. Were able to sort of capitalize on actually getting some damage applied there, but it was very slow at the start. They couldn't find exactly the spot to get there until Hibber was able to take down Fresh's Ice shields, and then everyone just got aggressive. So we'll see what happens once they come back in for another pass.
Both teams regrouping. Looks pretty even in terms of damage, and just based off the HUD. So a very low stake trade there. I think the Buck did take some damage, but to a pretty non-important area. So
yeah, I will say one of the big advantages of being able to use Arena Commander for these fights now is you actually get to see properly when damage is being applied. You get to see the points. It's certainly nicer from a spectator point of view.
All right, Talon looking at Talon and Buck looking at Blade. So Fresh just taking some pot shots, trying to get that shield down. But taking damage from the Buck.
Here we go.
Here we go, actually. Bogdoggle taking some good shield damage. Trying to get into
lots of
nav.
damage being applied to Bogdoggle. Looks like shields on Kotabuki and Fresh's Ice just barely touched for the moment. Will they be able to fully take advantage? Not sure. They're going to move on to the Buccaneer. They're going to get shields down. And they're going to get some damage applied. Not a crazy amount at the moment, but they might be able to chase up further and get a bit more as Bogdoggle is going to come back in with full shields. Looks like we might be seeing another regrouping here. But from what I could tell, it seems like LR lost out on that encounter.
Yeah, Shadow Moses definitely got ahead in that trade. You can see Hyber's engine is red. The warning lights are on inside that cockpit. So he's definitely a little bit worse for wear there.
Yeah, it seems like they were able to sort of just focus on Bogdoggle, get it so that he had to run out, you know, sort of reposition, and then they were able to just punish Hibber a little bit for the encounter. So we're going to get back into it again as we're going to rejoin each other. Everyone's shields back up, weapons are back up, we're ready for another fight. We'll see if we get them in the right position for a punish.
Yeah, both Talons just trying to get each other's shields down as usual. Bogdoggle switching to Kotabuki to try and get the Blade, which is more of a threat than the Talon in this stage, I think. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Kotobuki gets Bogdoggle in the Talon. And now it's just Buck versus 2.
Yeah, huge elimination there. And there we go. Both gone. That is going to be round number 2 for Shadow Moses, which means we are once again going to a game number 3, a round number 3 for this fight. And yeah, wow, these have been just perfect examples of pilot skill here. It's been really, really amazing to watch just like the very small differences or the very small mistakes that they've been able to just heavily punish from both sides. So it's gonna be a really fun round 3.
Yeah, I mean this is gonna be tense. This one, I think it's gonna be very slow, very methodical, just trying to play it so safe until tiny slip up and then capitalizing. Oh, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, very excited for this one. A reminder, once again, this is the winner's bracket. So whoever loses here is not out of the competition, but has a bit more of a slog to get back into the winners. And it could be either team's game at the moment, as we are 1-1. Liberty's Reapers, EU, and Shadow Moses Racing. And this will not be all that we're going to see of LR and SM. They have a lot of teams in this event, as they are, 2 of the largest orgs for PvP, especially with these kinds of events that we see in the community. So there's a lot more grudge matches to come. Whoever wins here is going to need to prove that they can do it again very soon.
Yep. And once again, teams being checked and moving out.
Yep. Now it looks like, sorry, I did just notice as well, it looks like we're getting rid of the Buccaneer. We finally have our first, first change of ship. So, yeah, we've got Blade and Talon. So we're going to be running a mirror match here, which also, I believe, is our first mirror match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. As we've had a lot of Blades and Sabers, a lot of Talon Sabers. This is the first time, I believe, that we've had a full mirror match. So, yeah, that's going to be a really, really interesting one. Obviously, they don't have as much faith in the Buccaneer necessarily as they had before. Yeah, this I'm really interested to see, because it's one of those things where it's like, well, now that they're changing their ship, they're making maybe a bit of a more meta call. It's like, well, was it worth it? Were you maybe a bit more well-versed in the Buccaneer? Have you maybe practiced too much in the Buccaneer? Or have you been playing this all along? Have you been practicing for the Blade, and maybe you'll get there? I'd love to hear from them at some point in the next few days, whatever it is, of why they made the Buccaneer choice and why they're swapping back now to the Blade, because yeah, we just haven't seen it yet.
I'm sure there will be lots of conversations about this fight that's about to happen. So, gonna be good to hear. And here we go. Round 3 is on. Both teams moving in.
Final round of match number 40. Winners bracket. Liberty's Reapers EU versus Shadow Moses Racing. Whoever wins moves on through the winners bracket. Whoever loses is going to have to slug their way through the losers bracket, where we saw some great competition earlier. This has been a fantastic day so far, and this has been one of my favorite rounds to watch. Let's see what happens in round number 3.
Some early shots going on. Talon versus Talon. Bogdoggle taking perhaps a little bit more damage there, but not enough to really snowball.
Yeah, I feel like we're very much going to see a very similar thing to what we did in the first 2 rounds. We're going to see some very careful picking of fights in the early part of the round until someone slips up, and then they just try to punish and then punish again. I will say this is probably the first time in all these 3 rounds where we've stayed at around this rate. There's a lot less jumping in for these sort of like 20-second fights before running away.
Yeah.
But not being able to be right up in their face, not being able to apply as much damage, a lot more missed shots in this situation.
Yeah, both teams really just trying to take that range battle, see if they can cause enough pressure to maybe snowball into a fight that actually gets a bit closer, but so far, not really.
Yeah, just kind of peppering all over the place at the moment, as Kotobuki is going to come up and try to target Hiba here. We're going to see a little bit of trading of damage here. Some shields are going to get hit, but nothing super significant. We'll see what happens with Bogdoggle coming around, and there's more damage being applied to the Blade. They're going to swap over to the Talon and see what they can do there as Bogdoggle tries to get out.
That was still just a shield trade. Oh, Fresh's shields are down. Bogdogger's shields down. Both Talons sort of dueling right now. Bogdogger's in nav. Missiles being thrown to try and snipe him out. I don't see much damage get applied to Bogdogger there, but it definitely was a slight trade win for Shadow Moses there.
Yeah, speaking of, Bogdoggle is going to go... oh no, we're in nav mode. I've got to remind myself every time shields go down. Sometimes they just try to get out of the way, but... yeah, just trying to reorganize themselves. And yeah, it was mostly just a trade of shields. The second that the shields went down, they were just gone. They were out of there super quickly. And yeah, this may be an even slower round than the first two. We're going to be even more careful here.
Here we go again. Once again, Talon's just looking to get each other's shields down. Oh, there we go. Bogdoggle's shields going down.
Bogdoggle shields are low, shields are down, damage being applied. They're staying on top of Bogdoggle. It's only a matter of time. If they do not get out of there, they are gonskis. Ooh, it looks like we're going to target swap here, but that was huge. You can also see Kotobuki, shields down for that blade. Bogdoggle was taking some damage there too, but going to get out of the way. Never mind, shields going back down as Fresh as Ice pulls around to try to focus on Hibber. Yeah, wow, it looks like we're fully into a fight here. At least in that first encounter, though, it looks like...
yeah, that was another solid trade from Shadow Moses, and
yeah,
I think significant damage on Bogdoggle. It didn't look like that much from points, but it looked like some good flashes there. So we'll see. Once again,
certain the both Talons are not in pristine condition at this stage. The encounters definitely didn't work out for them.
But I think Fresh might be a little bit ahead in terms of HP. So.
Well, we'll find out very momentarily. It looks like we're going to come in for another fight here. Fresh as Ice, 700 meters. Let's go. Damage being applied. Shield's going to almost drop from Bogdoggle. Looks like Fresh as Ice was completely fine coming in from that. Some great trades there. The blade, shields go down. Huge damage on the blade.
So much damage.
Hibber almost down. That's got to be close. There goes an arm, and there goes the ship. Hibber down. Fresh as Ice going to take that elimination. We are down a blade. Kotobuki was very low shield-wise. You can see there was a lot of damage applied there as well. But Bogdoggle now on the back foot. This is going to be a super, super hard one to come back from. Well done, Fresh as Ice. A great elimination.
That was a really great sort of team fight. You saw that Bogdoggle got pressured away by Fresh, and then Fresh just instantly switched to Hibber, who was in a really bad spot. Yep. Here we go. The final stand from Bogdoggle. Taking a lot of damage.
Down goes one of the back wings. It's only a matter of time. They are staying right on top of Bogdoggle.
There we go.
There we go. Fresh as Ice going to take that elimination down, which means Shadow Moses are going to take win number 3. Or win number 2, round number 3 for this match in the winner's bracket, and they are going to advance onwards. Liberty Reapers are going to have to slug it up a little bit from the losers bracket. Hopefully, we're going to see them fight again very, very soon. I know Xperia was very excited for that one. We'll throw it back to the
it's...
All right, what a matchup. Damn, that was close. A lot of strategizing, a lot of communicating. That was absolutely, like, this is some high-level PvP shit. And anyways, let's go straight over to you guys. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this last matchup. Going to match number 3, going the distance, and Shadow Moses Racing's coming out on top, going into the first team, going into the grand finals.
Are you sweating? Because I'm sweating, and I know they're sweating. So that was some excellent, excellent group disengaging, regrouping, biding your time, maximizing your resources. SM taking the advantage with that coordinated fire. I think that, you know, with the blade, the Talon Buck combination, LR's getting split up, SM staying in more tight. You know, they lost that first round, but then they kind of regrouped, came in, got that coordinated fire, had those really great switches on target. Once one of the LR members decided to do a disengage, I noticed that both Bogdoggle and Hibber were really committing to the disengages in the nav mode, while SM was committing to the fight. They wanted to get the damage in, they wanted to fight, and ended up pushing LR out, separating them a bit, and able to coordinate their fire onto one single opponent and coming out on top. And that was very high level, very skillful, very, very sweaty. And you could tell, Nobody wanted to overcommit, make a mistake, and just a great fight all around.
Yep. Zero State, give us your thoughts on this last matchup, man. I love seeing, everybody was very tight, staying around that 1 kilometer range and trying to get hits and see if those hits were going to land to be able to, jump in. But give us your thoughts on this one here. That was really freaking cool, and that was really freaking
It was
close.
really tight. I mean, we love to see 3 fight matches. I think those are the most exciting. Obviously, it gives more, more pressure in that third fight, more excitement. I think that both teams really came into it, and I imagine they said to themselves, we got to stick to our strat and we'll win, right? Liberty Reapers came out in the first fight with the Buccaneer. They made good trades. Shadow Moses started out that fight keeping up the speed, keeping high energy, trying to mitigate that Buck speed and try to spread them apart, which the Buck is, noted for that, where it kind of gets away from its wingman. Liberty Reaper just, they came in and they took out, I think, a wing on Fresh. And then the fight was, kind of just a slow slog to the end from there. In the second fight, I think Liberty Reapers didn't feel like they had to adjust their game plan quite as much. Shadow Moses does a great job. One of the things, I have fought Shadow Moses before. One of the best things they do is they are malleable, right? They find something that doesn't work and they go a different direction. And in the second fight, I think they did that really well. They focused the Buck early. They really tried to get it damaged. They damaged, I think, the left wing and the left engine. And they just kind of wore down Liberty Reapers. And then, of course, in the third match, I think the story for me was that Fresh as Ice was doing such a good job. I just kept focusing on Fresh, waiting to pounce and just waiting for those moments to pounce.
Yeah.
Switching targets perfectly, laying down the damage. The awareness was 12. I wrote that down on my notes. It said awareness for Fresh, 12 out of 10. So,
Easily.
For me, I'm not saying that there was a amazing piloting, but Fresh with that awareness was the MVP of that third fight.
Wow.
The distance
Good
control.
call out. Yeah, good call out there. I mean, we've seen him already. His hits are very, very on point. And I mean, do you guys think, right? We'll kick it off to you for Zero on this one. Do you guys think that Liberty Reapers switching out of that Buccaneer because they won round number 1? Do you think they should have stayed, or do you think the switch was warranted after round 2?
I think the switch was warranted. I think that was a good move by Liberty Reapers. I think that they realized that Shadow Moses kind of figured out what they wanted to do against the Buck in fight 2, and they said, that's not going to work anymore. It didn't work in fight 2.
Yep.
Shadow Moses is too good. They're going to keep it figured out. They're going to try to separate us. They're going to work really hard to kite us apart.
Yep.
So I think the change was a good change. I just, I think at that point it was, I think it was a mirror match. And they both tried to stay really tight together. That's why we kind of saw the longer, drawn-out match. Shadow Moses just came out on top with Fresh, just playing that perfectly.
Gotcha. And same question to you, Freedom, if you have anything to add to that question.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight again on Fresh's, distance control there. You saw during the Talon engage. I'm speaking on the third fight. The Talons were peppering each other, right? They're kind of like doing like a little dance and a little play, and then the Blades are back behind looking for that snipe opportunity. That opportunity to come in either atop or below, and get in and apply that damage close range. And you could see Fresh was just watching Haiba that whole time. Haiba started to try to just creep in, get in there, get that position, and Fresh was like, nope, I'm gonna pull up and I'm gonna pull out, keep him there. And then once that kind of little gameplay wore off, Fresh and Kotobuki were very, very close together. They were tight, coordinated fire, and then that's what I think it was the ultimate deciding factor, is that coordinated fire on that single ship really does win you matches.
Yep. Awesome. Well, let's jump right into the next matchup. And by the way, thank you guys so much for watching from home here. The top 8 Fighter Flight Finals presented by iConCity dominate the game. This is the EMEA region finals. So thank you guys so much for joining us. But we got Boosted Animals versus Team Hung. We got Tak and Dread Pirate C. Roberts from Germany. Alan Saber once again, and then Telva and Watermelon going Blade Talon here. Really quickly, guys, take a quick couple seconds. We'll start with you, Public Freedom, real quick. What are your predictions here?
I'm thinking, the best, showcase right now is Talon Blade. Very strong combo, very good DPS, very good catchability, pressure, coordinated fire. But, you can't sleep on that Saber. If you allow that Saber to sneak up and go unchallenged, that Saber will delete the Blade on a pancake. So, you know, if for the Blade Talon combo to come out on top, you got to be very aware of that Saber, pressure that Saber, get it off the field, and then clear out the Talon afterwards.
Gotcha. Quick prediction here from you, Zero State.
I'm going to root for boosted animals here. I love to see the sabers being used. The key to me is, can that saber be used effectively? That's been the story for every saber pilot today. You know, it's kind of been a little bit challenging for players to do that. It's really easy for a Talon and a Blade to kind of outmaneuver the saber and get those pancakes in, little quick 2v1s and trade with it. If Dread Pirate C. Roberts can play that saber really, really well, utilize its stealth capabilities, pounce when you need to, disengage when you need to, and communicate with their wingman, then they might be able to come out on top.
Awesome. All right, well, here we go. Boosted Animals versus Team Honk, Croncy, and Xperia. On you, take it away.
No brakes on this train. We are already right in it, everyone. We have already begun. Croncy here with Xperia. We've got a big fight here. We are back in the losers bracket with Boosted Animals and Team Honk. And yeah, we've already begun engaging. We're right into it. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm gonna put my money on Boosted Animals here. I think after seeing how close the previous Team Honk fight was, I think Boosted Animals is the stronger team, despite the saber. So yeah, gonna be an interesting one to see.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Well, here we go. We're seeing a big fight here between Dread Pirate and Telva. Some shots being exchanged, but all the way through that shaft. Get yourself into a position. Can you take the blade down? We're going to see the shields go down pretty heavily here, but still up. Maybe we're back in. Who knows? We're going to try to... we're getting harassed by Watermelon over there as well. It's sort of a mess here, all this shaft. But there we go. Telva is going to get taken down by attack. The entire time was just kept unchecked. And we're gonna see the blade go down. So now we are Talon and Saber against Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Watermelon already taking some hull damage here. Can he go down?
Only a matter of time.
Currently in Nav. Looks like Tech trying to Nav drop on him, perhaps.
Very possibly. Regardless, it's going to be a hard one for him to get back out of it. And yeah, just a huge early elimination there, getting the blade out of the way of Telva. There was that huge fight that we saw. We were in the perspective of Dread Pirate, just trying to keep Telva on their toes, but Tak able to come in from the side and just like crush it. So yeah, this is going to be wild. We'll see what can happen here. But first round down. Remember, this is the losers bracket. Whoever loses this match, not this round, but whoever loses this match as total will be out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a hard one for either team to get past the next few, which is against the Liberty Reapers. I think that's going to be a tough matchup. I think the final will be the same Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers team. So,
well,
here we go.
They're going to have to beat these teams first as we get back into this fight. We're going to see if they can take down this Talon here. They're harassing pretty heavily. Tak and Dread Pirates run on top. We see shields go down. We're seeing damage being applied as that point total goes up. And whoa, still staying in there, surprisingly. Fighting through all this chaff, just trying to get the target long and to get some damage in. There we go. Watermelon is going to get eliminated by Dread Pirate C. Roberts. And first round goes to Boosted Animals. A quick one.
Yeah, that was a good round one. I'm very early elimination there on Telva, so that very much swayed the fight.
A bit of whiplash going from the last round between SM and LR that everyone was being super tight and super careful and everything, into just this very aggressive round. But I do love the aggressive rounds. They feel they're very fun to watch for sure. So maybe we'll see a little bit more of that here. Now, yeah, once again, Boosted Animals with the Talon and the Saber against Team Honk with the Blade and the Talon. We saw this happen a little bit earlier with Boosted Animals when they fought against Shadow Moses RCG a couple of rounds ago, and it obviously did not work out too much for them last time. But maybe capitalizing on it a bit more this time. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this next round should be. I still think Boosted Animals is gonna pull through this, but I do like their saber use. Honestly, they're playing it very well so far.
yeah, once again, I'm really happy that we're getting to see a little bit of fancy saber damage across the board in a couple of these rounds, making me very excited. So hopefully we get to see it a little bit more. But you know, as we push in towards these grand finals, you know, we've only got a couple of matches left for EMEA. I'm a little bit concerned that the Saber may not be able to pull it off, unfortunately, after everything we've seen. But in terms of this round, in terms of what they're going to be able to do here, I just feel like they were so perfectly able to position the blade in this awkward spot and just punish them for you know, running away and whatnot, that we ended up in a great spot. So
Same thing that happened in the previous fight that Team Honk was in, honestly, with the buck. So we want to see if Team Honk is going to try and adapt and try and prevent that from happening again, or if it's going to happen again. But yeah, round 2 looks like it's about to start. So
yeah, so let's hear from you all in chat. Are you a Team Honk or are you a Boosted Animals? As we get into round number 2 of this losers bracket elimination match. Whoever gets, if Boosted Animals take this round here, they'll be moving on. Team Honk have 2 rounds that they need to win back to back, so their backs are up against the wall. It's going to take them a little bit to get there as we get the countdown going. And here we go. We are pushing in. Let's find out where our opponents are, and let's get aggressive. Let's see what we can do.
Team Honk trying to ping for that saber, see if they can find it. I don't think the stealth is particularly useful, but it is a factor for sure.
Yeah, it feels like as long as you're using it like almost perfectly, I'm sure there are definitely situations where you can get you can find people out of position just by using it. But with the sort of caliber of pilots that we have, I imagine that that'll be few and far between. But who knows? We still have quite a few matches left to go, and we're going to see the saber a couple more times, I think, before that ends. So looks like we've maybe found each other. We're a little bit reluctant to get in for a fight yet. A little bit early.
Yeah, I mean, this is potential elimination for Team Honk, so they really don't want to lose this. So I fully understand them being very selective in their engagements. And some shots there from the stealth from the saber. That's
I was gonna say, if the signature was not a giveaway, I'm sure the laser bullets coming across your bow certainly were. Here we go. We're going to see this first encounter. We're going to try to target Telvar, try to get some shields down on that blade, but able to maneuver themselves out of the way in that first run. We're going to see another pass come through from Dread Pirate C. Roberts, but it's really struggling to get back on top of here. But this is exactly what we saw happen in the first way. If the Talon comes around and does some damage, we'll get through here, though we can see the shields went down. A little bit of damage being applied to the blade, and it's only a matter of time, maybe, until it goes away. But Tak also shields down.
Telvar getting some very heavy damage there. I think he's about to go down here. Loses both wings, so 2 guns down. Still taking fire. Is out in Nav now, so now it's Watermelon is still in the fight. Now he's going Nav as well, so both of them trying to get out just to reset.
While not a full elimination, obviously it's going to make Telvar much less of a threat over the course of the next coming engagements, and obviously, you know, only a couple more good volleys are going to take him down. So we'll regroup here. We'll get our shields back up, get our weapons back up, and we'll try to figure out what we can do. But you know, obviously, huge result here for Tak and Dread Pirate if they're able to take it.
Yeah, see if they can punish this the sort of lack of self-preservation from that blade and punish as they both look for each other.
I do have to say, I just saw a message from one of our directors calling the blade without the wings the Blade Nugget, which I will be calling it for the rest of my life. That is a fantastic name. And CRG, when will we be releasing the Blade Nugget? Come on, it sounds like a great variant.
Racing variant. All right, 4K out now. Telvar quite far behind Watermelon, trying to just avoid fire, keep those 2 guns on as long as they can.
Look at the. Sorry, I just saw the blade there on Dread Pirates UI. And it's just it is very funny to look at. And here we go. We're going to see some damage applied into the blade. Going to try to take it down for that last few precious
there we go.
HP it has, and there it goes. Down goes the blade. We are back to a 2v1. Watermelon down as well. As its attack. Not sure what happened there. Very interesting. But that is going to mean Dread Pirates C. Roberts is going to take it, and Boosted Animals are going to take round number 2 and the match, advancing forwards in the losers round. We're going to go right back to the desk.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was a quick one, even though they try to strategize a little bit there. But starting off with you, Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts about Boosted Animals versus Team Honk here.
It's kind of hard to be really excited after that LR SM sweaty fight. This one was a bit more, very demure, very calm, esque style fight. No, they did good. They had good coordinated fire. Nobody was really committing to a full disengage. The teams were coming in. They wanted to fight. They wanted to brawl it out. And that's what you saw. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I didn't see anything really crazy exceptional. I did notice that, the Talon Blade combination still just feels superior compared to the Saber. The Saber by Dread wasn't really flown correctly. He's here in a 1v1, duking it out, face to face with a blade on your backside. It's a very dangerous situation for a Saber to do that. So, but overall, fun fights. Sorry that the team has to get knocked out, but it's this fight or flight. You either win or out.
Yep, 100%. Totally agree. And while Boosted Animals moves forward, I want to give a big shout out to Team Honk. Some of these replays is fun. It kind of looked like I think it was a collision there towards the end. Unfortunately, but shout out to Team Honk. Thank you so much for participating. Zero State, give us your thoughts here on this fight. Boosted Animals versus Team Honk.
Something I'm noticing in some of these fights is I'm paying attention to the modes that everybody's in. And one of the biggest things that I'm seeing is I'm seeing coupled mode a lot more often than I thought I would see. Both Telva in the Blade and Dread in the Saber were coupled for that first fight. The Saber was flowing really well. I think, Boosted did a good job of kind of controlling that fight, and the same held in fight 2 as well. Honk stayed really close together. I think they probably had some conversation and comms between those matches and said, listen, we got to fight closer together. We got to take fights together. We got to focus together. And they did focus the Saber early, but I think they did get a little, discombobulated towards the middle of the fight. It just felt like Boosted took over that second fight. It kind of seemed like most of the things were at their leisure. When Telva lost the wings, of course, that's going to put them way down. They're down about half a ship at that point, right? So I kind of wrote in my notes, Boosted is just kind of controlling this fight. It just kind of felt like they were calm, collected. They stuck to their game plan, and they were able to discombobulate the enemy, and it did really well for them.
Well, let's see if they can continue to push that forward into, the losers semis. But our next losers quarters finals is coming up here soon. We got Team Viper 1 versus Team 00. So let's take a quick look at that, man, because we're coming down to our last few matches, and our grand finals will be best of 5. It's not going to be best of 3. It's going to be best of 5 here. But we got Sick and Hain from Germany again versus 00. DZ Gutaway versus Spatial Monkey from Spain. We saw that incredible maneuverability from Spatial Monkey. But real quick, let's start off with you, Zero State. Give us your predictions here for this upcoming matchup here, Viper 1 versus 00.
Man, I can't help but root for the Sabres. I love to see them. I think I'm going to go 00 here. I love the namesake. They did spell 0 wrong, but we'll let them have it. All right. We've seen some really good gameplay, from Spatial. Particularly, I've taken really good note that, it just seems like they're really on point today. So I think we'll see 00 take this. Again, that's just my guess. I'm just a guy in a chair, right? But it should be a really good match.
Are you now just a guy in the chair? All right. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts of this next matchup coming up, Viper 1 versus 00.
I'm just a guy in a chair with a bandana. I'm going with 00. 00, I'm really impressed by DZ's ability to pilot the Saber. So I give the Saber combo, advantage to DZ. And Spatial is also very solid in that Blade, proving that he can take on a 1v1 under gun, with damage. He can still pull out that win on top of it. So I'm going to stick with 002 with the incorrectly spelled Zero State. And yeah, this should be a good match. I'm glad the Sabres are here. It's good to see some variety in the ships, but the Blade is dominating.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look at this mirror match here. Saber versus Blade mirror match. I mean, they got a Saber comment, so it's kind of like almost a mirror match. But anyways, Crunchy Xperia, you guys are ready to go. Take it away. Let's see how this next match goes.
Hello again, everyone. Another losers bracket quarterfinal. Here we go with Viper 1 and 00. Saber and Blade against Saber Comet and Blade. How are we doing so far, Xperia? We're getting close to the end of the EMEA.
Yeah, very exciting to see a Saber mirror match of all things. Not what I was expecting, but it's happening, and it's we'll have to see if they stick with this comp throughout the entire match.
Yeah, like it obviously the talent has been proving that it is an amazing ship throughout the course of the entire tournament so far, but the Saber being a choice for so many teams, I feel like this is likely due to the buffs, and they've sort of just been like, you know what, it probably gets there, but it doesn't. I don't know if what I'm trying to say makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to say that, like, you know, there was these buffs to the Saber that makes it enticing, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And you sort of want to push for it, but it hasn't.
A lot of people
performed
want
as
it to
well
work.
as you'd like. Exactly. Yes. So we'll see what happens here, though. Regardless, a Saber will win round number 1. So the question is it going to be the Saber controlled by Sick or the Saber controlled by ZZ Gutaway?
Alright, so a chaff early on to try and mask their signatures, but Sick taking some damage there. Shield's almost down on Sick. Not choosing to stay in the fight. He's going to take some serious damage here.
Yeah, big damage on Sick there, but Gutaway was also shields down with trying to force that encounter. Going to come back in for it as well. Exchanging a lot of damage, a little bit of damage on the wing there for Sick, but Gutaway able to get through scot-free.
Or Saber duel here. But
not just Saber duel, but a lot of damage coming across the board there. Both Sabers, huge damage on the center parts. We did miss it. There we go. Spatial Monkey is out of it. Sick is able to take it away. Or Hayne is able to take that away, sorry. And now we are Saber and Blade versus Saber. But, I mean, honestly, these Saber fights have been really interesting. I wonder who's going to get there first. It looks like... Looks like it's going to be Hayne. DZ Gutaway is gone as they're able to take that one. That was a lot faster than I was expecting, but I guess with the amount of damage that we've got on board here, it kind of makes sense.
Both teams really
stuck
stuck in. There was no disengaging.
Yeah. Yeah, they got in and they just no one left the entire time that we had the Sabers sort of just circling each other and yeah, you're exactly right. We had no instances of any regrouping. No one bugged out, and obviously it clearly ended up working for Viper 1. So round number 1, Viper 1 will take it, and we'll figure out what's going on with round number 2. That was really fast.
Yeah, that was a good match. Quite close with that Saber duel there, actually. It could have gone either way, but I think DZ just ran out of weapon capacitor a bit too early. Otherwise, almost certainly would have had the had Sick in that Saber. So yeah, very close.
Yeah, and then obviously
speaking of close, that was sorry,
we didn't get to see a lot of it, but obviously during that entire time, because we were very invested in the Saber fight, Hayne just able to get the run on Spatial Monkey and take that out. So the second that happened, especially with the state of both Sabers, it was essentially over. Just whatever extra DPS ended up coming over to the other Saber was going to be the winner. So yeah, we'll see if they're a bit safer in the next round. It looks like we're going to be seeing the same thing back to back here, possibly. Yes, it is. From what I can tell, the sheet that I'm looking at is incorrect. It says the 00 are running 2 Sabers, which is obviously not the case. We've got Saber and Blade once again. But at least we get to see him fight it again. So, yeah, what would you want to see them do differently? Do you really think it's just a case of like,
they need to play it a bit safer?
Yeah,
they really need to play a bit safer. Just if you're going into a fight that you definitely can't win, you need to get out. There's no loss of honor by just disengaging to come back in a bit. Like Unless you keep doing it, you need to play you need to play to win. Like, this is a tournament, you want to win. The fights need to be good, but you want to win, and to do that, you need to just play a bit safer. Commit when you want to. Punish mistakes. Don't just send yourself in trying to get some shields down and get some damage. You need to, play safe.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of sort of conversations between the pilots right now about how committed both sabers were to staying into the fight. They're probably going to try to, exploit that as much as possible in these first fights that they do here, as they get on ready for round number 2. Remember, Viper 1 are up 1 game. We are in the losers brackets once again. So whoever loses this match will be out of the tournament as we move towards the grand finals. So our competitors are going to start running towards each other, flying towards each other. We're going to get going, and we're going to see if 00 can turn this back in to a best of 3. But they've got a hill to go up.
Yeah. One thing I'm noticing with this fight and this set of players compared to the Shadow Moses and LR fight is these guys just aren't switching targets that often. They're focusing on a target. But then even if they have an opportunity to get some shots on, like the blade, for example, they're just sticking on the saber. And I think that's also part of their downfall. So, but both sides are very much doing that.
Just not capitalizing on the other ships being out of position as often, I guess. And
exactly, like your target prioritization is so important in these 2v2s, especially.
Of course, yeah. And speaking of, we're going to get back into it as they head towards each other for round number 2. Who's going to be the aggressor in this fight? We'll see. And who's going to come out on top? Maybe we'll be a bit more conservative compared to last round. And who knows? But it looks like Gutaway has a big... Oh, no, there we go. We're going straight for 6.
Saber shields down on both sides again. Good damage.
Damage being applied. Ooh, Gutaway.
Wow.
That was very, very quick. So there we go. And that is sick. We are now back to Blade v Blade, but Spatial Monkey's shields are completely down. And Hayne is still right on top of them. He's going to try to chase as much as possible. So, wow, yeah, huge first engagement. Those sabers just melting from both sides. And in this case, not even really getting the opportunity to try to run out. It was just so fast. That was really surprising.
Yeah, kind of instant death there. Really, they hard committed, and I think the blades were also focusing the opposite saber. So,
yeah, exactly. So, not too much of a surprise there. We'll see what happens once we get a little bit further here. A little bit of damage maybe being applied to having previously been applied to Spatial Monkey, but we'll get a better idea once we get through this encounter where shields are starting to be a little bit harassed on Hayne's side.
Yeah, I mean, both the shield trades looking reasonably even right now. Hayne's shield's definitely further down now, actually. So very tense 1v1 here.
But there we go, maneuvering back in, able to get the shields down to Spatial Monkey. We're trading blows here. Big damage being applied. Looks like Hayne is going to currently get ahead of that. And indeed they do. Spatial Monkey is gone, which means that's going to be a win for Viper 1, round number 2, and the match in the losers bracket quarterfinals. Well done, guys. We're going to be running into the next one very soon. As we are in the losers bracket now, it may take a little bit longer for us to set up, as we're going to have some teams going back to back in these finals. But we're going to throw it back to the desk and find out what just happened there.
Wow. Viper 1. Did they just like DM each other and said, "Yo, let's just meet in the middle and hash this out like men and women"?
Brawling, bro. We're just brawling.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. Papa Freedom, we'll start off with you, man. Break down this match for us.
Oh man, that was awesome. I'm so shocked. I was calling Spatial Monkey to win the 1v1. I felt like he was the better 1v1 pilot, but that last mag from Hayne was textbook. He waited, held his shots, and waited for Monkey to fly in flat, straight at him, and dumped those warlords in his face and just obliterated. And I had Monkey winning that 1v1. He was ahead in the shields, better position, but then just that flat trajectory that he did and the perfect trigger discipline by Hayne, that secured the fight and they moved on from that. Wow, that was really impressive.
Awesome to hear. Some incredible replays there as well. Zero State, your thoughts on this matchup coming up where Viper 1 definitely takes that 2-0 win?
Yeah, it was a brawl. It was fun to watch, but those gambles don't always pay off. Sometimes you brawl and it pays off and you win big. Sometimes you lose big. I think in this case, we just saw Viper 1 come out on top, right?
Yep.
I was kind of with Papa Freedom. We were messaging each other. We said, Spatial Monkey, like, I think this might be something where DZ just said, I'm going to trade my life. I'm going to take out this Saber, right? And then we're going to make it a 1v1 because we won that earlier. I think the only problem that Spatial Monkey ran into here is that the fight was at a much closer range, and Hayne was able to hit all those shots and just get them to center mass. Spatial Monkey, I feel earlier, did a really good job kind of dancing in the blade and winning that 1v1 that took a long time from a little bit longer range, 7 to 1,000 meters. In this case, they were in each other's face, and there was no escaping the damage.
Totally agree there. Well, let's take a quick look at our updated bracket here because we're down to a few teams left. We got right up there waiting in the grand finals is going to be Shadow Moses Racing. And then coming up next, we got Boosted Animals versus Viper 1 that right now Liberty Reapers is waiting for the winner of this matchup in the losers in the losers finals, and whoever wins that one, that losers final is going to go up to the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 matchup, not best of 3, best of 5. So that losers is going to need to win not only, one best of 5, but 2 best of 5s in order to be the champion. That is, the advantage of coming in from the winners bracket that, you're going to have to win 2 best of 5s in order to become the champion and stamp your ticket to CitizenCon 2954 to compete at Enter Atmosphere. So definitely going to be a tough one, but I think we're ready here. We're almost ready, but let's take a look at Boosted Animals versus Viper 1 coming up right now. And we have currently, we're still waiting for some ships, but I see Boosted Animals, TAC, and Dread Pirate, Talon Saber once again. So I see no changes. I think these teams are comfortable with what they're running, and some of them, other than Liberty Reapers, had that one change mid-round, which has been one match so far. But what do you guys think? Is Sick and Hayne going to stick with what they know, or do you guys feel like they're going to be switching here to get a different strategy?
It's what's going to be interesting to me is Viper 1 going to stay with the brawling tactic? Are they going to push hard and try to brawl again? Are we going to see that in this fight? And if that happens, how is Boosted Animals going to handle that? Are they going to stay evasive? Are they going to try to spread Viper 1 out? Is that aggression going to take play in this fight? And, how's that going to play out? That's going to be really interesting to watch.
Yep. Your thoughts here, Papa Freedom?
And this is going to be a good fight, too. I'm really, really excited about all of these fights coming up. It's going to be really, really sweaty, really high skilled. These teams care. They're putting in... every one of these teams that have been knocked out, they're putting their best effort. They're trying their hardest. They're getting their shots. They're trying to do their strats, doing anything possible. And it's just coming down to these 1-2 very little mistakes that, cost you the fight. But that's what separates good pilots from great pilots. The minimum amount of mistakes, the high pressure stake situation, staying calm, sticking to your plan, and capitalizing on your executions is going to get you that win. These teams are all showing that they are capable of doing that. It's a 50-50 for everything from here on out. It could go either way. Now it's all about endurance, concentration, and focus in the fight.
Yeah, well, you have right. If Viper 1 wins, they're going up against Liberty Reapers EU once again, which was one of the winner semifinal matches. And then if Boosted Animals win, then this is going to be the first time that they're fighting Liberty Reapers EU at this point. It seems like Boosted Animals, I feel like if they're going into that matchup straight away, I feel like it can throw off some of these top teams, and hopefully they can come out with that win. So, but I think on the higher tier, if you go in, you might make a mistake, and that's where some of these top teams are gonna catch you off guard. But let's jump right into the versus screen, and Boosted Animals versus Viper 1. And we have all of our cams up, but It's coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. We have around 3 matches left to go to crown our winner for the EMEA region, to see who's going to stamp their ticket all the way to CitizenCon to compete at Enter Atmosphere in front of over 1,200 people at Aviva Studios, home of Factory International. Make sure you guys grab your ticket if you're going to CitizenCon to Enter Atmosphere. And we're going to throw it over to Xperia and Croncy to give you that play-by-play. Take it away, guys.
Hello again, Xperia, and everyone else watching at home. The fantastic Fight or Flight tournament, one of my favorite tournaments throughout the entire year. We are now in the last few matches. We have a loser's bracket here. Boosted Animals against Viper 1. Xperia, how do you think today's going to go?
Oof, I'm honestly hard to say. Another Saber match, but this time with a Talon versus a Blade on the opposing team. So not quite a mirror match, but both teams use the Saber. I think my money's on Boosted Animals, but it's hard to say.
I gotta say, I've really been enjoying watching as many Sabers as we have today. We talked about it a little bit before, but it's been good. It's been quite enjoyable to see the Saber do some stuff, whether or not it's been you know, as good as maybe I had personally hoped it would be today. It's still been enjoyable to watch it out in the field. So we'll see what they can do here. A reminder, this is the loser's bracket. Whichever team loses this match is out of the tournament. And we only have a couple of matches left. Whoever wins is going to be going up against Liberty Reapers in the losers bracket final. So they've got a big fight ahead of them, but they've also got a big one here. And Team Boosted Animals back to back. They were in the last round, so a little bit extra pressure there for them. A little bit of extra sweat to put off their brows. See how it goes.
Yep. So both teams trying to use the chaff to... Oh, here we go. First shots on the Saber. Attack getting some good damage. Shields down on the Saber.
Yeah, real good damage. Shields down from Slick. Maybe out of the way to get out of their way. Not 100% sure. No, looks like we're getting back on there. Very hard to target through all that chaff, and a little bit of damage applied. We can see there it goes. Dreadpire Roberts is going to take out Sick. One Saber down. Tak does have quite a lot of damage applied to them as well. We might see that go down.
Tak's also wing, actually, so it's he's kind of out of the fight.
Yeah, it looked like it was maybe about to turn into a 1v1, but the Talon able to get out of the way after that. So very, very huge for Team Boosted Animals. They're in an obviously big advantage spot here, and they may take away round number 1. It is sort of the nature of 2v2s, where if you're not able to take out, like, if one of your teammates gets eliminated and you're not able to take out the other one really, really quick afterwards, it snowballs very quickly. So
yeah,
we do see the Saber's shields are down, so they're doing a big fight of it, but not quite enough for AIM to take it down.
Dread Pirate just trying to get out to regen the capacitors because he very much lost that trade there.
Tak going spinning off to the side there, so once again, another interesting tactic, making yourself black out from spinning. We do love StarCitizen. One of my favorite things that ever happens in StarCitizen is when you start spinning out. So very well could end up being a 1v1 now at this stage, just between Hane and Dread Pirate. We've had this situation a couple of times today before where it's been Saber versus Blade, and you know, it certainly feels like it can go either way.
Yeah, I think the Blade wins here. So we'll have to see how this goes. Saber took a bit of damage before. I didn't see if any damage went onto the Blade. Well, that was an interesting visual effect.
Yeah, that was whiting out there or something. Just making sure they're taking their performance enhancing drugs as we get back into this fight and we try to re-engage here. So yeah, not 100% sure what happened with Tak there. They were missing a bit of their wing. I guess they maybe just clipped it too much and ended up spinning out. They are still blacked out, so I imagine somewhere there at SPK they are still spinning. But yeah, here we go.
Blade playing very carefully there, just trying to waste the Saber's time, use their capacitors.
Yeah,
there we go.
Blade
goes in a bit.
Blade either. Yeah.
Get some good shield damage. And Saber's just kind of lost right now.
Yeah,
Not really
another big
sure where
volley
to
in
look.
here coming towards the Saber. Shields down. Can they apply any more damage? Looks like we go. Here we go. We're applying some hull damage. Make it a little bit more. Maybe it's starting to run away.
Yeah. Saber just managed to get in Nav. But again, more damage, more in the favor of the blade.
Yep. Just need to do that a few more times and you'll have it, Hayne. And there we go. Another flashbang there on Dread Pirate Robert's side. Some interesting new tech there, it seems. Maybe that's why they're bringing the Saber. They've got some interesting flashlights, maybe. Looks like we're about to fight another time as we approach once again. The Blade's been winning these very small volleys as Dread Pirates is going to come out of Nav, and yeah, we're going to see another fight here. Or not.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Both sides playing very
They get
carefully.
close and they start getting iffy.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Testing the waters a bit, a little bit of damage being applied to the shields, a couple of hits. Nothing coming from Hayne's way, but we've been seeing that a lot. There we go.
Yeah, Hayne was
right
when
the right position happens. Hayne's going to start unloading, and we can see Hayne getting some great shots there. Shields almost down for the Saber. Barely anything being applied to the blade. A couple of volleys coming through, but I think Hayne's going to win out in this fight again. If they can just get a little bit of hull damage in, they just keep repeating that, they'd be in a great spot. But the Saber also doing a pretty good job of getting out of the way. Never mind, it's going to turn back around.
Oh, very good, very good.
Oh, still kind of dancing around each other. Nothing huge happening here. No big commitments until maybe right now.
All right, here we go.
Hayne and
Shields
Dread
down on the
Pirates circling
Saber.
each other.
No boost on the Saber, so getting out is going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, it feels like you've just got to fully commit now, and we are getting some big shots in, but Hayne with a lot more consistent hits, it feels like to me. Though, here we go. We're getting a little bit of damage on to the blade, and we're getting out.
Both ships still blue.
Nope, we're going to recommit.
Oh, that was a big trade. Oh, that must have been close. That must have been close.
That felt very, very close. Massive damage being applied for that fight. So that one is going to be a win for Viper 1 in round number 1 of this losers bracket. So yeah, that was some great fighting there. You did say the blade would take out, it would get the win over the Saber, but some fantastic flying there from Dread Pirate Roberts. Yeah, how'd you feel about that one?
Yeah, good fight. I think the blade is just the stronger 1v1 ship right now, so definitely a little bit tough for the Saber to match that. But that last trade was very, very risky on the blade's part. That easily could have gone to the Saber's strength. So very close. And it's a shame that Tack lost his wing early on.
Yeah, once it was one of those instances where we missed it a little bit. We saw all the damage being applied to Tack during when Sick got eliminated. There was a bunch of damage being applied to Tack at the same time, and there was a little bit of a wing missing. I missed a little bit of what might have caused the spin out. I don't think it was that damage though. It felt like it was something maybe a little bit later. It felt like we were sure in for a 2v1, but whatever happened, very, very lucky, obviously, on Viper 1's part. So they, Viper 1's part. Yes.
Yeah, Viper 1.
Sorry, the sheet that I'm looking at, I think, has the wrong person winning. Viper 1 definitely won that, not Boosted Animals. But yeah, should be very interesting.
Now we just have to see if they'll be able to match it for the next one. So yeah, both ships being scanned. Seems like they're close to go.
Yeah, looks like we'll be running it back once again. We'll get to see these Sabers once more. I do remember back in the day, one of my favorite times, first times ever trying to get into any PvP or anything, it was I think it was pre 314 Saber. And it's prime. And
I don't think the Saber was good back then.
Or
Dude, I don't know.
Saber with 4, what was it, laser scatter guns? No Hammerhead will ever survive to that.
I think that was 3. That was when the Talon had come out. So that was
Yeah, pre-3.
That was when the Talon
313.
Talon was super strong back then. The Saber was good back in the 2-point-something days. I don't know if it was ever good
That's far before my time.
Yeah, me too. I just
Look,
what I've heard.
I might be turning 30 this year, but I'm certainly not turning 87. So.
I just turned 20, so-
Alrighty! We're back into it. Round number 2, Boosted Animals and Viper 1. Viper 1 up a round. Who's going to take it this time? We'll have to see. There was a big fight there in that first game that managed to take down the 6 Saber quite early. And yeah, maybe we'll be a bit more conservative this time. We're seeing a lot more aggression in the losers bracket than we've been seeing with some of our winners bracket players. So wonder if we'll see it again.
Alright. Some shots going off. I notice Boosted Animals really liking to use those countermeasures to try and cloak the Saber. Don't know how effective it's being, but it's definitely mixing things up.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a moment during the 1v1 that they were having earlier where it was at least in a good way to sort of get them into a better position, but obviously it didn't work out for them in the end. Dread Pirate Roberts with shields down. We're seeing a lot of damage coming up against Dread Pirate Roberts here. Meanwhile, 6 Saber essentially completely untouched. So winning out on these little fights here as Hane is going to try and chase. Applying some big damage. Shields down on both ships. And neither quite able to get into some solid hits either. But, oh, no, never mind. Hane getting some big hits
damage
in and being hit quite heavily.
The blackout is really something, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure 100% what's going on there. It feels like a weird version of a blackout. It could be the... I'm not sure if we have the option in StarCitizen, but usually there's an accessibility option where you can make a blackout a whiteout instead. I'm not 100% sure what's happening there, but we'll try to figure that out for you. But here we go. We've got another big fight in between
Boost
the
is out on the
Sabers.
Saber.
Robert's taking some big damage,
Red
big
gonna be hard to get out.
huge damage on the core.
I think we're about to see it pop. Yep, there we go. So,
There we go. Hane's going to take down the Saber. First elimination of round number 2, which means this is going to be really hard for TAC to get back. You can see Hane has sustained quite a bit of damage there on the bottom left side. The left
if
wing
TAC can
side
kill that
of
blade,
the
I think
ship.
he can turn it around, honestly.
Well, we'll see what happens.
It's just a matter of getting that blade down.
Exactly, but the entire time they try to go for the blade, I imagine the save is just going to be right on top of them. So, ooh, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. TAC getting out in nerve, just trying to, once again, get those resources. Blowing past really fast. Just wasting time.
Yeah, I don't think any amount of regrouping here is necessarily going to get them back
No.
in the fight.
It is very important to get your boost, your shields, your weapons back, especially boost. If you don't have enough boost to get out when you're being pressured, that's how you lose fights. So I think that's what a lot of the Saber pilots have been missing today. They've just been trying to brawl it and throw around its large HP, but you really need to play it more carefully.
Setting off some chaff as we're going to come back in. Hane targeting TAC. Huge damage coming in. Shields almost down for that Talon. Unable to get in the way. There we go. Shields down for the Talon, exchanging a couple of glances with the blade, but coming out behind. I think it's only a matter of time before we see the Saber jump in here as well. There we go. Damage being applied. Right wing being damaged. Tail being damaged. Big numbers coming through.
And that's going to be it.
Yeah, that's this volleys are far too large and far too relevant, and we're getting a big old spin from the Talon that everyone loves.
You can really see how the Talon is oddly survivable though, if you hit all the little parts instead of the whole.
There we go. With that elimination, Sick is going to take out TAC. And that is going to mean Boosted Animals are going to be your winner for this match and advance on to fight against Liberty Reapers. That's going to be a tough one. We'll see you very much. We'll see you very soon. Not very much, but we will see you very soon. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we got a losers finals matchup here. with Viper 1 going up against Liberty Reapers EU. But before we jump into that, guys, of course, we'll throw it over to Zero State first. Break down that last matchup for us. It seems like Viper 1 pretty dominant on there.
Yeah, the early question that I asked myself is, will Viper 1 keep brawling? Are they going to engage really hard? And the answer was mostly no. It felt like they took a step back, they talked through some tactics, and they pushed those tactics really well. They kind of kept pushing the Saber with Dread Pirate Roberts, trying to keep that Saber boosting, trying to keep the boost pool low, only disengaging when they started to lose trades. And they just played it really well. I think Viper 1 really played Fight 1 really well. In Fight 2, it seemed like they were trying to focus Hayne really hard. It just kind of felt like they got a little bit lost in that combat. And at one point, I think we saw Dread get pancaked really hard, which is bad for the Saber. And then at that point, Hayne and Sick really regrouped well. They said, hey, let's play this safe, let's control this fight, and let's win. And they did exactly that.
Awesome. Yeah. Same thoughts here from you, Papa Freedom. Give us a little breakdown about this last matchup here, seeing Viper 1 is now going up against Liberty Reapers EU.
Viper 1 doing really well with their target prioritization. They're calling shots, they're shooting targets together, working together. Dread was kind of the weak link out there, but I don't know what was going on with that whiteout. And then it looked at one point, maybe a stick or something got disconnected where he was just kind of like lost in the sauce. I didn't really think it was like chaff or anything that affected him, but there was something going on weird there with Dread. I'm not really sure what it was, but unfortunately he became the weak link of that situation. And then that last round, Viper 1 was like, just take out Dread, easy clap there, and then you'll have the fight. And that's exactly what happened. And then Viper 1 now moves on to face Liberty Reapers. And it's going to be a tough match.
Yes, it is. These are our last three teams, and Liberty Reapers or Viper 1, if they win, they're going to go up against the grand finals against Shadow Moses Racing. But one more time, let's take a look at what is on stake for the winner here for the top 8 finals for Fight or Flight for EMEA, presented by iConCity. Dominate the game. Make sure you guys type !icon in chat, man. Go check out iConCity and go get some of those Stream Deck buttons and hotkeys and all that with the click of a button. You can get it all ready to go. So and they updated every patch, so they work with you. But top 3 pricing here for each person that wins in the region. So we're going to have one team from EMEA, one team from Americas, and one team from APAC win an entire trip to CitizenCon 2954 in Manchester, UK, getting that stay and travel, that CitizenCon ticket, getting some sweet swag and some jerseys so they can look good during while they compete on the stage at Aviva Studios for the Fight or Flight Championship Finals for that ultimate trophy. And then, of course, depending on which ladder they're on and which placement they make at the finals, they're gonna also get some digital prizes. Big shout out to CIG for continuing to support us as much as we can. But looking forward to it. Now let's talk about the next matchup coming up. We got Liberty Reapers EU versus Viper 1. Unfortunately, Liberty Reapers EU did lose to Shadow Moses Racing in a very, very close matchup. Now, the question is for both of you, who is taking this next matchup here in the losers finals, and who is going to go up against Shadow Moses Racing? Papa Freedom, we'll throw it back to you.
I think that it's going to go LR's way. LR can do one of 2 strats that I see for this team. I know Hayne and Sick, they want to duke it out, so I don't know if LR is going to agree to that, or they might. That'd be really fun to see. But they also want to make sure that they win to go get that grudge match again for the the region championship. So this is going to be interesting. I think they're going to go with their straight up brawling strat, because they didn't bring the Buccaneer. If Hybo was in the Buccaneer, LR would have been more of that like Hyper Kai Buck death by 1,000 paper cuts. But because it's Blade Talon, they're coming in to just brawl and clear out that Saber.
Gotcha. Your thoughts on this next matchup? Zero State, who's going to go up to the grand finals?
Well, I like to root for the Saber a little bit, and we've seen some really good piloting from Viper 1. This is a really tough challenge for them. Blade Talon has been a really good matchup, so that's been a really good team comp. And Liberty Reapers, some of the best, right? So I think they're going to use that team comp. They may try to separate the Blade and the Talon, or the Blade and the Saber of Viper 1, and try to then converge and focus on that Saber. I don't think we're going to see an outright brawl here. I think what we might see is a hyper focus and then a disengage. But I think Liberty Reapers has a good chance of taking this one.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we are about ready to go. We got Liberty Reapers EU versus Viper 1 coming up. Let's shoot it back over to Experian Croncy to give you all the action.
We are back again for essentially the second last matchup of the day, but possibly the third, of the EU, rather specifically. We do have an entire another region to go through, but at least 3 more matchups to go in terms of the entire thing. So this is going to be a good one. We've got Liberty's Reapers and Viper 1. LR looking to get back into the winners bracket so they can face off against Shadow Moses once again. And Viper 1 still trying to redeem themselves. Who do you think is going to take this one, Xperia?
I really find it hard to believe that Liberty Reapers can't win this. I really think they'll have this in the bag, especially with that Blade Talon comp. It's just so strong. And I think Hain and Sick have not really shown their effectiveness in this meta of disengaging and making sure you're punishing the right opportunities, which I think is what LR is very good at. So yeah, gonna be interesting.
Does sound like it could be a very fast one, but at the very least, these teams have done a fantastic job as getting as far as they have, as we are in our final losers bracket match. Approaching this fight, a composition that we have seen a ton today of Saber and Blade and Talon, and Blades and Talons have done really, really well today. So it's going to be a hard fight for Viper 1, but certainly not something that they are guaranteed to lose. So let's get some big cheers in chat, wherever you're watching from home, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever, and let us know who you're rooting for.
Both teams kind of circling right now. Looks like Viper 1's trying to get in. Yeah, there we go. Hyper getting some very good shots on Hain there, but taking some significant damage as well. In terms of Blades fighting Blades.
Yep.
Oh wow, Sick getting some very good damage on Hyper there in the Saber.
Yeah, damage all over the place. It looks like at the moment we can see the Bogdoggle sustain some. Sorry, not Bogdoggle. Hyper has sustained some. Hain sustained some, and we're going to
not what I
see a bit
expected.
of a reset here. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a regroup here.
Saber also mostly untouched. It seems like for most of the fights that we've seen, at least in the last couple of matches, the Saber has been a bit of a major target for a lot of fights. Maybe not so much here. Maybe we're going to go back for the Blade and see what we can take on here. I don't know, it makes a lot of sense of what we saw in the first match or two. Go back to that sort of strategy. So everyone's still alive in the first pass, which has not happened in a couple of matches. So we're in for a bit of a longer one here, which is nice to see. And we're going to reassess, regroup, and come back in.
Yeah, Bogdoggle is slightly ahead on points, which we just caught a glimpse of in the scoreboard. So that's something to consider.
Yeah,
I didn't quite see what ship took the most damage. I think Hyper took some significant damage from the Saber, but I think
it seemed to be the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both blades sustaining some amount of decent damage in that first volley. Speaking of, here we go. Sick going to try to go for the for Hibber's Blade. Shields were down. Shields regenerating back again for the Saber. Chasing after the Blade. Now we're going to target switch and move back around. But here comes Bogdoggle trying to fight on to Hain, but no. Able to get out of the way.
There we go. Another very light committal there. Both teams looking to re-engage now. Kind of not separated, but a little more split than they might want to be, especially for the Saber group.
Looks like Hibber and Bogdoggle right on top of each other, exchanging some glances. We can see that Blade shield going down.
Yeah.
Hain trying to come up from the side and pressure it a bit more, but able to get it back out of the way. Let's do some target swapping, see what we can do here to Bogdoggle on the way out.
That's what we like to see.
There we go. Shields down. A little bit of damage being applied, very slightly. Chasing a little bit, but not hitting quite a lot.
Hain switching to Hyper, but he's kind of out of resources now, and Sick very damaged in that Saber. Definitely seems like LR is in the lead here, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, that talent
very,
on,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the talent on Bogdoggle's side for the most part, almost completely untouched from what we've seen through through these fights.
Very well played from Bogdoggle.
Yeah, so the exchanges are bound to completely go in their favor anytime now once they get back into the fight. Whether it's going to be Hayne or Sick that's going to go down first, I'm not sure, but it certainly seems that way that it will be them. They're going to be a little bit more cautious as they approach this next fight, but yeah, they've got a lot of work to do.
Hyper and Bogdoggle very close together. Gonna try and look for that pick on Sick, I think. I don't know, they're looking at Hayne right now, so...
Here we go.
Oh, I think that could have been a really good punish for Sick there, but he didn't really capitalize on that. Looking at Hyper now.
And there we go. Bogdoggle has removed Hayne from the field, and this Saber is only going to last for a little bit longer, I imagine. Bogdoggle with that talent just being an absolute expert. Yeah, exactly.
Bogdoggle has been just so slippery in this fight.
Yep. Applying damage where needed, and just never in the realm of a threat. Every time Sick or the Sick was able to try to see Bogdoggle was already gone, already out of range. Don't even bother fighting me. So that's going to be round number 1 to Liberty's Reapers EU, with some fantastic talent work there by Bogdoggle. It was a rough one, but it lasted a lot longer than I was expecting. A lot of the early engagements
were... there was that big commit at the start of the fight. There was that big fight at the start where they both committed possibly a bit too hard, and then after that they very much picked their fights carefully, or at least LR tried to control when the fights were happening.
Yeah.
I think Sick and Hayne were a little bit too overly zealous on their engagements there.
It did feel like a lot. There was a... once again, you were sort of mentioning it in the last matchup between Viper 1 and 00, that there was... Oh, sorry, not Viper 1 and 00. Boosted Animals in Viper 1. That there was a lot less target switching when there was probably needing to be. The amount of times that I saw Sick and Hayne just hyper-focused on Hiba through the course of a lot of the fights was... it was a lot. So we're gonna make sure everyone scans, make sure everyone's got the right vehicles and weapons again. Looks like we are not seeing a swap out of any kind once again, so we're gonna be running it back. Once again, when you have these sort of teams and counter picking doesn't give you enough of advantage as maybe we'd want it to, or be in the future, you just want to play what you know. So that's what we're gonna see.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're really starting to see the Saber dream die here, which is unfortunate, but it was expected, I think. Yeah.
Maybe America will do me well. Maybe we'll see some American teams with the Saber get some stuff in. But we've at least gotten to see the Saber get a couple of kills in today. We've seen a couple of mirrors with the Saber, which has been quite nice. So.
Yep.
While it's performing worse, it doesn't feel like it's performing a ton worse.
No, it's definitely like good. It's definitely usable, but I just think the talent of the blade just eke it out a little bit. And honestly, I gotta say, I enjoy the talon and blade combo more than the Saber, because the Saber is just a little bit slow, less positiony, a bit more shooty. Not what I personally like to see from my flight. So yeah, I really like the light fighter combo. I think it's very fun to watch.
Fair enough. All right, we're going to get this one underway in just a moment. There'll be a countdown going on in server in a second. Liberty's Reapers EU against Viper 1. Liberty's Reapers are up 1 round. If they win this one, they will be back into the winner's bracket for the grand final, fighting Shadow Moses. Viper 1 are going to have to fight 2 hard battles here in order for them to get through. Certainly not impossible. And after the first round, I think they showed that they do have they have the reason to be here. So we'll see if they can pull anything out here. See if they can inch their way through with the Saber as they approach the first fight.
Yep, both teams moving towards each other, as usual. And that good view of Crusader. Once again, the blade sort of sticking behind the wingman. Generally considered to be what you want to do to just maximize that long-range damage. Bogdoggle taking some early shots, but no significant damage here.
And here we go, getting into range. We're going to see our first big exchanges here. Huge damage on the Saber. Massive.
Deleted.
6 down in the first run. That is massive. We're seeing a lot of damage also being applied to Hibber here, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. We're seeing Hane also take some damage back. The shields are going down, trying to swap targets to Bogdoggle. Gets a little bit of damage onto that Talon, but
that was very good from Hane there actually, but it's not going to be enough to swing the fight. He's burned all of his boost.
The pure amount of damage they're going to apply to that Saber in the first like 3 or 4 seconds of the fight was just crazy.
That's really where the blade shines. Is just that insane burst damage.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, it's not over until Hane's dead. Let's see if they can pull this one back. 1v2. Can you do it? Look, people make mistakes sometimes. We believe in you. We'll see what you can do. See if you can pull this out. Oh, shields down. Big damage on Hane. Trying to get back on the other blade as well, but unfortunately, 2v1. You're going to lose out in that situation. Lose the right wing. And there we go. Bogdoggle takes down Hane. Liberty's Reapers EU with another win. Xperia. How you feel?
Good. I mean, Liberty Reapers just won the losers bracket, right? So that means they're going to be up against Shadow Motors Racing again, which is that's going to even tenser, even sweatier. So that's going to be enjoyable.
Exactly. We are back. We are back to it. We're going to go back to the desk, guys. We'll see you in a moment for the grand final of the EMEA. Those are the letters. We'll see you guys soon. Back to the desk.
My guy can't even say EMEA.
He had a tough time with that one. You got there, Croncy. Nice job, buddy.
Good job.
You can't talk and I hit rocks.
If you ever seen that GIF of the delete button, that's what happened in that round 2 right there. Holy crap, man, that was insane. Anyways, breaking it down here, we got Zero State of Papa Freedom, who is our analyst here during the Fight or Flight top 8 finals for EMEA, presented by iConCity, dominated the game. So let's go right over to Zero State. Give us a little bit breakdown. It seems like this was a little bit too easy for Liberty Reapers EU. Give us your thoughts on this matchup.
You know, I think that fight started a little bit more evenly. I think it took a minute for Liberty Reapers to kind of wrap their heads around what to do with the Saber. They didn't want to forget about the Saber, and they were focusing on that. They kept kiting the Saber every chance they got. And that was a smart play from them. They kind of kited a little bit. They would engage, disengage, kite a little bit, kind of get the feel for it, get the boost bar on the Saber to be a little bit low so he can't run away, try to do some damage. That process worked. Eventually... he had a great opportunity towards the end of the first fight, if I remember right. He had guns on target. For some reason, he didn't take the shot. Hane got taken down in that engagement. You're at a 2v1, and down you go. The second fight, I think it was, I don't know if it was genius or if it was luck, but I feel like Liberty Reapers pushed the brawl button. They just said, take one down. And they picked one, boom, took him down in no time, deleted, and that was the fight. So... fair play to them. That was a big move that I don't think Viper 1 was quite ready for.
Yeah, I mean, not to bash Viper 1. All right, this is just constructive criticism, guys. You guys got top 3 in the Fight or Flight top 8 for EMEA finals, so that is a feat that you guys should be happy with. Continue to practice, see what these top teams are doing, and come back strong, man. We'll love to see a lot of these teams back next year for Fight or Flight. But Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this last matchup.
Yeah, there is absolutely zero shame to Viper 1 for making it 3rd place in their region. That is a huge accomplishment. They went through a lot of teams, put up a lot of fights, and big shout out. Unfortunately, there are the times where you are straight up deleted, and that is just one mistake. I agree with Zero State. The first round, LR's not taking any chances. I know they want that grudge match. They want to beat SM bad, and SM wants to beat LR. So LR is going to play more tactful, more reserved. They're feeling out Viper 1, and then they went on the attack. They knew exactly the strat. They're like, dude, we got this. We know that if we apply this pressure on that Saber, it's gone. And that's exactly what happened. It was awesome.
Well, by the way, I just want to kind of chill a little bit here. If you guys didn't know, we got the Toby Eye Tracker 5 is actually 20% off. So if you guys want to use !Toby in chat, you guys can grab it. It's discounted until September 10th. A lot of these pilots, actually, I think like 40% of the pilots use eye tracker over some of the other hardware that's out there. So Really like what Tobii Eye Tracker is doing, except with that boosted camera feature that they put out in DCS first, and now it's in Star Citizen, where you can kind of look ahead of your ship. So cool features, and I know they're going to be putting up a lot more features into Star Citizen. So looking forward to that. But all right, well, we got our grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's talk about the grand finals, because Shadow Moses, all he got to do is win one best of 5, while Liberty Reapers have a lot of work in front of them. They have to reset the bracket, win 2 best of 5s if they want to stamp their ticket all the way to the Manchester, UK, and hopefully compete for that top 3 championship prize and that trophy at Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios, home of Factory National. So let's talk about this, guys. All right, this is gonna. We saw these teams already in winners finals. We're getting a rematch here. Give me your thoughts about who is going home with this one. Are we going to see, a bracket reset, or you feel like Shadow Moses is already comfortable and they're going to take it all the way? Let's kick it off to you, Papa Freedom.
This is going to be the most intense fight that we've seen. I think now that Bogdoggle and Haiba have recommitted back to, well, I guess I don't know at the exact moment, but the ditching the Buccaneer and going with the Talon Blade, like this is going to be an even matchup if they do that. Both teams, great situational awareness, great pressure, patience, and aim, like all the skills, all the check boxes. This is going to be a great championship. Like this is what you want. You want grudge match rivals fighting out for the best bragging rights of their region and making it on. Man, I can't wait. I just want it to start. Is it ready? Can we go now? The Blade Talent. This is going to be a slugfest.
All right, this is going to be definitely a fun one. Zero says, give us your thoughts of this next upcoming matchup where we're going to see Shadow Moses Racing versus Liberty Reapers EU.
I think something that I'm really keen to watch is to watch Fresh again. Fresh as Ice did such a good job in their last match about picking and choosing the right times to attack, about following, trying to get those top-down shots, about really keeping the other enemy in your peripheral while you're chasing the first one down, staying close to your wingman. I think Shadow Moses is really good at that. I think especially Fresh has been doing a fantastic job with that. Can Liberty Reapers find a way to split them up? Can Liberty Reapers find a way to confuse them? Can they fight close to the station? Can they use something to their advantage? Can they use more chaff or decoys or something to try to break those locks and try to confuse Shadow Moses a little bit? What kind of strats are we going to see there from Liberty Reapers that they didn't use before, based upon the fact that against Viper 1, we saw Liberty Reapers really pull some interesting strats out of their pocket and surprise Viper 1. Can they surprise Shadow Moses? I think that's going to be really hard to do.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of different strategizing here, especially for both teams, where each team is kind of, getting a feel for each other. But right now we see a mirror matchup. We see Talon Blade. So it's all going to come down, it's going to come down to the strategy. It's going to come down to those decisions, these last-minute decisions, positioning. It's going to come down to all of that, right? Regardless of whether it was the previous flight model or master modes, these are your top 2 teams are going to be battling it out here at the Fight or Flight Top 8 Finals for EMEA. And, again, no offense to any other teams, but we see a massive difference between these 2 teams and the other teams that did join. Very looking forward to this, and I believe we are almost about ready to go. So we're going to throw it over to CrossFit Xperia. Guys, grand finals, get ready, get hype in the chat. Take it away.
Well, Xperia, it's been a long first half of the day, but we are at the grand finals of the EMEA. Did I get it right that time?
You said it.
Yeah, let's go. We are at the grand finals. We're watching Shadow Moses against Liberty's Reapers, a repeat of a match that we saw a little bit earlier. This is a best of 5. In order for Liberty Reapers to win this, though, they've got to win 2 best of 5s as they are coming up from the losers bracket. So it's going to be a much harder slog for them. But their matchup that we saw a little bit earlier was probably the closest that we've seen all day. So I would not discount either team at this stage. And I'm really excited for this one. Now, Xperia, I don't need to ask you who you're going for, because we all know that you're going for Liberty Reapers. But what do you think?
Of course. I mean, Shadow Moses is the...
How do you think?
Shadow Moses is the... 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 Sorry.
It's all good.
Shadow Moses is
the one
the
problem
favorite here.
with the one problem with casting from
Australia
Australia,
moment,
the, like,
yes.
7-second delay.
To be fair,
How do you think
we've
it's
dealt
gonna
with
go?
it until now. So, yeah, I think it's going to go well. I think it's going to go well for Shadow Moses. Liberty Reapers has put up a really good fight, though. And once again, they're back in the Talon and Blade, which I think worked out better for them last time after the buck didn't really work. And here we go. First of 5.
Yep. Now, if this is anything like what we saw with their previous match, it's going to be a lot more conservative, a lot slower. And, you know, we saw a matchup that had just a ton of disengaging, a ton of regrouping, and a ton of small wins, just very, very small wins throughout some engagements. So I imagine we'll be seeing something similar here, and so very, very different to the last few matches that we were watching. And they freak me out every time they fly that close to each other. It's gonna, like, guys,
They fly
please.
very close. Let's see if Fresh can keep getting those long-range shots on, just sniping down at the enemy Talon. So far, Hyber and Jerry kind of trading shots. Jerry a little bit behind in the shield trade. Hyber shield's going down. Jerry shield's going down. Fresh getting some good shots on Hyber there. 400 damage, pretty nice.
Yeah, both blades sending quite a bit
Bogdoggle
of damage throughout
nowhere
these
to be
fights. Looks like the Talons are mostly okay, though. Bogdoggle taking some shield damage there too. Very, very close fighting again, though, as we saw with a very,
Yeah.
like a very small risk of collision a little bit earlier there as one of the blades flew past. So looks like first encounter, from what I could tell, looks like it went the way of Kotobuki and Fresh's Eyes, but not 100% sure. We'll have to see some points and some damage later. One of the lovely things that we love about the Asperia ships is those great red UIs that make it very hard for us at a distance to tell exact damage. But one of the advantages we get is the point system. So here we go. We're going to get back into an encounter.
Even
Some
more
big
damage on
there coming
Hyber.
against the Talon.
Fresh's shields are down
Fresh's
low,
Ice
and they get a
damage.
kill on Hyber.
Yes, yeah. Fresh's Ice is going to take Hyber down. Some damage also coming against Fresh's Ice as well, though. Here we go. We're going to swap around to Bogdoggle from Kotobuki.
Nice string of
And
plasma
there we
on
go.
Bogdoggle, and they kill him.
Kotobuki's going to take down Bog. So, yeah, huge fight. Great first round there from Shadow Moses. They're going to take round number 1 with some fantastic fights.
Yeah, that was good watching. And that felt quite far in Shadow Moses' favor, actually. So
yeah.
But again,
the
just
first fight where
there's
we
something
saw
about
both
this
of
high level
them-
PvP.
Oh yeah, for sure. The first fight where we saw the two, really it was just kind of like a fight originally, just to get down the blades in that first encounter, and it did seem like Kotobuki was able to sort of come out ahead of Hyber in terms of health after that encounter. So after that stage, I mean that fight just then was huge. Like the elimination right into just the turnaround, take it back. Like Fresh's Ice was getting hurt, was risking it, but was able to take it through. So
yeah,
that was cool.
A bit of a risk, but it was a calculated risk, and it was definitely worth it in the end.
Exactly. So that is round number 1 of our grand finals. A reminder, this is a best of 5. Shadow Moses, not Shadow Mooses. Although maybe after ISC, they should be called Shadow Mooses. They only need to win 1 best of 5, whereas Liberty's Reapers, because they are coming up from the losers bracket, have to win 2 best of 5s. So they're I mean, you can talk about being on the back foot. I don't know if Vandal have feet as much as they have like sticks. But
It's quite oppressive to come back from to try to have to win 2 best of 5s. Like that's a lot of rounds, a lot of pressure. Can they do it?
It has
see.
happened before, and you know, if there was any team to do it, it would be one of these 2 teams. So I think we're still going to be in for some good fights, and we'll see exactly what happens. So yeah, they're going to be running it back once again. No changes on the ships. No surprise there. I think we've locked into what is probably just the best combination of ships and weapons for this tournament. Yeah, we'll see what happens as we go into round number 2.
Yep. Looks like they're about to start, so. And there we go.
Let's get some cheering on in chat. If you are on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitter, if you are responding to a random Discord message from one of your friends with a clip of the thing. Who are you going for? Are you going for Shadow Moses or Liberty's Reapers to be our EMEA champion for today and see them at CitizenCon as well? That's the other thing. We're going to get to see them at CitizenCon, so it's going to be very exciting.
I'm looking forward to seeing my old mates. So
yeah, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a really good time. Very excited for Enter Atmosphere, which make sure you guys go and
tickets available now.
Yeah, should be. Actually, don't know what the command is. Probably !enter. One of the mods will figure it out. Make sure you get your tickets so you can see us, and then you can also see some devs. There we go! !EA54. Shut up, Crucian. Get your tickets, guys. It's going to be a ton of fun. There's going to be a bunch of devs attending. It is essentially the after party of CitizenCon. So make sure you hit it.
All right. 2K out now. Fresh trying to get some shots on. Shield trade, very, very balanced right now. Bogdog was slightly behind. Ooh, that's pretty big damage on Kotobuki there. Can he level it?
But Heba with the lost left wing. Down goes Kotobuki,
yep.
but like, I don't think it's going to take much more for them to take down Heba, and we could end up with a Talon v Talon if they're able to get into a right position here.
Yep. Fresh just needs to not burn his resources and just get back to even ground. But Bogdog looks like he wants to take this fight, so
huge upset there in that first encounter for Kotobuki, giving them a chance to turn this into some more games. But we'll see what happens here as we're seeing Fresh as Ice and Bogdog fight this one out. I imagine at this stage that we're probably just going to see Heba get completely out of dodge and just ignore this fight until absolutely necessary. Never mind. Here we go. Heba coming up from behind as Bogdog runs out of the way. So keeping the pressure on Fresh as Ice here, and we're seeing a little bit of damage come up against this Talon.
Yep. Hyber shield's almost down, actually. Is he going to try and get out and let Bogdog finish it? Yes, he is. Fresh is at a big disadvantage here. He has very few resources compared to Bog, so
yeah,
definitely an uphill battle. No shields, no boost.
Encounter. Exactly, yeah. We can already see some damage being applied, and down goes Fresh as Ice. And Liberty's Reapers are going to make this one nice and interesting as we are 1-1 going into round number 3 for this match. This is going to be a long one. I think we're going to get... I think we're definitely going to get to round number 5 today. I don't know if we're going to get to the double, but...
That would be amazing, honestly. I would love to see that. Will we get to round number 10, though?
Oh, 10 rounds of EU? Let's go. Let's go. I do wonder...
It can happen, right? They got to win 2, right?
Yeah.
2 best of 5s.
Yeah. So Shadow Moses need to win just one of the 2 best of 5s, right? So if Shadow Moses get this one, that's done. Otherwise, they can get it in the next one. Liberty's Reapers have to win both of them, so it's a big slog for them. If we get to 10 rounds of this same fight, it's going to be fantastic to watch. But you got to imagine as you get towards those later rounds, like fatigue's going to come into it. Liberty's Reapers as well.
Sure.
They also just had a round, right? So they're back to back.
Yeah.
Whereas Shadow Moses has had a really long time to sort of rest up and chill out for a while. So
getting quite late for EU as well. So
yep, exactly. So yeah, huge fight. So round number 1 was won by Shadow Moses. Round number 2 won by Liberty's Reapers. Best of 5. Can Shadow Moses take it? Obviously, we are once again going to see the back-to-back Talon with the light strikes, and then Blade with the Warlock and Wasps. So not much going to be difference in between each round. Really, just going to be about their approaches, about their strategies. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like round 3 is about to begin. As Fresh and Kotobuki line up. Once again, the Blade's positioning behind the Talons.
Yep. Wonder if we'll see the same situation as we have for the last few rounds, where it's kind of just like in the initial run, it's kind of just a pile in on the blade and see who gets.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of at distance people.
Yep.
The Talons trying to trade and get that upper edge on the shields, and then the blades move in and try to get the other blades. And after that, it's just a question of target prioritization. See if you can get any meaningful damage. The blades go down a lot easier, but they do a lot more damage. So.
Yeah.
And here we go, round 3.
Been a very exciting match so far. I can't wait to see either of these teams at CitizenCon. Either will be fine. So I'm very glad that these are the teams we're seeing fighting for the EU region. There could be a very interesting chance once we later get to the American teams as well that we'll be seeing this different people but the same teams up for the same thing. But here we go. Round number 3. We're going to start approaching, prioritizing target on Hibber from Fresh's Ice. No volleys coming in yet, just trying to get into position. And here we go. Let's try to get those shields
Fresh
down.
getting some solid damage there on Hibber.
And some damage coming in from
Hibber
the side as well. Huge damage.
Melted there.
Ooh. Yeah, a bit of a collision there. Luckily, no major issues, but Hibber not in a great spot. Meanwhile, Kotobuki and Fresh's Ice, bear the pun, essentially Fresh's Ice. They came out of that encounter pretty well. So, yeah, Bogdog and Hibber looks like they're going to run out.
Kotobuki shields almost going down, but not enough to provide any damage to the hull. So,
yeah,
essentially a zero-sum trade for Shadow Moses, but quite a big amount of damage onto Hibber. As they regroup, they've got all their capacitors back, and they're gonna move back in.
Hibber considering eliminating their teammate here. It's a bit of an interesting strategy. Not one that I've seen since the content creator Final Flight. That is a deep cut to when who was it? Someone killed their teammate. It was very funny. We're gonna go back into a fight here. We'll see if they go for Fresh's Ice. Kotobuki. Fresh's Ice obviously a lot closer. Going to get out of position first, but Kotobuki able to just come through the side.
Kotobuki and Fresh quite separated right now, actually.
Yeah.
This could be bad for Fresh.
All right.
Fresh's shields go down. Quite a lot of damage on Fresh there.
Oh, huge damage. Down goes Fresh. Bogdoggle eliminating the first of our round. Talon goes down. Kotobuki going to come around, try to harass Hibber here, but I think that's not going to be good enough, and we're likely just going to end up in a situation where it's this, the classic 2v1. None of the 3 ships really have sustained much damage at all, so at that point, you're kind of just going to get into the point where it's going to be.
I think Hibber's got quite a lot of damage, honestly. He took a big burst at the start. I don't know how the second engagement went. We were kind of looking at Fresh.
Interesting, fair enough.
So I think Hibber might be the better target here, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, there you go. Looks like the right wing at the very least. Looks like it's a little bit damaged there. So shields are going to go down here though.
Kotobuki shields going
They're
down.
going to try to chase. Not much. Oh, there we go. There's the damage. Damage being applied to Kotobuki. It's only a matter of time at this stage. That is massive numbers coming through. Hibber just needs to turn around, turn back on them, and they should be able to take this one. Although
I think Hibber's trying to play it safe, just really take as little damage as he can.
But yeah, look, there you go.
That is the power of the 2v1.
Wing. Yep.
Once you control the 2v1, you really, it's hard to lose unless you're like in a super bad spot.
Here we go. Shields being penetrated again from Kotobuki.
Yep.
We're going to see Hibber come up and apply extra damage as well. Looks like this blade only has a couple of seconds left. Maybe not.
There we go.
Able to get out of the way. Oh, no, yes, there we go.
No, yeah, he died.
Yeah. Kotobuki is gone. Round number 3, which is going to mean that is another one for Liberty's Reapers EU, taking it to 2-1 in this first match of the Grand Finals. And I say first match of the Grand Finals because if Liberty Reapers take the next one, we're going to be doing it back-to-back. So, I mean, you said, will we get to a 10? It's very possible.
Seems like we could be going to a 5 here, though. So,
yeah. So
at the very
this
least,
is the 4th round of the best of 5, the first best of 5. Once again, a reminder, Shadow Moses only need to win one of the 2 best of 5s. Liberty's Reapers need to win both.
Definitely doable. Definitely doable.
So it's been interesting. You know, we saw the first game. Shadow Moses were able to take it down. They're in a bit of the back foot now. It looks like Liberty's Reapers are starting to sort of put themselves together and put themselves into these better spots. What do you think their thought process, like, how do you think their thought process has changed through these fights?
Who? Sorry, Shadow Moses?
Liberty's Reapers.
Oh, sorry. I think they're trying to just mix things up and just switch targets as much as they can. So, but that's what Shadow Moses is trying to do as well. Just prioritize the best target at all times. And in that case, I think Fresh was a little bit out of position there. And Jerry couldn't really back things up or provide the pressure that he needed to save Fresh from that very large amount of damage. So a little unfortunate, but things happen. But very good flying, very good aiming from both sides here.
Oh, certainly. It feels like it's been... This is some of the best flying we've been seeing all day. If you're just hopping in, we are in the grand finals of the Europe, Middle East, Africa division of our Fight or Flight. The winner of this grand final will be seeing us at CitizenCon. So we have Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers EU. Shadow Moses have won 1 game of the first best of 5. Liberty Reapers have won 2. Shadow Moses need to win 2 best of 5s in order to make it through. 1 best of 5, sorry, to make it through. Liberty's Reapers are on the backfield, so it's their one to lose. We'll give it a go.
Round 4 has begun. Yet again, Blades behind the Talons, moving in. Fresh, quite in front. Put a bookie 700 meters behind. Trying to get that long distance damage on Fresh right now. I want to see if Hyber is going to switch to Kotobuki soon.
And here we go. Fresh as Ice and Bogdoggle going to engage themselves in a little fight here. You can see Hibber off to the right side there, and we're going to see this Talon go.
Oh, some very good damage
shields.
on Bogdoggle there.
Yeah, a little bit of hull damage, even more hull damage there from Bogdoggle. But are we in a spin? Ooh.
Seems intentional. Seems intentional.
It was a controlled spin. Sometimes they
Fresh
like
taking a little bit of damage from Hyber. Missile on. I think Fresh and Jerry are going to try and regain capacity here, try and meet up because they're very far apart. Jerry's looking to get a little bit of pressure on Hyber there, which is surprising. Both Hyber and Bogdoggle and Nav. Perhaps a little bit on the back foot. I think they sustain a little bit more damage. It's hard to tell without seeing the score.
I think Hyber had sustained more damage, but it certainly felt like, at least between the 2 Talons, the Bogdoggle was able to grab a bit more on Fresh. Yeah, not 100% sure where it ended, but yeah, it does look a little bit, you know, that slightly bigger tinge of red on Hibber on the wings feels more aggressive.
Well, you can see on Fresh's, he's lost some feathers. Yep. So he's actually going to be performing better now because he's got a lower weight. So will that affect things? Hard to say.
We'll see who commits to another big fight here as we start heading back towards each other. Not a huge loss for Shadow Moses if they don't take this one, but obviously it'd be nice for them to grab it, and they're certainly
on Hyber hits the station.
Ooh. That's not good. That is also a right wing missing. Yeah, Hyber in a bad spot now. That is super, super rough. So that's a gun missing as well now, right? Or is that two gun? Yeah, 1 gun missing now. So
1 gun missing. Yep.
Very rough.
That's unfortunate. I think he hit one of the pads that are very hard to see.
Yeah, the
Jerry
low patch
shields
in the free
down,
fire mode.
but Bogdoggle shields down. He's dead. All right, Hyber
Bogdoggle
versus
down.
2v1.
Kotobuki has sustained quite a lot of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to win this
No.
fight here with him up. But all Fresh as Ice and Kotobuki really need to do is maybe regroup, get some
Fresh shields
back
down
to
though
resources.
versus Hyber.
Yeah. Hyper Shield's also down. Damage also being applied. We're going to see both players come in to try to take it down. Can't find the target through the chaff. There we go. Hyber gets out of dodge. But, yeah, a big exchange at the end there that the Shadow Moses were able to win.
Yep. Just so much damage on Bogdoggle there. While Hyber was sort of recovering.
Yeah, it was also unfortunate that collision happened as they were like literally moving towards the other team, right? Like in a sort of attack pattern. It's like, well, you know, now we're putting ourselves out of position and whatnot. So we're seeing Hyber actually get a fair amount of damage here against Kotobuki.
Yeah, I mean that's
but
pretty
sustaining
decent.
some as well themselves. Who's going to go down first? Not 100% sure, but
Trying to
is
get into
able to,
nerf, but he has
throw
no
a
boost and he
window out.
dies.
Yeah, Kotobuki
And that
is
is
going
round
to take
4.
the kill there over Hyber, which is Shadow Moses winning. Which means, yeah, we are going to round number 5 of our first best of 5.
Oh, this is big.
I need everyone, once again, at home, to keep in mind what happens here. So this next round, if Shadow Moses win, they win EMEA. They got it. If Liberty's Reapers win, we do this whole thing again. So big stakes here. Potential final round. They're certainly making it exciting for us.
Yeah, this is the best outcome, I think.
Keep in mind as well, if you are watching from home, we've got a whole lot more of Fighter Flight coming. After we finish with EMEA, we're going to be moving to America. And the American teams themselves are also a fight to be reckoned with. We're going to be seeing more Shadow Moses, more Liberty's Reapers. We're going to be seeing Avenger Squadron, Black Fleet, big name in the community as well, Mental Modes, FRD. I'm not familiar with that acronym.
I'm sure I'll know the org name, but I'm not. I don't know the acronym.
I'm not familiar with the acronym, but we're seeing FRD and we're seeing FFK. So they've got a lot more competition coming, and yeah, who knows? Maybe whoever loses here still has, the org still has a chance of making it through America. Federation of the Rising Dawn. There you go. Thank you very much, Papa Freedom. As another one, and a no surprise once again, we are running it back. Talon and Blade, Light Strikes, Warlords and Wasps.
It really
We're
is the best
settled.
combo.
It's all pilot skill at this stage.
I want to see if the US is going to run anything else or just stick to what I think we've learned today in the EU.
I would not be surprised if people have changed their ideas after watching EMEA.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the top
Like,
teams will already be running Blade Talon though, so we'll have to see.
Yeah. I mean, once again, we saw like more sabers than we were expecting, and I feel like the American teams maybe some of the American teams were maybe on the same sort of thought process, but probably aren't now. Like I feel like if you've been watching today, you're probably pretty set now that the saber just isn't good enough to make the difference here. Once again, not by a lot. It's not a crazy thing, but it certainly feels like if you are a team that's got pretty close skill to each other, you need that, extra 10%, 5%, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Gotta say that I predict we'll see more Buccaneers in the US.
Interesting. You mean in US?
All right, here we
than
go,
in
round
EU?
5.
Round 5. Let's
Round
go,
5.
guys. Once again, Shadow Moses win this one. They win for EU. If Liberty Reapers win this, they give themselves another chance at getting into the top. It's a big, big fight. Let's hear some hype in every single chat that you are watching this from. Shadow Moses or Liberty's Reapers, who are you going for? Kotobuki and Fresh as Ice or Bogdoggle and Hyber? Who's going to take it?
Once again, the customary Talon pot shot trading. Looks like quite even right now. Looks like Jerry focusing on Hyper right now. Never mind, sorry. Fresh's shields are down, actually, so this is very tense.
Yeah, Talon Shield's going down quite quickly. Hyber
Jerry
also
in
taking some
quite
good
a
damage
bad
here. Here we
spot
go.
right now, no boost.
Going to pop onto Hyber, but Kotobuki's going to take the brunt of the damage in this fight. Or never mind, they're going to take it back. We're going to see a big exchange here between the two of them. Bogdoggle getting huge damage in as well. Fresh's Ice getting huge damage in. Down goes Kotobuki.
Oh no.
Kotobuki. Bogdoggle able to get that damage in. That was a huge volley from both teams.
Yeah, that was a big trade. Hyber is, I think, quite low now. So we'll have to see.
Yep. Massive. This is the chance that Liberty's Reapers needed in order for them to win. If they are able to also take down Fresh's Ice, which they've obviously put themselves in a pretty good situation for now, then they will put themselves only 3 game wins away from being our EU champions.
Fresh shields down, kind of getting pancaked a bit by Bogdoggle here. I don't think this is going to go particularly well.
Yeah, far too much the same damage. There we go. Fresh's Ice eliminated by Hyber and Bogdoggle, meaning Liberty's Reapers EU have won the first grand final best of 5.
Oh my gosh.
Xperia, they're doing it. They're doing it. We have another best of 5 to go through. We are going to throw it back to the desk to analyze those last 5 games, but oh, wow.
I just want dinner, man.
You said heck no. We're going to a reset here. We're going to give them a quick breather, guys, because going straight to 5 matches is not easy. So we'll be back with the bracket final reset. Let's break down these first 5 matches, guys. This is some high level, stuff happening here. We'll start with you, for Freedom, but this literally can go anywhere in these next 5 matches. But it seems like Liberty Reapers is getting the hang of it at a higher level. But let's get your thoughts here. Power Freedom, you muted?
That's 2.
I'm 2 down. I'm a professional and doing well. All right. So I'm really happy that, this is going to another grand finals, because this is the best fighting we've seen out of all of the fights. Like, this is high level, minimal mistakes, absolute sweat, grinding out, pushing for any little advantage. There's a couple times where Fresh got out of position, a couple times Hyba's out of position. They're taking punishment, but they're getting their disengages in. This is just action-packed, and I'm just in awe of these 2 teams. Like, this is all pilot skill being showcased here, and making master modes look good. But the credit goes to these pilots making master modes look good, because those are awesome fights.
All right, Zero State, give us your thoughts on these 5 matches and Liberty Reapers EU coming back and resetting the bracket.
I think that just makes it so exciting. It's so exciting to reset the bracket and say, we're in this to win this. And it's really cool to see this level of competition. I think I'll just start with fight 1. It was really cool to see Fresh. Like, we've been talking about Fresh most of the evening, kind of doing that kind of sniping and bouncing around and staying, a little bit mobile, right? Shadow Moses came out of that fight. Fresh was a big part of that, pounced perfectly, as we've seen Fresh do all night. Fight 2, Liberty Reapers came out the gate, really pushed Fresh off a little bit. They focused him, and then they switched to Kotobuki, took him down. And, changing tactics is a big thing that you see from the better teams. Teams like Shadow Moses, teams like Liberty Reapers, they adapt to the environment. We came back in fight 3. Liberty Reapers took it again. There was a couple of big regroups in that one. I believe they took out Fresh first in that one. It was a 2v1. And then it was just going to, whittle down Kotobuki. Anytime you get in 2v1, it's pretty rare that you're going to get back to a 1v1. And then I think in fight 4, that might have been one where we had a station collision. I can't remember which one. Yeah, that was in fight 4. Something happened with Heiberg.
It was a pad. Yeah, he ran into a pad.
Yeah, collided with a pad. Which again, I mean, we had some people in the chat talk about like, oh, is that fair? And it's of course it's fair. Both teams have the same disadvantages there, the same possibilities there. That's what makes this kind of arena, as even as we can. Is that could happen to anybody, right? One thing I saw from Fight 4, it was kind of cool to see missile use to force somebody out of nav mode. It was kind of cool to see that kind of, just fire a missile at them. They're going to have to drop out of nav mode or that missile's going to track them forever, right? And it was kind of a cool tactic to see. And then, of course, the final match, Fight 5, really early hard engage. I think both teams kind of went hard into that fight and just said, we're going to take somebody out. Fresh had to disengage, which left Kotobuki alone for just a second, and a second is all you need when a team like Liberty Reapers or Shadow Moses is good at switching targets and saying, switch focus, get the other guy down, and that's exactly what they did and came out with the fight.
Yeah, I'm not saying, but when we saw, Shadow Moses play Liberty Reapers in that winner's finals, right? Shadow Moses did a good job at slowing down the fight and making sure they stuck together, right? We're seeing, I'm not going to say like Fatigue is playing this, but I mean, when you're playing 5 matches straight, that's going to take a lot out of you. So I feel like, Fatigue, again, when you're playing either in person or online, playing that hardcore and you're playing sweaty, you're trying to focus, hey, you can literally lose that focus for that 1 second, like you just talked about, Zero State, and that ends your match. So, we're going to be going up one more time here and seeing who's going to come out on top and who's going to stamp their ticket to Enter Atmosphere, which I'm super excited about to have any of these teams. Would be happy to have any of these teams there. Let's take one more time and look at the bracket. We're resetting up the lobby, getting a fresh lobby for these teams. But one more time, a look at the bracket here. We got that bracket reset for one more match, and then we're going to crown your EMEA champion here for the for that region for Fight or Flight. So very excited for that. And then, guys, remember, we have America still. I know we're going a little bit over, but we have America still. We need to crown a champions in America. So we're going to be going very quickly, taking a quick break and then going right into Americas to see who's going to come out on top there. But, Zero State, I'll throw it back to you. Do you think we're going to see any strategy changes between any of these two teams in this Grand Finals reset?
I think these teams know what they want to do. I think they know how they want to come into these fights. It really depends on who is more malleable. I kind of said this earlier tonight. Who's going to react faster to the strategy changes? Who's going to figure out the opponent's strategy quicker and say, this is how we need to respond, and make that call, make that change, and stick with it. Both of these teams are really good at that. And like you said, 5 matches or 5 fights in a row makes it really hard to be perfect. It's really hard to be perfect on all those call-outs, all those switches, all those disengages. Keep your boost bar up, keep your resource management good. It's hard to do that for that long period of time. I think it's really easy to be in the chat or to be where we are in our chairs, right? And go and just kind of watch and analyze for any little mistakes they might make and see those kinds of things and call them out. It's a lot harder to fly against a really, really good team for 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes like throughout these 5 fights. And now we have to do another 5 fights. I expect to see a few more mistakes as these fights continue on, just because it's a war of attrition, right? It's who's going to make a mistake first. And so these fights, we might see them drag on a little bit. And I think that we're going to see a couple of these fights decided by one big mistake.
I totally agree there. Papa Freedom, your thoughts on your thoughts on these next 2 matches coming up here. Are we going to see a strategy change? You think we're going to see the same ships? What are your thoughts here?
I don't think there's going to be any strategy change. I think they're going to double down. They're going to go at it. They're going to brawl. They're going to fight really fucking hard because now they know the tricks and trades of each other. They felt each other out, but we are in some seriously deep waters. These guys have been fighting for hours, waiting. You're in your endurance threshold right now. You got to be able to maintain that focus. Now you've had that adrenaline pump and now it's dumped. Now you got to go back out there and perform again. We are in very deep water for all 4 of these pilots. And I'm going to piggyback off of Zero. These mistakes are going to show much more now in this final grand finals than it was in the first few fights. So it's going to be, we're in deep water with these pilots. Deep.
Oh, yep. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Well, one last time, we're going to throw it over to Kranci and Xperia for the final match here of Top 8 Finals for Fight or Flight in EMEA, presented by iConCity. Dominate the game. Man, it's going to be a good one. Kranci, Xperia, take it away, guys.
And Xperia, we're back for another best of 5. Let's just forget the last one happened, and we'll come in nice and fresh, ready to watch Shadow Moses and Olivia.
Fresh.
Prince's. Yeah, nice and fresh. Fresh as ice, you might say.
I'm doing finger
it was an
guns right
absolutely
now. You can't see, but I'm doing them.
It was an absolutely fantastic first 5 fights, and but now it's it. There's no more second chances here. This is the last best of 5 for EMEA. Whoever gets 3 rounds in this best of 5 is going to be your CitizenCon ticket. So it's going to be a fun one. Once again, I imagine you're going for Shadow Moses, but what are your thoughts about the last match?
I mean, that was so close. On that last fight, it was a difference of like tens of HP when Fresh was about to take out that Hyber in that blade. That was so close. Honestly, extremely good flying from everyone. Yeah. Very, very good
Great
fights.
to see. It's been great to see the skill level of some of these pilots and just seeing what they can do. And we're about to see it again as we come back in for round number 1 of the final match of EMEA. Fresh as ice, going to be the first one to jump in here with Bogdoggle and Hibber.
Yep, just trading shots. No real sort of committal here. Okay, here we go. Now it's getting interesting. Very equal trade fight.
Damage being applied to both Talons.
Big damage on Bogdoggle. Can't really see what's happening on Fresh, but Fresh's shields are back up. Oh, big damage on Fresh from Hyber.
Kotobuki moved on to Hyber now as well, trying to chase after, get them off. Bogdoggle, huge damage coming in onto that blade.
Not much damage.
But
A lot of hits, but only 51.
Yeah.
But good positioning.
Someone's
Fresh
got that
lost
missile
some
alarm
feathers, so a little bit advantage. But everyone's sort of kind of equal, I think. Honestly, hard to tell.
Yeah. I do think, as far as I could tell, Hibber came off with more damage on the hull than most others, though Fresh as Ice also once again losing some of those feathers on the left side, it seems.
Yeah. I think Fresh took quite a lot of damage there.
Yeah. Alright, we've regrouped. We're going to get back into this. Hibber and Bogdoggle moving in. Kotobuki and Fresh, quite close to each other. Let's see. Throwing out those sniper shots.
A little bit of damage. Just trying not to exhaust their ammo, so that when both teams get closer, there's enough to last the fight.
And here we go.
Actually, pretty decent damage on Bogdoggle there. But Fresh loses that trade quite heavily there. Needs to get out.
And still tons of damage coming in. Looks like we've lost a wing. Yeah. No, not a wing, but we lost something there, possibly a weapon.
Lost something.
Yeah, something exploded for sure. Yeah, not a great encounter at all.
Ever so slightly ahead. Yeah, that was a bit of a choke in the aim there, which is a shame because Fresh's aim is on point pretty much all the time.
Speaking of points, it looks like at the very least Hibber is ahead on points, but I imagine a lot of that was from fighting Fresh as Ice just moments ago.
Yep.
They're going to come back in soon for another fight.
Fresh really just needs to play it safe, wait for something to happen before committing. Yep. If his shields go down, he's going to lose that right wing. It's very red, you can see on his MFD.
This one working a lot more like what we saw during their regular matches. It feels like they're playing a lot more conservative than they were perhaps in the first best of 5. Everyone's trying to just take their.
They know the stakes are high now. Almost a collision
and
there.
There was almost, and it does look like we did lose a gun when we saw that explosion earlier. So
oh yeah, I didn't notice.
Strike.
Yeah, both members are just going to be focusing Fresh just to get him down.
Yeah.
And kind of let Jerry just pressure Hyber there. Hyber switching to Jerry. Oh,
There
they
we
get
go.
Jerry.
Kotobuki down. Hyber able to take it out. I imagine it's only
Can
now
Fresh
time
get
before they
Hyber
turn on
here?
Fresh.
Doesn't look like it.
It's hard. Lots of damage being applied. Hyber.
Fresh goes
no,
down.
not quite.
And that's
Bogdoggle
round
able
one.
to come around, protect Hyber, and get the elimination on Fresh's Ice. So well done, Team Liberty's Reapers, for getting round number 1 of our final match. Looking for that best of 5. That was a really fun match to watch. I was really surprised at. I was honestly kind of surprised that Fresh survived that encounter with Hyber earlier and only lost a gun. But
Yeah.
yeah.
The Talon really can be quite tanky.
Yeah, very much so. If you are just tuning in, we are at the finals, the grand finals of the EMEA region for Fight or Flight with Shadow Moses against Liberty's Reapers. Looks like we've maybe got a lobby relaunch here going on or something, but it won't take too long for us to get back into it. We have Talon and Blade versus Blade and Talon. I imagine we're going to be seeing it run back to back again as we did for the last 5 rounds. It really feels like it's the best way. Looks like we had a 30k. Good old 30ks. So
We're not safe even in Arena Commander custom lobbies.
yeah. It's been a fantastic couple of rounds to watch. While we're getting this one set up, I want to remind you guys about the very, very cool CitizenCon merch that just got announced. We just showed today. It looks absolutely fantastic. Love the baseball jersey that we have here, so you guys can come pick that one up. !merch in the chat, or you can go to atmo.sc/merch and grab one of these. You get to get your own little gamer tag on the back. You get to put your own country's flag on the shoulder bit there, and it's quite cool. So make sure you go and grab that now.
Yeah, they look great.
And one thing I want to see you guys wearing these at is at Enter Atmosphere. If you're over on the Twitch channel, go !enter. This is the, essentially, I keep calling it this. I don't think Crucian has called it this once, but it is basically the unofficial, official after party of CitizenCon. Come and join us for a bunch of awesome esports events, as well as a Q&A and meeting up with some devs and bar citizen, all this fantastic stuff. Yeah, you can find all the details about that. Go !enter. Follow the link. Grab yourself a ticket because it will sell out. All right, not too much longer now, guys. We've got everyone already back in lobby. I love Arena Commander so much. Ever since we got private lobbies back,
Yeah.
it's so much easier. They've already
Must
got their
be
ships
good
in.
for racing as well.
Oh yes, very much so. Very much so. My maybe one complaint about the racing Arena Commander ones is not being able to choose a lap number in your private lobbies. I'd love to be able to say, I want to do 10 laps or 20 laps rather than the defaults for whatever the track is. But it has made it a lot easier, so it's been great. It's done a lot for the competitive community and in all aspects in StarCitizen. It's been a big change over what we had last year, So, once again, they're running it back. Talon, Blade, Blade, Talon. Fresh as Ice in the Talon. Kotobuki in the Blade. Hyber in the Blade. Bogdoggle in the Talon. That was one thing I was kind of interested as well of seeing, is if there was any teams who, rather than necessarily change ship, would just change ship within each other. But I guess it makes sense. You're going to practice as much as you can with just one ship and with your team.
You want to focus on what you're good at. So if you can practice specifically the role of the Blade and the role of the Talon, then that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Countdown will happen any moment, and then we're going to run into it. Liberty's Reapers EU are up 1 round. 2 more rounds for them, and they win for EU.
Will
Regardless of
Liberty
which
just be
team
able
loses
to
here,
keep
though.
their momentum, or will Shadow Moses be able to bring it back?
Well, if
Make
it's
a recovery.
if it's any similar to the last best of 5, it's going to be it'll go the opposite. Shadow Moses might be able to pull this one back from the Maya, But regardless of what happens here, both Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers have teams in the American region as well. So we're going to be seeing more from those orgs in just a few hours.
All right, round 2. Here we go. Once again,
Let's get excited. Are you going for
just a
Shadow Moses or Liberty's Reapers? Let us know in the chats.
Once again, just these opening shots.
Going for a couple
Little bit of damage on Fresh.
Doggle. And here we go. Whoa!
a collision.
Whoa!
No, that's
was it a
unfortunate.
collision?
Yeah, that was a collision between Jerry and Fresh. Oh, that's
Very
not good.
unfortunate. Yeah, very, very unfortunate. That is likely going to spell doom. We can also see that Kotobuki is almost dead already. Tons of damage being applied there. So that's going to be a really quick round. That was, yeah, that was unfortunately a shame. You can see the Fresh with the collision that happened there essentially just sheared off one of the wings from Fresh and drove them into a spin. Kotobuki now turned into the Blade Nugget. Not much coming back from that, unfortunately.
You never know. There's a chance.
There is a chance.
It's
Hey,
very
when you're the
unlikely,
Blade
but-
Nugget, your surface area is lower. So,
Yeah.
you know.
there
There
we
we
go.
go. Kotobuki's going to get taken
Round 2
down
to
by
LR.
Bog Doggle. Round 2 to LR. I mean, obviously, they've got to be really happy about that, but it's a very...
Yeah, it's a
it
big
doesn't
shame.
feel good to win that way sometimes, you know?
No.
It's like you're going for the win, but you really want it to be more about, you know, your individual pilot skills. So, unfortunate. Not the way you want to go out, but they've still got time. So Shadow Moses still have 3 more chances to get this one. Liberty's Reapers need 1 more round in order to take it. Now, if they want to make it interesting, Shadow Moses will win the next 3. That's if they want to make it interesting. Do you think they want to make it interesting?
I think they want to make it interesting. I hope they make it interesting.
There's 2 halves of me. One wants to see, you know, the grand finals be 10 rounds. The other half of me is like, man, we got to get through the American rounds as well, guys. Come on, can
Dude,
we
this
win
bit-
faster? But...
If it goes anything like this,
But no, I'm having a great time. This has been really fun to watch.
I can definitely feel the tiredness setting in on both teams, I think, here.
For sure.
But LR really has that momentum right now, so see if they play off that.
They're going to be in good spirits regardless, especially coming back from losing to Shadow Moses earlier in the rounds. And certainly the nice story that you won. But at the very least, hopefully we'll get another good couple of rounds. And we'll see how they go. Once again, as per usual, as we have seen with all but I think 1 round today, running it back, Talon Blade. Very interesting as well, because it was Liberty's Reapers who were running the Buccaneer in the original rounds, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they were. They ran it
Yeah.
for 2 rounds.
So, yeah, so that change that they've made and then adopted is clearly worked for them. So Hibba obviously doing a lot better work in the Blade than they have been in the Buccaneer. Yeah, it's been working for them. All right, we're counting down. We're going to be moving into this one. This is round number 3 of our final match for EMEA. Once again, if Liberty's Reapers win this one, they win it all. Shadow Moses now finally on the actual back foot. They haven't really been there all day. They've it's their round to lose.
They're just making it more interesting, I think you're right.
There's match fixing going on in the background between Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers to get maximum stream time. Here we go. First fights are about to engage as we get a little bit of sniping here from the Talon onto Bog Doggle. And Fresh as Ice going to return it right back. No one really willing to engage properly here, although just as I say that, it looks like they might be. No, I don't know. They're sort of staying at the 1 kilometer mark. No one committing. Here we go. Fresh as Ice coming in
Yeah,
now.
here we go.
We're going to see a big engagement from Bogdoggle and
Oh, damage
Fresh.
on shield damage on Bogdoggle. Jerry trying to get Hyper shields down.
Oh, huge damage from. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah.
But Kotobuki
Not
able to get the
much,
shields
but-
down on Hibber.
Fresh's shields are down. Fresh is pulling out, looks like.
And Fresh back onto
See if
Bogdoggle.
Fresh
Not
can
quite.
just
Yeah.
get a... Yeah.
That was a really safe first engagement. We saw a couple of shields go down,
Yeah.
not a ton of damage applied, but there was some pepper in. Yeah, I feel like at this stage, especially when you're this late into the day, you're this late into the matches, even the slightest mistake, you're getting out.
Yep. It's so tough, but these pilots are best the best, so
Yep.
they know what they're in for.
Alright, looks like we're going to start heading towards each other once again. We're going to start getting ready for another encounter as Bogdoggle starts taking some pot shots at Fresh, and Fresh returning. Who's going to be the first one to get in close? Looks like it's going to be Hibber, Fresh, and Bogdoggle. Everyone's in on it. I thought shields were going down for Fresh quite heavily. Hibber getting some damage.
Yep.
Back in
But
the
Hyber's
turn.
trying to get out. He gets some damage on Hyber.
Yep.
Bog gets a little bit of damage on Fresh.
Nice sustained
Now Bog is
damage
trying to get out.
there. Gonna have to get out of the way. Yep.
Oh, very, very good damage on Bog
Ooh.
there.
Bog loves to spin as he tries to leave every
really
encounter,
does, doesn't he?
Make me think that he's lost a wing or something, but no, able to get out of there, and yeah, just another like solid encounter, but not a ton happening. Once again, this is probably the most conservative they've been these rounds.
I mean, Shadow Moses really knows that if they lose this one, they're out, so...
Exactly, yeah. You're gonna take it as cautiously as possible. But that's the thing. There's one thing that I always wonder about, like, you know, well, anytime I'm playing any type of competitive sport, whether it's esports or what have you, there's always something to be said about when you get into these late stages, just being as aggressive as possible and trying to catch up. Like if you're on Shadow Moses' side, try to catch Liberty's Reapers out on them getting a little bit more relaxed. You know, they're only one win away from getting there. There's a lot of sort of honestly like mind game strategies that you get into once you've done this many rounds against each other.
But at the same time, Shadow Moses just needs to be so careful, so it's really a trade-off.
Yeah. Alright, Bogdoggle getting
Quite a lot of
damage
target
off
swapping
there.
here.
Yeah. Hibber's shields
Hyber
are
taking
down.
some significant damage.
Ooh, this
Can he
is
get the
big
kill here?
damage. Is it going to get there? Kotobuki is
No,
able
not
to
quite.
kill Bogdoggle.
Oh, big. That's big. All right, I think this is now in Shadow Moses' court now.
Yeah, they might be bringing it forward. Here we go. We see Hibber lost one wing.
There
Down
we
it goes.
go.
Fresh as ice able to kill Hibber. And that is going to
That's
be
what we
round
like
number
to see.
3 to Shadow Moses. After a very quiet start, a pretty big sort of trade food that they had there.
1 down, 2 more to go.
They're going to take it all the way. I think they're going to do it.
I believe.
Now this is where, if only I was being paid, I would be saying, "Hey Crucian, how about that overtime pay, huh?" I didn't bribe Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers to play longer, I swear. We're going to get reset once again. I got to say, I have been loving how quickly we've been able to reset. It's been great. Thank you very much, everyone who's working in the background. And, of course, the competitors for being very prompt with it and doing a great job at getting reset. We appreciate it a ton. It makes this a lot easier.
it's just so tense. There's so much to win and lose here.
I'd love to hear the like comms between the two teams at the moment, and just sort of see where they're at, because I don't know. I do love that. There's this very famous Call of Duty like tournament that these people were playing it, and they had some comms on. This team was playing a best of 5. They were down 2 maps, like completely defeated. And the team that was losing is like, hey, we just need to, we need to get together. We need to put in the work and we'll get there. The other team is like, we've won. We've already done it. And the team who had been completely destroyed just got themselves together and crushed it 3-0. And that's what I want to see. I want to see Shadow Moses do that now after crawling back here,
Absolutely. It'll be an amazing feat to see. And would definitely be something to remember for this year of Fight or Flight. Alright, round 4.
Round 4 of our final match of EMEA. Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers. Shadow Moses need 2 more round wins. Liberty's Reapers need 1 more. It's getting incredibly close. I mean, each of the matches have also, each of the rounds have also been incredibly close. So let's get some hype in every chat. If you are watching this from home, who you're going for? Who do you think is going to take this one for the European region? And away we go.
We go, round 4 begun. Who will win that first talent trade?
At this point as well, I think Liberty's Reapers have been competing for about an hour and a half. I would have to time it to when they did their last losers division round, but yeah, they've been essentially non-stop this entire time. It's got to be incredibly taxing.
Wow. A little bit of sniping going on. Ooh, but Fresh takes a lot of damage there. But so does Hyber, What's going to happen here?
Oh, huge damage.
Lots of damage on Hyber. Lots and lots of damage on Hyber.
Vicky going to turn around on
and good shield damage on Bogdoggle there, yeah.
Fresh's Ice also on top of Bogdoggle, but a little bit too far away. It looks like they're going to get out.
Yep.
Going to reset, but
they get out, but
certainly
Hyber
seems pretty good from Shadow Moses.
Long way down. Yeah, for sure. Hyber's lost a wing, but still has his gun.
Alright, that was that is like the most aggressive first encounter we've had from like the last few rounds, so
Sure.
Maybe capitalizing on some of those mistakes.
Alright, and coming back together again. 4K out.
Yeah. When we get back into this, we're going to see some pot shots. There we go. Coming from both sides, especially Fresh's Ice. And here we go. Let's get into the fight. Bogdoggle and Fresh's Ice going for it, but Fresh is going to swap targets
Both going for
over to
Hyber
Hyber to try to get some shields down.
But Reyno's being focused quite hard right now. What is going to happen? Still has a lot of boosts, so can get out if he needs, but... Ooh, quite a lot of damage on Kotobuki there. 540, that's a significant amount. That's more than what Hyper just took, so... But they're both out.
Big trade-off there. Though, if you look at Hyber, it looks like we've got both wings missing now.
That's not good, though, because that means all the damage has been going to the parts that don't really matter.
Yeah. Have a nice little reset. Get our resources back. Try for it again. But yeah, this very much feels like it's in Shadow Moses' court once again. Bringing it back from the being back from the head.
It's a lot more balanced now. Both blades are very damaged. And I'm concerned that Kotobuki's damage is much more concentrated on the body, whereas Hyber's was more on the wings.
All right, looks like we're about to get into another fight. We're gonna have a couple of pot shots heading off until we get into that like, within 1 kilometer range. Which here we go. Jump on in. Fresh as Ice and Bogdog are going to be right on top of each other.
Both talents trying to protect their blades from each other.
Bog going for Kotobuki. Not a lot of hits though. Here we go. Huge damage from Hyber onto Kotobuki.
Shield trade.
Shields,
Oh no. Jerry goes
down. Down goes Kotobuki. 2v1.
Can Fresh get?
Liberty's Reapers take this, they win it. All they have to do is kill Fresh as Ice, but Hitter's not in a great spot either. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Here you go. Fresh's shields down. Get into Nav. Get out. Try to figure something out. Here we go. We're seeing shields down once again. Some damage, and there goes Fresh as Ice. Hibber's going to take it down, which means Liberty's Reapers are going to take that game, and they're going to take the win for EMEA. Xperia and I will see you guys very, very soon once again for America. But very quickly before we throw to desk, Xperia, how do you feel?
I mean, good fights from everyone. That was great to watch. It's so good to see this high-level PvP. I love it. So yeah, big GGs from everyone, I think.
Agreed. We will see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw you to the desk.
Wow, wow, wow.
That's
Liberty
amazing.
Reapers come out on top after a gruesome,
Talk about a fight.
5, 8, 9 matches straight back to back. Liberty Reapers has 11 because they had to play the losers finals. My lord, that was insane. Zero State, we'll start off with you this time around. What are your thoughts, man? Liberty Reapers, EU taking it all here for Fight or Flight top 8 finals for EMEA.
Yeah, I think it's just what we said. It's which team can stay perfect longer, which team can stay without making those tiny little mistakes just a little bit longer. We saw little bits of damage here and there. We saw Shadow Moses winning a lot of trades, but there were moments where a big opportunity presented itself right in front of a Liberty's Reaper pilot, and they just took those chances they took those opportunities or grasped those opportunities just a little bit more than the Shadow Moses pilots did, and it played out that way. 9 fights is a long way to go for both teams, so absolutely huge props to both teams. Incredible to watch. Probably couldn't have been any better even if it went to 10. It was just nail biting all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I was nervous too as well, Zero State, because I didn't know where this was going to go, and like we mentioned, it came down to the smaller mistakes. Liberty Reapers, I'm not going to say they got a free match, but because you had Fresh as Ice and man, I forgot his name, but they bumped into each other, and right there, that was a tough spot, and that's just all about communication, right? They need to be able to communicate a little bit better there, but man, what a matchup. Kudos to both teams. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this grand finals here.
What a comeback from Liberty's Reapers. That was absolutely insane. Being knocked down to the losers bracket, winning through, coming back up, and then, going 9 out of 10, rounds for a grand finals to win the EU region. It's just an incredible endurance, run, a marathon of fighting out of Liberty's Reapers. Both teams, SM and LR, put on a championship performance. They put out their hearts and souls into those fights. They tried hard. They put their strats together, combined efforts, and just, it was just a battle of attrition at that time. Got to make that one mistake. You get to hit too much. Those little mistakes, they stack up, and LR is able to capitalize in the long run throughout all those fights and just come out on top. See, that is how you fucking fight. You adapt, you overcome, and doesn't matter if you go down into the losers bracket, because you get an advantage. You get that hype coming back. You get that momentum. You're winning. You're getting that chemistry built up, and then it just comes through. Where, you know, when you go through the winners bracket, you get a little lax, you get a little comfy, a little overconfident, and you're a little bit more humbled when you come from the losers bracket. So, but I mean, overall, that was incredible performances that whole time. Could have gone either way, really. That's still, I want to see more of them fighting. Can we go out of 15?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was heartbreaking, especially for Shadow Moses, right? Like, it's tough, man, but this is what that high level, you know, PvP is all about. And now we got to do this again for Americas. But let's take a look at our final bracket here for Fight or Flight Top 8 Finals for EMEA, presented by iConCity. Dominated the game, and look at there. Finally, Liberty Reapers EU, man, winning a lot of matches, resetting the bracket. I think it's super well deserved. You know, shout out to everybody in the chat, really talking about it, and really, you know, I know there's a lot of back and forth between both teams, but man, that was a tough one. It was awesome to see, but you know, we still got more Shadow Moses teams in Americas. Plus, we got, you know, Avenger Squadron now. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of these Americas matches to see how it differentiates from EU. But great bracket overall, guys. We're gonna take a quick break. We're going to kick you guys off. Remember, if you guys want to watch these teams in person at CitizenCon 2954, make sure you guys get your tickets to enter Atmosphere. We're going to play the trailer one more time for you. We're going to play all of our replays from previous matches. Then we'll go into a quick ad break, and we'll be right back soon with Fight or Flight Top 8 for Americas. And we're going to crown another champion for the Americas region very, very soon. So we'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for watching. More action is coming up next.
Dragnet into kill box. Fuel weapon state green requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update. One group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. On hostile. Recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet Claw 1 targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
This is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er, 183, Walker Strike Team on site for assistance. HQ, Strike Team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
Dragnet, Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group, Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400 on. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group, Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers, weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
You got swamp ass in there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for Fighter Flight Top 8 Americas. This time, we're going with the Americas. So teams from North and South America will be competing in the top 8 here, so we can crown another champion that will book their ticket all the way to Manchester, UK for CitizenCon and the championship finals for Enter Atmosphere. Guys, I know we just had a massive amount of matches, but we're going right into America, so let's take a look at the bracket. All right, here we go. I'm going to go through this, but we got another Shadow Moses team, and we got another Liberty Reapers NA. We got Avenger Squadron Blue, Shadow Moses Retired Spies. We got Black Fleet Mental Modes, FRD Flyhard Aeromancers, and FFK Red. Let's take it off to you, starting off Papa Freedom. Here we go with NA now. How are you feeling about the NA bracket, and what do you think that NA is going to be doing, or not NA, sorry, but Americas is going to be doing different than EMEA? You're muted again.
Oh, 3 for 3.
Oh, man, I'm just making sure we're both muted. We're doing great. This is a professional stream, and the Shadow Moses team and the Liberty Reapers, this is going to be another slugfest. Absolutely. But AVS is now in the mix, and AVS has a grudge match against SM as well. So there's a lot of these heavy rival fights here in America, a lot more bad blood, there's going to be a lot of heat here, a lot of ego flexing and really tough fights. But, Shadow Moses has really strong teams. LR does too, AVS, but I got to go with Shadow Moses right now. We just saw the performance from their EU side. They all practice together. So it's going to be pretty good. But Liberty Reapers taking that win for the EU. It's going to be, this is good. This is good and exciting fights.
Awesome. Give us your thoughts here on this America's bracket here, Zero State.
Well, there's a lot of teams that I know. I play North America a lot, so we're going to see a lot of I'm going to see a lot of familiar faces. It's going to be a challenge to get by Shadow Moses. It's going to be a challenge to get by Liberty Reapers. We just saw that in the last bracket, like Papa Freedom was saying. Avenger Squadron going to bring the heat for sure. I don't know. This is going to be a real challenge. I think I'm kind of interested in Black Fleet. I want to see how they do from the losers bracket. I'm pretty excited to watch a lot of these fights. And maybe we'll get another 9-fight match. Who knows?
Well, one thing I definitely want to talk about is going to be Team FRD Flyhard Aeromancers, right? Because they are, if I'm not mistaken, they were pretty brand new, and they've beat some very good teams, especially after losing to Liberty Reapers NA. They went on a pretty cool losers run, and they beat Liberty Reapers. I believe it was Liberty Reapers New Beagle. They did beat them, and now they're in the top 8. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing FRD and see if they can continue making a losers run, because hearing their comms during the group stage was absolutely pretty phenomenal. They communicate well. So I want to see if they're going to continue this run and see if they can maybe get to the top. So like you guys mentioned, a lot of top teams. It's going to be definitely tough, but I'm excited to see some of these matches underway here shortly as we get our first lobby underway. So let's jump right into it. Let's take a look at Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers NA. You have Floor Mat and Amogus versus Liberty Reapers NA 7s and 8+. We're going to see a Blade Talon mirror match here. So starting off, kicking it off to you, Zero State. What do you think is happening here? Give us your thoughts.
Well, I mean, Blade Talon has kind of become this team comp, right? It seems like they pair well against each other. It's good high damage, high burst from the Talon, or from the Blade, excuse me. The Talon does a great job at kiting and trying to get around behind the opposing team. So I feel like we might see almost a repeat of some of the fights that we saw, earlier today between Shadow Moses and Liberty Reapers, where it's both teams working really hard to kite and get around the other team. And we're going to have to see which team makes that crucial mistake that might lead to the end of the fight. Yep,
I totally agree. Well, for my thoughts, I'm probably going to push for Shadow Moses on this one. I'm a big fan of Floormat, man, especially when I met him last year at CitizenCon. So looking forward to see him compete a little bit more. But Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this matchup here, Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers NA.
I'm 100% biased just to Floormat himself. He's been in the third place, the second place, for the champions of Fight or Flight. Each year he's competed. He's made it to the top. I want him to go all the way because there's nobody that deserves it more. But he's got to earn it. He's got to make it. He's got to go the distance with the Mogus. Very strong partner, very skilled pilots. But the A+ and 7 chemistry combination 2v2 is nothing to be underestimated. You cannot let your guard down for a single second because either one of those pilots will clip you down and just wear you out in a matter of seconds if you aren't careful. But I'm going to go with my boy Floormat. I hope he wins and goes all the way.
All right. And by the way, nothing against Liberty Reapers NA. You guys just took all of EMEA. So, I mean, let's see what Liberty Reapers NA can do here. But to talk about something, Shadow Moses, both Floormat and Amogus using mouse and keyboard. Okay? I mean, I'm not saying that Master Modes prefers more the, Hosas or Hotas, but I know Floormat, even in the last flight model, was using mouse and keyboard and absolutely destroying people. So, very excited to see them continue that. But I believe we're getting a lobby up and running. So before we do that, let's take a look at what these teams in Americas are gonna be fighting for one more time. So we're gonna be taking hey, if they win Americas, right, they get that travel and stay, get a trip to CitizenCon, get a CitizenCon ticket. We're gonna make them look good with a CitizenCon of the our Banu collection jersey, and then they will be able to compete in person at Fight or Flight Championship Finals at Aviva Studios, home of Factory International, and depending on their placement at the Championship Finals is how they're gonna win a digital prize. So. And then we got a little bit more goodies too as well that we will be throwing in there. Probably some hardware, so stand by and look at that. But I mean, there's a lot on the line, right? A travel and stay to Manchester, UK is not cheap, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not cheap. So I'm just happy that we're able to do this for some of the teams and able to make sure that they get to the championship finals as their prize for winning their region. And then, of course, if you guys want to get your hands on the merch, guys, okay? The merch is available at atmo.se/merch. You grab a jersey, man. Help support because all the money when you buy your merch, even if you're not going to CitizenCon, goes to helping these teams fly out, help get some trophies, all of that stuff. So very, very excited for that. So guys, grab some of the merch, or most of all, come to Enter Atmosphere to watch some of these teams battling out for a massive Fight or Flight trophy presented by Chris Roberts himself at Enter Atmosphere. So I'm looking forward to that. But guys, anything we want to talk about, any teams that we want to chat about, anything that we're going to see different going from EMEA to now Americas as we get this next matchup underway?
Well, I think we talked a little bit earlier, and some people were mentioning, hey, we might see a few more Buccaneers. We might see a few different tactics from some of the NA teams. Maybe a little bit more aggression. Who knows? Maybe, which may or may not be a good thing. That might not be a good thing. So we'll have to see. I think ship choices are going to be interesting. So far, the ship choices, we kind of, we found a lane of ship choices towards the end of the last bracket. And that's continue on into this one, but we'll see what teams do throughout this bracket. I'm kind of interested to see, maybe some more Sabres. I've been enjoying seeing those. More Buccaneers. It'd be nice to see those too. So we'll see where we go. Maybe an Arrow. Maybe an Arrow will make an appearance.
Yo, I want to see an Arrow so bad. Believe it or not, Papa, your thoughts on what Zero State mentioned there?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked at the spread of the EU teams. I know a lot of the America teams, the North America teams, and they fight really close together. So I'm curious to see the difference in the stacking of the teams as they go into that first merge, because it's a really crucial part. If you're like sub 250 meters with your wingman, you guys can hit a target, together really effectively. But if you're outside in like the 500 range, you could be at 1,000 meters and your partner's at 500. The damage just isn't as effective. I think we're like what Zero said, we're going to see some more aggression, whether that goes to the aggressor's side or not for winning the fight. That's yet to be seen, but I think we'll see a little bit more aggression. We'll see more bucks for sure. Maybe some surprise ships. I don't know, but this is these are great teams also, the whole lineup.
Yep. Well, we have our next matchup coming. We're going to throw it over to you guys very, very shortly here. But, man, we got a little bit of some intel. Unfortunately, Mental Modes will not be continuing. I think one of their teammates had some hardware issues and can't get it up on time. So Mental Modes is going to be forfeiting. That means Black Fleet is going to get a direct trip to quarter losers. So Black Fleet's going to be able to kind of get a bye, I guess. But sorry to hear Mental Modes, had to drop out on that. I really like Zionix, good dude from AVS that helped me do a little bit in training last year. But something I want to talk about, though, before we jump into this next matchup, and this is for you, Papa Freedom, right? And a lot of people haven't talked about it yet either. What was the decision by not putting the Hornet into this fight or flight kind of lineup for our ships this time around?
Yeah, the Hornet is just, well, first for the F7A Hornet variant, it's a paid chip. You had to be a part of the event. It's limited. Not everybody has access to it. And then as far as the C variant, it's really it's just outclasses most of these ships in the lineup. We want to have good, fair dogfighting ability. And if we allow the Hornet, then we kind of got to add in a little bit in this lineup, there's no counter to the Hornet. Like as far as like a ship goes, we would need like a Banu Defender or something that has the tank ability, because that's a lot of DPS coming out. So we just said no to the Hornets. Just get them out of there. And we want to showcase these light fighters. We want to show high skill expression. So that was really what the council decided on. We really didn't have a good answer with this lineup. So it was like, okay, well then the Hornet shouldn't be in there because there's no real counter to it. And throughout the whole event, we've disallowed any pay to win ships, any like ships that are like limited viability. So some people have a more advantage in case that variant has better G's or anything like that. Really to keep the fair play initiative and the high competitive spirit of the tournament was the main reasons behind this.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think it's
all right.
It's important
to
remember, like, there are people that make these decisions. It's not just one or two people, right? It's not kind of arbitrary. There's a whole council of people that decide, hey, this ship is going to work for it, and this ship isn't going to work for it. So I just want to, if anybody's out there wishing they were seeing more Hornets and things like that, if the Hornet was in the competition, it might be all you see. So it's just important to keep that in mind. You want to see different stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't wait till some of these ships are actually available in the PU or also for rent, right? We still don't have the FA Lightning for rent either. I'm a big FA Lightning fan, even though it's probably not fair. I love that ship to death. The way it just looks mean. Like when you see it in the PU, you just need to run away because you're probably going to die. But anyways, next match coming up, we're going to throw it over to Kroncy and Xperia. Not one last time, but one more time over here for Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers NA. Take it away, guys.
Hello, friends. We are back this time with the American region. How are you doing, Xperia? How was your break?
Good. I had dinner, which was quite a lot to cram in 10 minutes, but I'm ready. Down an espresso, ready to watch some more top-tier PvP fights.
That's my plan too. And you might have thought, well, I'm sure you didn't think, Xperia, but some of you at home might have thought that we were done with Shadow Moses and Liberty's Reapers. Nuh-uh. We are right back at it again, with this time Shadow Moses against Liberty's Reapers North America in our winners bracket. This is going to be a good fun one. Unsurprisingly, we're going to see some vehicles that we've been seeing all day. More Talons, more Blades. And yeah, how do you think this one's going to go, Xperia? Looks like they're jumping towards each other now.
Well, if I could put my money on any team in the entire event, it would be Floormat and Amogus. So I gotta go with them. I know they're my boys, but yeah, that's my pick.
I mean, certainly also seem to be a crowd favorite as well from what I've been seeing in terms of how this is going to go. So Floormat in the Blade, Amogus in the Talon, and then we've got 7 in the Talon and A+ in the Blade. We're going to see how it's going to work out for them as we start approaching already our first encounters.
All right, here we go. 7 taking some significant damage, but also getting good shield damage on Floormat. Amogus completely fine, trying to trade with that with 7 in the Talon. More good damage from Floormat on A+. And both teams seem to sort of backing off a bit. Never mind. actually.
A plus shield down, gonna chase, try to get some damage.
Shield's down, but
Gets
in
a little
nav.
bit of
7 also in nav.
Yep. Still able to get those
And,
pot
they're
shots in
gonna-
as they were leaving.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, not too much.
Mhm.
Not enough to sway the fight, I think.
Of course.
But definitely SM on the offensive right now.
So another one of the more conservative matches that we've seen today. So how this goes for the,
all of the-
second run through.
All the top matches are going to be like this. Lots of waiting for the right moments, stuff like that.
Exactly.
Currently
Here
at
we
the
go.
speed wall.
Tell you.
7 switching. Okay, big damage on floor mat. He's probably going to try and get out now, or hopefully Amogus can pressure. Have to see. Amogus taking
Plus
some
can try to take
significant
some pot
shield
shots
damage.
at Amogus. And A plus shields down.
Yep. Big damage on A+, 288.
Down goes a
He's
wing.
going to try and get out. Full mat's going to try and switch 7. Will he get there in time? No, but enough to fire a missile.
Great exchange there against A plus though.
Yep. A+ lost a wing, lost a gun, so... Well, big damage on 7 actually, from floor mat.
Down goes some
407
feathers.
damage.
Yeah, just a lot of peppering as they come through, but like the exact amount, like enough to do stuff, you know, like.
Yeah.
They're,
This is
they're
why I
doing a
love
solid
nav
job
mode
of focusing all that.
with your shields down. There's just such an option. There's such a trade-off, and I love that about master modes.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna regroup. Obviously, though, so far Shadow Moses in a very good spot.
Yep.
And here we go. We're gonna get back into it. Amogus gonna start targeting on 7's. Gonna move back around. Format back on A plus. Damage being exchanged both sides.
big
Format
damage on
also
both.
lost part of their wing.
Yep. Ooh, big damage on floor mat actually. Amogus trying to get damage on A+. Can he secure the kill? Little bit of damage, not quite enough. Floor mat currently trying
Floor
to
mat
fight A+ right now.
And Format a little worse for wear, but not too bad at the moment.
Not too bad.
Great,
Managed
not
to
too bad.
get
And there we go.
A+
A
out
plus
of nav.
down.
What a kill.
Format's gonna take
What
the
a
elimination
kill.
there.
Baited him out of nav with a missile. And then got
Lovely.
that gun kill.
I do love that as a tactic, getting him out of nav with the missile. And here we go. Big damage onto 7.
Hitting shots through the chaff.
Who needs
7
a
shields
hit marker
down.
to tell you where to shoot?
Final stand. There we go. Shadow Moses wins round 1.
Solid first round. It didn't really feel like Floormat or Amogus were on the back foot at all the entire time, really.
Not
Like,
at
there was
all.
maybe a couple of
Floormat did
times
take
where
us
Floormat had to
quite a
run
lot of
away.
damage.
He did, but
But,
it felt like he was in control the entire time. Like, it felt
sure,
like it
for
was
sure.
it was calculated. You know what I mean? So very, very solid fight from them. They're going to take the first round, and then I imagine once again we're going to see a run back as we have for pretty much every match today of Blade and Talon. So tell me a bit more. This is not the first time it's happened today. The using the missiles to get people out of nav mode. It's happened a couple of times over today. Talk about that as a strategy.
So basically, when you're in nav mode, you can't deploy countermeasures, which
Mhm.
means missiles are pretty much guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but very likely to hit.
A lot
because
more
evading is not. Yeah. So what you want to do is when you suspect someone's gonna spool into nav and raise their signatures and try and get away, you lock a missile. If you fire, you can most of the time bait people to come out of nav to just deploy some countermeasures and then go back in. And Floormat used that there just to get that, secure that kill, which was very good to see.
Yeah, it feels like a really, really awesome sort of counterplay just to just the strategies that people have been employing throughout the entire day. So that's a lot
sure.
of fun to watch. Shadow Moses up a game against Liberty's Reapers North America, trying to redeem the org after what we saw from the previous 9 rounds in the EU, and wow, what a showing so far! But not done yet. Remember, we do best out of 3s for most of our rounds, and then the final match is a best out of 5. Both of these teams currently in our winners bracket, so each team essentially can lose 1 match before they're eliminated. So once again, with these blades, we have the Wasp and the Warlords. Talons with the Light Strikes. Light Strike's been doing a ton of work today. There was only really one team that we saw, at least in EU, that kept the Omniskis that we saw during the heats. And it's clear as to why the Light Strikes have become, a lot better this time around.
Just being able to do that consistent damage from range is so useful in these sort of skirmish fights where you're trying to just play off an advantage rather than committing.
All right, round number 2 is a go. As our teammate's going to head towards the center of SPK. I gotta say, I've been loving this arena. I would love to see maybe some more interplay around the center, but having the open space does make it more for it adds a little bit of competitive integrity we might not have otherwise.
Yeah. All right, both teams are about 2k now, and they get into shooting range. Amoga's going for the Talon while 7 goes for the Blade. Shields down on 7. Chaffing possibly going to try and get away, or pressure floor mat, yeah.
But
ooh,
there we
damage
go.
on floor mat. Did he lose it? Did he lose a wing? Looks like it. Amoga's trying to pressure 7 here, but both shields are down. And they're going to try
Looks
and
like
get away.
no wings lost from floor mat, so a little bit of damage applied, but not a huge development there.
Amoga's lost a feather there, so going to be a little bit of G advantage, but not much. Definitely, possibly in LR's favor this round actually. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, but it's also it's very early, and not much is. It's as if they've got the initiative. They've got that start. Keep pushing it. You might be okay. You might be able to push this to a game 3. Here we go. We're back into it. A+ going to start by targeting floor mat. Trying to get the shields down on that blade.
Mogus coming in to deal some damage. Floor mat just trying to get his shields back up. Missiles on the floor mat while in SEM. Interesting. Floor mat and 7 just shield trading right now.
Here we go.
Mogus getting some shields down on 7.
Yeah, we're gonna see some damage.
Little bit of damage on hull, but just ran out of weapon capacitors.
Yep.
And floor mat gets
there we go.
A+.
Floor mat's able to take out A+. That is 1 for 1 now. So can they take out the other? 7 was already sustaining quite a bit of damage.
That was
earlier.
Amazing.
More.
Burst.
There it goes.
Shadow Moses
Very
wins
quickly
against...
done. Yeah. Big fights there once we got into sort of those engagements. We did say that maybe Liberty's Reapers had the initiative a little bit earlier on, but Floormat and Amogus just showing just how good they are. Pretty much after that first like crossover, it felt like there was no mistakes made on their part at all. So a really, really good job by them. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. That was the director saying. So we're going to... That is Liberty's Reapers... No, sorry, Shadow Moses. I know what I'm doing. We've been doing this all the time. That is Shadow Moses going to take the first match of NA, and we're going to go right back to the desk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here, and Shadow Moses, quick 2-0 versus Liberty Reapers NA. I don't want to say it, but that looked like taking candy from a baby. That was super quick. Let's throw it over to you, Zero Snake. Kick it off. What were your thoughts on that matchup there? Man, that was quick. Yep.
Yeah, I think one of the stories of those fights, the floor mat, very patient, chose his moments really, really well. Me and Papa Freedom were kind of chatting back and forth about it. He was extremely evasive, a couple of good ankle breakers, as Papa Freedom mentioned to me, and just found the right time to really strike and get a bunch of damage in without taking a big trade. So that's huge when you're fighting against another good team. A lot of things we've seen today is somebody will take a fight and they will trade, and maybe they'll kill the other pilot, but then they will trade their own life, because it's just how it goes, right? They'll trade their own ship, and then it's a 1v1 or something, and who knows how that might go, But in this case, the floor mat, we just happened to notice that especially really took his time and found a time frame where he could take that trade, win it, and then come out of it with his ship still intact too.
Just having awareness of when to trade and when not to trade. So very, very good on that. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this last matchup here. Shadow Moses versus Liberty Reapers NA. Man, everybody is gassing me out, man. Like Grossi is like he can't even say EMEA properly anymore. But anyways, go ahead.
It's like trying to say Katabuki, we're all out here tongue tied. No, the performance by SM, the big things that I noticed was patience. They were patient. They weren't over chasing. They were staying super stacked, like I was talking about earlier. I'm curious to see how these teams are going to stack on each other, because the closer you are and the better you are to shoot at an opponent. And I also want to talk about trigger discipline. When you're using the blade, you've got the Wasp and the Warlords. The Warlords being that main burst DPS, but the Wasp being excellent, like peppering material. Kind of start to like slowly whittle down the shields, get that regen.
Yeah, very good at shield denial. Yep.
Exactly. Yep. And then you get close and fucking punish with the Warlords. And that's what I really noticed, the big difference between, and it's not a huge difference, but a big difference that made the outcome the way it is A+ was a little behind. He was shooting farther out while Floormat was allowing his shots to pepper. A+ was kind of shooting his Warlords farther out than he probably should have. So if he would have reserved those shots, the fights would have been closer. But Matt had that slight advantage over that trigger discipline, patience in the fight, and came out on top as a clear advantage in both fights.
Wow, well, good replays overall there, man. It's now it definitely was a fun one to watch. And again, this was another high-level matchup, right? But let's see how this goes, right? You got Shadow Moses now jumping over to the winners final so let's see how that goes, and let's see if like the journey from now that they're fighting all the way to possibly grand final, see if that's going to fatigue them. And we have another history of what happened in the EMEA, but I don't think this time they're going to. But we got our next matchup, and I'm excited because we have Avenger Squadron Bravo, I believe, versus Shadow Moses retired spies. So we have Avenger 1 and then Marky Mark, and then we have Avenger 1 in a Buccaneer and Marky Mark in that Talon, and then you have Saint Nix from Shadow Moses and Sin in that Talon. Sin, someone that we saw last year at Fighter Flight at CitizenCon 2953. So excited to see Sin back. Very cool dude. But I mean, this is going to be a fun one, I think. Again, how do you guys think the Buck is going to do in this matchup? We'll kick it off to you first, Papa Freedom.
Well, I definitely know for a fact that A1 is the master of the Buck right now. He's been championing it since Master Modes came out, utilizing the strat. Excellent pilot, knows his situational awareness, knows distance control. The man teaches a bunch of people how to PvP, and his partner Marky Mark is another lethal pilot. So this combo, if we're gonna see this combo work, these are the two that are gonna make it happen. Now, Sen and Nix are also very experienced pilots. Sen has been at in the fighter flight competition before, does really well. Saint Nix is a little bit newer on the block, but do not underestimate, because both those guys have put in a ton of time into their craft and building their skills. But if the Talon Buccaneer combination is going to work, and we're going to see it at the highest level, this team from AVS is going to be able to pull it out, and I'm going to go for AVS to take that fight.
All right, Zero Stay, give us your thoughts here on AVS versus Shadow Moses in this winners semis coming up.
You know, I love to see the Buccaneer. I love this team comp of Talon and Buccaneer. I think it'll be a good opportunity for the Talon to be a bit of a harasser, a little bit more mobile. I think this Buccaneer is going to go for time on target. It looks like he's got CF repeaters on. So I mean, to me, it's he's going to try to be time on target. He's going to try to lay down the pain with all those hard points and really stay on target for long periods of time and allow that Talon to third party whoever is focusing him. That's what I would do in that case. It's not saying what they're going to do. They're probably better than I am at it, that's for sure. But that's a really interesting team comp that I'm really interested to see. And I think they might come out on top with that, especially A1, like Papa Freedom said, kind of the master of the Buccaneer right now, really knows how to fly that ship. So if he does something unique with it, he's probably got a reason.
Yeah, I totally agree there with you. Love seeing Avenger 1 in that Buccaneer, and I believe he was streaming and really using it quite often. So if this comp is going to work, I'm hoping it does work for Avenger Squadron Blue. Sorry, not Bravo, but, you know, I really do hope it works for them. I know that they have a very high spirit of competition, so... you know, and sad to see community member Schwang, you know, probably a little bit busy, but we miss you, man. You know,
love you, Schwang.
Get you back in there. So shouts to him, man. Hope he's doing well. But I believe we're waiting for the lobby guys, having a little bit of a loading issue, but we're gonna shoot it over to the Enter Atmosphere trailer one more time, guys. So if you guys are coming to CitizenCon 2954 this year in Manchester, UK, please, I'm telling you, you don't want to miss out on Enter Atmosphere, okay? Tickets are limited, all right? We have like 6,000 citizens going, all right? It's selling well, so make sure you guys don't miss out because we only have 1,200 seats. That's all we have out of all 6,000 people that are coming for, you know, for CitizenCon. So don't miss out on it, guys, and check out our brand new trailer for EA 54. We'll be right back.
Dragnet, Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400 on. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
All right, we are back. And something I want to talk about Enter Atmosphere is that, guys, when you buy a ticket, you're getting quite a bit of things, right? We want to make it a commemorative event for you guys that are coming to Enter Atmosphere. So we're making a holofoil badge, special badge that is going to have your gamer tag. There's only, I think, about 12 days left before you can actually get your gamer tag on there. If you buy anything after the 12 days, you're still going to get a badge. It's just going to say general, or it's going to say you know, VIP or whatever it is. So if you guys really want to get your gamer tag on there, just grab a badge. And then we have these incredible posters by Haskaha. You can once you pick up your badge, you'll get a poster, and then you'll also get your drink. So right off the rip, you have a 8-pound drink for free. So you can go in Enter Atmosphere, the theater. There's 2 floors that has 2 private bars for the top and bottom. So that way you guys can go out and, you know, have a drink with a friend. And if you don't drink, hey, it's okay. You can use a ticket for a couple sodas, for water, well, whatever you need. We want to make sure that we take care of you guys. And then, of course, we had just recently confirmed, we had Chris Roberts. Not only is he doing the trophy presentation at Enter Atmosphere, we're also going to be doing a meet and greet during the CIG panel. We're going to have a nice photo booth for you guys there, so you guys will be able to hopefully get through that line fairly quickly, say hi, get a picture, and kind of move on, because I know we're going to have a lot of people there. But I'm telling you, Enter Atmosphere is going to be absolutely fantastic. Any thoughts here from Zero State or Papa Freedom? I know we talked a little bit about it during the EMEA, but while we wait for this next lobby to load up, any thoughts about, you know, upcoming CitizenCon?
Honestly, I'm just really excited to see everybody. I kind of mentioned it earlier, like, I'm big on community. I think a lot of people here are big on community. CIG is big on community. And one of the coolest things ever is walking into this huge building where everybody is interested in the same thing you are. And everybody you talk to, everybody you meet, you know, they see something cool, they got the same smile on their face that you do. CitizenCon is so cool like that. It's just so cool to meet so many like-minded gamers that are interested in the same thing. The Enter Atmosphere showcase after CitizenCon, that's going to be epic as well. It's going to be an even more focused version of that, where everybody here is interested in this kind of tournament-style gameplay, this PvP gameplay. They don't want to see it on a big stage, and to be a little part of that is really cool too. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, I keep mentioning, right? Like, people saw probably Fight or Flight last year at CitizenCon, which is totally fine. We had that, you know, that bigger community booth, but I'm telling you that now when we're gonna have a proper stage, proper sound system, you're gonna feel that boom in your chest, and we want you guys to never forget that moment of, you know, the competition really coming somewhere that is gonna make you guys really be in awe of what we're building here for Enter Atmosphere. But your thoughts here on the CitizenCon or Enter Atmosphere, Bubba Freedom?
I'm right there with everybody. It's the community, like this ATMO team, the ATMO community. You know, in my daily life, I'm the only one who plays Star Citizen. Nobody, I can't talk to anybody. I can talk to them, but they don't really get it. Nobody's like in the know. They don't have the lingo. And if I get excited and explain something, I can't talk to them. I got to talk to my Discord buddies. But when you're at CitizenCon in person, and all those people that you've played with for years, you actually get to meet them, see them, hug them, you know, dap them up, you know, all that stuff, and, you know, punch and titty twisters them. It's like, it's so much fun. Yeah, I'm talking to you, crew. Get ready. That's right. Yep. So, like, that's the part that I enjoy.
My lives, bro. You better chill.
I got permission. I got permission. No, yeah, that's the best part, is like the community side, meeting people, sharing it, and like Zero said, getting to talk to people that are just as passionate, if not even more passionate than you are, about the same game and the community, because there's one thing that we all care about, and that's we want this game to succeed and be something we all want to. And there's room here for everybody. Briefers, gankers, PvEers, space truck drivers, you know, delivery guys, people that just want to sit in global chat in a station. You're all welcome, you know? Everybody.
Yes, 100%. Well, guys, again, if you guys want to join us, !EA54, go check out our landing page. It has all the FAQs. If you have any questions about the you have what do you call it? Wheelchair accessibility. So we literally thought of everything to make sure that everybody comes comfortable. I think there's only like 5 VIP tickets left, but the thing is, right, we only did 100 VIPs because no matter where you sit in the venue, you literally will have a good view no matter what. I promise you, you will have a good view. So doesn't matter if you're in the back or behind VIP or in front, you're gonna have a really badass view. So I think we're still working on the lobby. I am not 100% sure. But if we have cams, let's shoot it over to our casters here, Xperia and Croncy, which I hope you guys at home are enjoying their play-by-plays. Take it away, guys.
I hope you guys are enjoying it too, because we're certainly enjoying giving it. Can we get a little bit of love for my good friend Xperia? First time doing casting, and you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. I want to see some claps in chat. You've been doing great, Xperia. It's been awesome to cast with you so far today. And it's going to be even better to cast with you for the rest of the day. It's going to be a good time. So, yeah, we got a big fight coming up. Avenger Squadron Blue against Shadow Moses' retired spies. I mean, how good can they be if they're retired? But a big interesting one, obviously,
Pretty good.
in this matchup is Avenger 1's going to be running the Buccaneer with CF repeaters.
It's an interesting loadout. I personally am not a subscriber of the Buccaneer doctrine that I think a lot of Avenger 1 fans might be familiar with. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I know that Sin and St. Nick's had a bit of a late sort of swap out with a team member. So it was originally going to be St. Nick's and Jake Sparky, but unfortunately something came up pretty much the day before the group stages, and they had to swap him out for Sin, who is another very good pilot. So they haven't had too long to practice, but they're very good, and we'll see how they do it.
Yeah, well, it should be a good spot regardless. Shadow Moses got into this round after fighting against Liberty Reaper's new Beagle. And Avenger Squadron got in here after beating FFK Red. So some pretty big teams for them to hop into our winners bracket. And this is our last winners bracket match before we're going to go to a bunch of losers brackets and find out how that's going to go. As well as whoever wins this will be fighting against Shadow Mosas, who we just saw. So that's going to be a tall order. Let's see how they're going to do here before they have to fight against just that beast of a matchup that we saw moments ago.
Yeah, for sure. And there's always the possibility that Shadow Moses will be fighting Shadow Moses, which would be an interesting turn of events.
The Shadow Moses mirror is an interesting concept. I do wonder, some of these we got to start taking power back from some of these orgs. We're going to get to a point where it's all Shadow Moses and Liberty Reapers fighting each other over and over again. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that. It's been some of our most entertaining matchups all day. So who knows? All right, looks like matches started. Before they start actually shooting each other, who do you think is going to take it?
Honestly, I don't know. I think Shadow Moses. I'm rooting for my guys, but I haven't played against Avenger 1 in a while, so honestly, don't know.
All right, it's going to be
It'll be a good fight
to see. I'm really hoping the Buccaneer can do some stuff. As I mean, we saw it do some stuff a little bit when Liberty Reapers were running up much earlier today, but even they ended up, taking it off. So we'll see how it can fare here against the likes of, probably the best matchup all day, Blade and Talon.
The theme sort of coming in. Avenger and the Buck sort of going past Sin and looking for that blade. Nyx is swapping to Avenger 1 there. Sin looking for Marky Mark. Through the chaff cloud, just misses the merge. Avenger 1 shields down.
Yeah.
Nyx is in Nav.
Interesting.
Avenger 1 getting some good damage on Sin there.
Yeah, shields appear to be down from Sin. Looks like we lost some feathers, and
Avenger
down we
gets
go
down.
as well. Avenger 1 going to eliminate Sin and take the first kill. But right back on there, St. Nick's using that opportunity to take down Avenger 1, and we're into a 1v1.
Nyx versus Marky Mark. Nyx in Nav. Got a missile, but fled off. Gotta get back some resources before he takes his flight with a Talon.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, we've seen a lot of we've seen a lot of Blades and Saber 1v1s today. I don't think we've seen a Blade and Talon 1v1. How do you think this goes?
Honestly, I really don't know. It would have been the Blade last patch. I think the Blade got a tiny bit of a change this patch, and I think the Talon it's a bit more even. We'll have to see. But I'm not super experienced in these two light fighters specifically. Right now, Nick's quite far in front of the shield trade.
Yeah,
No
I was going to
damage
say, at the
yet,
very
but-
least, doing a really good job at denying as many of those shield, as much of that shield as possible. So this very well could be Saint
There you go,
Nick's
some hull damage.
match to win. Yeah. Just constantly applying pressure. Marky Mark not even trying to get out of the way, and may not have much of a chance too soon.
There we go.
And there
Shadow
we
Moses
go.
wins that
Saint
one.
Nick's. Saint Nick's going to take down Marky Mark. Great job. Love coming back on Avenger 1 during that
Absolutely.
during that fight that Avenger 1 had with Sin. That was really well played. So great job there. Shadow Moses retired spies with the round 1 win for this match. That was a fun one. The Buccaneer did a fair bit, but definitely showed
Did a bit, but then
sometimes
it just crumbles when you get on it, and I think that's what happened there. But yeah, good flying from both sides. Great match, or great round.
Yeah. So once again, looks like these guys are going to be running it back, very similar to what our EU teams did, which once again makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I also really personally like the Buccaneer. I think it's just a cool ship in general. I feel like it hasn't had a lot of time to shine, a lot of different time. Like, it needs some more love. Just in general,
Yeah.
I think it needs some more love.
I love the Buccaneer design-wise and everything visual about it. I love Drake. I'm honestly not a fan of the interceptor playstyle. I'm glad it's there. I think it's just a little bit not almost gimmicky in the way that you fly. I am not a big fan. I love the close light fighter duels, so that's my favorite flight style. But
Yeah.
it's good to see. It's good to see all the different kinds of ways to play. So.
Yep. So, if you are just joining the stream, like the worst podcast co-host of all time, the first round of this match was won by Shadow Moses Retired Spies, who took the win thanks to some fantastic flying from Saint Nick's during a 1v1 with Marky Mark, but also a good catch on Avenger One during the first elimination. So yeah, we're going to be looking at another fight here. It's going to be very, very soon as they're already in position. The countdown will be going on any moment now. And I do have to say, I do enjoy that we've there's been a lot of molding of Fight or Flight over the last couple of years. I feel like we're really starting to get into the flow of things and making it nice and quick. And part of that, obviously, is thanks to our competitors who have been really helpful in just making sure that everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, and especially the organizers as well, right? Like these fights have been so snappy and set up really quickly. It's been really awesome.
Yep. All right, we're going to push back into it. Will the Buccaneer be able to redeem itself a little bit more? Will Avenger One be able to take this one down? Remember, this is another winners bracket match, so whoever loses here does still have a couple of other chances. They'll move on to the losers bracket, but whoever wins honestly has the worst fate, as they're going to be fighting against Shadow Moses in the winners bracket next. So, I mean, that's scary. After what we saw last match, it's scary, okay?
Absolutely. All right, here we go. First engagement. So Nick's getting some good damage on Avenger One. Shields down on Avenger One. He's going to go into Nav, chaffing. Quickly switching targets to Marky Mark in the Talon. With Marky Mark trying to pressure Nyx. Also, some shots from Avenger One on St. Nick's quite early, actually.
Yep, shield down on St. Nick's.
Nyx going into Nav.
Nav mode. Yep.
Yeah. Avenger One kind of not in the fight right now. Just looking who to go for next, and he's currently looking at Sin, trying to get a missile on. Marky Mark and Nav as well. Sin and Nyx sort of trying to regroup here. We'll see if they can get all their resources back before Avenger One gets in.
Yeah, a lot more cautious than the first round.
Yep.
I think they're just trying to make sure they can try to get Avenger One into a situation where he can just unload the DPS from that Buccaneer. But, I don't know if Shadow Moses are going to let them.
Yeah, so far Shadow Moses being very vigilant, checking over their shoulders, looking for that buck. You don't want it to just sort of collapse in on your fight. Because it is a lot of DPS.
And here we go, big damage coming on the Talon from Sin.
Oh, big damage, shield damage on St. Nick's from the Buck. Buck is completely red. Can it be taken out?
Yeah, that is a very red hole.
Very red Buck. Good damage on Marky Mark from St. Nick's, 216 points. Avenger One there in the Buck. Backing off again. And St. Nick's no longer has the boost to pursue. So far, hard to tell. I think Nyx could be a little bit damaged, but definitely
it appears
not as
so, but I think
Avenger One.
Exactly, yeah. Avenger One feels like he's in a bad spot, though. Here we go. We can see a bunch more damage applied to this Talon. Shield's almost gone, maybe just barely got them gone, but Sin able to get out of the way.
Yep, back up already. Marky Mark is a bit lost. There we go.
Lots of backing off in this second round.
Yeah, both teams playing a bit more carefully.
Definitely going to be a hard one for Avenger One to come back from here, just with the amount of damage that was on that Buccaneer. We're going to see Marky Mark engage on Nyx here. Shield's going down for Marky Mark, though. He gets some damage off. but has to
Yes, no,
disengage.
but Avenger 1 is on St. Nick's right now. Can he turn around?
Yep.
Can he turn around the fight? And Sin is in Nerve trying to regroup. Again, a very restrained fight there.
Yeah. Yeah, no one. This is. There keep being these moments where I feel like they're going to just commit to the fight, but it's the last second. Everyone keeps sort of trying to save themselves a little bit. I mean, Avenger 1 has to. He's too lit up already.
Yes.
He can't really afford to stay in for very much longer, right?
Shields on Avenger 1. Can they get him down? He's so low. Just a couple more shots. He's gonna pop. Oh, that's so close. St. Nick's is.
All right, gonna turn around to Marky Mark.
Shields
try to harass
down.
them off, but no.
Both in Nav again. Will the missile get Avenger 1?
That would be a very funny way to die today.
It would be the funniest way to die.
And that's what would happen
hasn't
to
happened
me.
yet.
So I'm glad I'm not participating.
Well, thankfully you're not allowed to customize your missiles in this, so there's no EM spam.
Yeah. All right, this is becoming a bit of a long one as our competitors regroup once again, try to figure out their plans. Just need one really one big jump on here. I'm not 100% sure, but St. Nick's has taken a fair bit of damage, so there could be the case that if we just get one sort of nice positioning just to take either Avenger 1 or St. Nick's out, and then turn this back into a 1v1.
Avenger 1 sort of going around trying to look for that poke, but kind of leaving Marky Mark a bit.
Marky Mark here.
Avenger 1 engaging St. Nick's. Will he get shields down? Sin getting some good damage on Marky Mark there. But he gets into Nav.
Yep.
So Nyx is also a Nav, escaping from Avenger 1. What will happen next?
Just waiting for the moment for one person to make a mistake, and then it's almost certainly all over. One person to overcommit.
Marky Mark's wing is red, Avenger 1's entire hull is red. I don't see any red parts, but that's a pretty good burst on St. Nick's there.
Yep.
Shield's almost down on him. Will he be able to turn it around?
Ooh.
He's going in Nav. Oh, it's
Ooh,
red. It's
and
red.
a lot of damage on it too. If you look, it was the rear and the right side of the.
Oh, but he misses that
blade.
last person. Doesn't quite get the kill.
Yeah. So yeah, the blade maybe a little bit more damage than we had thought before. It looks like the
Yeah,
rear
for
and
sure.
the back right side
Yeah.
pretty heavily red.
But Marky Mark is also low on that wing.
Yeah.
Both Avenger 1 Sin and both Avenger 1 Marky Mark and St. Nick's are all moments away from losing a critical part if their shields go down. So Sin looks pretty good in terms of wear. So
Yeah. Ooh. Strap in. This is looking like a long one, guys, but I mean, at any moment, this could turn the favor of one of the teams. Once again, Marky Mark and Avenger 1 pretty heavily hurt. Here we go. We're going to see a big burst of fire against St. Nick's.
empties his mag, but shield's only really 80% on Nyx there. Marky Mark gets a few more shots on. What will happen here? Blows past. I think Nyx gets away here. Looks like it. Marky Mark shields down, but Sin cannot get any pressure on.
Well, here we go. Avenger 1 with massive damage on Sin as he comes around and gets away scot-free, it seems. That's really surprising. Oh no, here we go. We're getting some shield damage. Is he going to be able to get away? Looks like he is as he gets into nav mode.
This is a much closer fight than before. Playing the buck very safe.
I'm really surprised that he was able to get that damage on Sin there.
Looks like the wings of the Teller might have absorbed quite a bit more damage than maybe expected, though. So,
Very intense fight, this one. Remember, this is a winner's bracket. Whoever loses this one
Oh, Sin blacked out.
will be
Are they
moving.
going to capitalize on that? They may not have noticed. I don't think they noticed, but Sin blacked out.
Yeah, no, it looks like we're back and looks like we're okay. But I imagine that's going to mean that Saint Nix is a little bit too far away. Although Avenger 1 and
No, they're close now.
Barky Mark are also a bit far. Yeah.
They're on each other.
Yeah.
It's all a question of who can get the best trade now, or who can poke without getting their own shields taken down.
Another volley attempt at Marky Mark. And there we go, shields down for Marky Mark.
Can Avenger 1 get shields down on Nyx and secure that kill?
Ooh.
Oh, he's been spotted by Nyx. And immediately runs. As is the Buccaneer lifestyle.
Yep.
Oh, and Sin gets Marky Mark. Well in
Oh!
there. What a shot. What a shot.
Huge. Massive development.
Oh, that's a big
there.
pick.
So there we go. After a bunch of minutes of, just the very, very small trades, able to take it over. So now
that
it's
fight was
just
almost
Avenger
10
1
minutes.
versus Nyx and Sin. Nyx is pretty heavily hurt, but as is Avenger 1. So it's going to be hard for A1 to figure out a spot to take down Nyx here. And I imagine the second that he goes for it, Sin's going to be right on top of him.
Well, the Buccaneer is not a very good 1v1 ship, so there we go.
No, there we go. And that is another win, round number 2 for Shadow Moses Retired Spies. They're going to win on the winner's bracket, which means very soon they're going to be fighting against Shadow Moses. So we are going to have the Shadow Moses mirror soon. Avenger Squadron Blue are going to move down into the loser bracket, and they're going to have to fight for it. We're going to go back to the desk.
That was a hit and run, but I'm telling you right now, I know Avengers Squadron was trying super hard to make sure that they came out on top, but
It's sweaty in here.
Jeez, man. That was
Turn down the heater in
hey,
here.
that was a sweaty try hard one. But hey, I honestly enjoyed that one, but let's talk about it here. We'll start it off with you, Bubba Freedom.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best case scenario of what the Buck can do. Like, it's really in the hands of the pilot that can fly it correctly, and it is effective. Neither one of these teams want to give up an inch of damage or like anything. They are really fighting hard. These two teams just slugged it out, and that last fight was an endurance marathon fight. And the advantage was in SM. And there was a moment where Sin got caught by Avenger 1, but Avenger 1 just wasn't able to capitalize. I thought he would, like, he had the position that he had. I was like, ooh, Sin's gonna die here. Sin messed up and really positioned, but Sin got back out and then comes back and secures the clutch kill on Marky Mark to secure them moving on in the winner's bracket, knocking down AVS. If I know anything about AVS, it is far from out of the fight. These guys are gonna get pissed. They're gonna lock in and they're gonna start dominating their fights.
Yeah, there was
absolutely.
that one moment. Yeah, there was that one moment where Avenger 1 switched to Sin right there, which I think that was that moment you're talking about, Bubba Freedom, where we thought he was gonna get him out, but because Sin was like focusing on Marky Mark at that point. But man, a quick question before we throw it over to you, Zero State. Do you think any weapon changes out of CF repeaters would have helped the Buccaneer in this situation by chance?
I'm really,
it's possible,
Sorry.
but CF repeaters are so accurate. They can lay down so much fire. I do think we saw for about half of that match that A1's Buccaneer, and me and Papa Freedom were chatting about it too. Like, the whole center section was red, and we were kind of trying to figure out, like, man, where'd that come from? Like, does he have more HP than it looks like? Is it just going to stay red? And then, of course, right at the end, he takes 1 HP of damage, and it was just, he was right on the edge the entire time. So I think it got pretty lucky that he stayed red as long as he did and stayed in the fight. It's very possible that just a couple more shots could have taken him out of the fight earlier.
Gotcha. Your thoughts there on that one, Papa Freedom?
It was almost like a pancake shot from Saint Nix. I didn't quite see, but I was watching A1 because it's easier to see as MFDs, and it was like he was good, and shield went down and then red hole, and I was like, man, that was a massive amount of damage. I don't think it came from Sin. I didn't see the angle because I was so focused on A1 with that red that I think Saint had this perfect pancake. And it was all Warlords because he went from just shields down to full red. So he took a huge hit there, but got out, and that's what the power of the buck, man. You can get away from a dangerous situation.
Well, we're jumping right into it because Mental Modes did forfeit. Black Fleet gets to move up against Avenger Squadron Blue. And next matchup, we're going to see FRD Fly Hard Aeromancers versus FFK Red coming up here. And we already got our ships. We got FRD Fly Hard Aeromancers. We got Lord Admiral Chad going in the Saber. We got Ross going in the Blade. For FFK Red, we got St. Tosin in the Blade, and then we got Alkaline Hawk in the Talon. So I mean, let's get some predictions going on with these setups here, guys. We'll kick it off to you first. Zero State, give us your thoughts on this next matchup coming up.
Yeah, it's tough to know because, like I said, I mean the competition here is really, really high. I mean, I love to see the Saber. The Saber Blade, I feel like, is a pretty good combo. The Blade kind of brings that like smash and grab style tactic, that boom and zoom style tactic a little bit. The Talon is a little bit more of a dancer, as we've seen. In the fight, it can kind of be a little bit more evasive. Sometimes it can spread out that damage a little bit. I think this fight might come down to, can the Saber survive?
Gotcha. Hey, I think we've only seen a few good Saber pilots that came out on top, but at the end of the day, Blade Talon has been holding strong throughout the entire tournament. But anyways, Papa Freedom, your thoughts here on this next matchup coming up?
Oh man, I'm super biased here for FRD. They've been training with Black Fleet. We've been working hard. Chad and Ross. Ross is from Black Fleet. Chad has been one of our proteges, an honorary protege. It's been such a pleasure to teach. Such a willingness to learn and improve and grow as not only just like a PvPer, but as a person. So this combination is really powerful, really strong, great people. But Alkaline Hawk and ST Tosin are really representing hard with FFK. FFK, I've got ties to, their leader of their org was somebody that I had trained up back in like 3.4. So I love to see their success. I love to see them grow and compete. But I'm going to go with my FRD team because we've been training together and Ross is there. He's my boy, so I got to go with my guys. I'm going to be biased, and I'm rooting for them.
All right. Well, we're getting the next lobby ready here soon. But then we see winners finals. We see two Shadow Moses teams. I'm gonna tell you right now, if I understand they're both in the same org, but hey, man, I don't care. I'm taking out whoever, bro. I got it. We have an entire flight, on the line. So hopefully, we see a good Shadow Moses matchup here for the winners final, which I'm very excited about, to be honest, to see how some of these teams come up. But we still got a little bit more matches to go in here in Americas, but we're chugging along pretty good. Do we have our lobby ready? If so, let's throw it over to Croncy and Xperia so they can give you guys the next play-by-play on this matchup coming up right now.
Hello again, friends of ATMO Esports, and welcome back to Fight or Flight. Top 8 finals for America. We finished EMEA a couple of hours ago. Make sure you check out all the results for that. We are going to be heading into FRD Fly Hard Aeromancer against FFK Red, and we're going back to another very common matchup that we've seen today, which is Saber and Blade against Blade and Talon. How are you feeling about this matchup, Xperia?
Honestly, these players are relatively unknown to me. I can't say I know any of them personally. I have seen Lord Admiral Chad in Squadron Battle a bit, so that's been good to see them practicing. In terms of the matchup, I mean, we all know the Talon is the current go-to right now. But I will note that Talon has rhinos on Alkaline Hawk's ship, so the laser torpedoes are definitely an interesting choice for the Talon.
Yeah, that's very interesting. We haven't seen that at all today. So the only repeaters that we saw were just a little bit earlier with the Buccaneer, right? So yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting difference. We'll see if it makes that much difference and makes the Saber maybe gives that little edge that it needed against them. So it's going to be a good one to watch for. Let me hear you all in chat. Who are you going for this? Are you going for FRD or FFK in this best of 3 match in the losers bracket? Which means Whoever loses is out of the tournament. Whoever wins is going to be fighting against Liberty Reapers, though. So they're going to have a tough fight ahead as well. The countdown's going to get started. Match starts going ahead, and we're going to hop into it. Where do you think, as we once again wait for them to get in range, where do you think the size 4 repeaters sort of fit within this meta, within the specific fight or flight meta?
To be honest, I don't see them being particularly great. Their spread is just so high. I think the light strikes are kind of just better repeaters, but you never know. People play things differently. I know there has been a bit of an upsurge in repeater usage. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen any so far. Anyway, both teams engaging. A little bit damage trading there.
They get right into it.
Both blades sort of fighting, getting good damage. Lord Admiral Chat getting amazing damage on StarCitizen, and he kills him.
Yeah, that was absolutely
fast.
massive. Lord Admiral going to get that first kill, and that was extremely early, and it looks like we might even see the second one very quickly as well. Alkaline Hawk very low in the shield department, getting a bit of damage on there from Iros. Yeah, wow, that was a huge elimination.
One thing I will note is Alkaline Hawk seems to be playing in the gimbal mode, so that's definitely a first for this tournament.
Well, there we go. Lord Admiral Chad going to eliminate Alkaline Hawk there as well, which means we are going to see our first round win for FRD Fly Hard Aeromancers. And that was mighty quick. Very, very, very quick. Just a huge amount of damage being thrown onto that blade in the early portion of the round. And yeah, once again, we've been seeing a lot more in the losers brackets, some very aggressive play styles from a lot of our competitors. And it has meant much, much faster rounds, but also much more decisive rounds.
Absolutely. And that was, I think, possibly the fastest round of the evening, so...
Very possible. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up with the fast rounds. So we can, no. I enjoyed the slow rounds.
What time is it for you now?
It is 8:40 a.m. Our meeting for today's event was at 1 a.m. So yeah, it's been, but it's all right. It's all right. I slept till midnight. Look, this is not my first rodeo with ATMO Esports. I know how time zones work. I am a little bit disappointed, I will admit. I was gonna do some mowing today, and it's rainy outside, so unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to watch these guys shoot at each other for the next couple of hours.
I know, what a shame we have to do what we enjoy.
Yeah. It's the worst. All right, so we're going to be moving into round number 2 as these guys just make sure that all of their vehicles are A-OK with FRD and FFK. And once again, we're going to be running it back. So no changes between these competitors for round number 2, which I do want to let you know, just because it hasn't happened very often today, our competitors can change their ships and weapons in between each round. It's just not been a very popular thing to do. Only one of our teams has done it at all today, and that was in the EU division, where we had Liberty's Reapers change their Buccaneer to the Talon and then never look back.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately did lead to their win, not in that round, but in the end. So
yes. Yeah, exactly.
You have to wonder if Avenger Squadron Blue will follow the same strategy, or if they'll stick with the Buccaneer to the end.
Yeah, we'll have to have a gander at it. I imagine there's definitely going to be, regardless, some talk about what they might want to do. They're also going to look at these matches, as they're going to be fighting in the losers bracket for the next few matches, assuming they win the next few. And it's a different... It can be a different metagame of its own right. So maybe the Buccaneer will work for them, possibly, depending on the play styles of a lot of these competitors. So yeah, it was possible Alkaline Hawk had some type of issue with their vehicles. They're going for it again. They did a little cheeky self-destruct, and then they're going to go back.
Gotta say, the very zoomed in gimbal, the repeaters, is an interesting playstyle. Not something I've seen before. But gimbal mode did just get a big buff, actually, so it only fires 85% of the total speed now. Is it worth it?
Yeah, it could make
I honestly
difference.
don't know.
Yeah, it's obviously going to come really down to, I imagine, personal skill as well as You know, maybe they have edged out that there are these situations where it's just like way too hard to get in. So you take the gimbals and you take your chances, and we'll see. We'll see if it works out for him here. Obviously, in the first round, we didn't get to see a lot of it as the elimination of St. Tosin was extremely quickly. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a longer match here, and we'll see if those gimbals make much of a difference. Alrighty, they're going to get their countdown going soon. Then they're going to rush towards each other. Who are you going for at home? Are you going for FRD or are you going for FFK? Let us know in the chats. And a reminder, as always, to go !enter. Get your tickets for Enter Atmosphere so you can see the winner of today participate live at Enter Atmosphere. It's a post-CitizenCon event, and it's going to be a ton of fun. So we'll see you guys there.
I'm rooting for the team that begins with the name or the letter F. Thought I should let that know.
Wow.
Let that be known.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. All right, here we go. Who's going to initiate first? Will we see as an aggressive of a start as we saw last round?
Not okay, right. So Alkaline Hawk is very damaged right now. Shields down.
Yep.
Whole red. Will he pop?
Sustain damage too. Yep, there we
Chad's
go. Iros
shields
is going to
low,
take down
but
Alkaline
yeah.
Hawk. A huge amount of damage coming from Lord Admiral Chad, and Iros just able to finish that one off. So that's going to be a 2v1 at this stage. And this is going to be a rough one as well, as we saw how much damage they were able to get on against St. Tosin in that first round. It's going to be a hard one for them to fight back in. They were able to get to Iros shields down. Now St. Tosin's shields are down. We're getting some damage applied. Slowly but surely, that number is creeping up. And there we go. Iros is going to take out St. Tosin. That is going to be round number 2. Also a win for FRD Flyhard Aeromancer. They're going to advance on through the losers bracket. And unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to FFK Red.
Well played, FFK.
Well done. Yeah. Well done. We'll be going back to the desk.
Okay. I mean, that round 1 was delete key, bro. That's what it was.
That was quick.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a quick one. Guys, I'll just kick it off to you guys. But yeah, that round 1 was FRD really on target. But Zero State, we'll kick it off to you, man. What are your thoughts on this matchup here?
Both Papa Freedom and I kind of noted early the Rhino repeaters was an interesting choice. It seemed like there wasn't, there isn't a huge reason usually to use the repeaters when on a Talon when you have a chance to use the cannons. The cannons are going to give you that kind of burst damage, that kind of chunk damage that you need to have when you're booming and zooming in the Talon and dancing around. I think in the second fight, FRD did a really good job of focus firing, and that's why you saw it end so quick. It was just like, we're going to take this guy out. And we've seen that tactic a few times in a few different fights today, where it was just like, it took the other, it was just kind of like a blitzkrieg tactic, right? It just took the other team by surprise, took one of them out, super hard focus. And that pays off big sometimes. Sometimes that doesn't pay off big if the other team sees it coming or if they can counter it somehow or get you split apart or scatter. But in this case, it worked out really well for him.
Papa Freedom, your thoughts on this matchup between FRD and FFK?
Yep, proud of the guys for having a good stack, good coordinated fire. You could tell they're working together, good chemistry and sticking on the same target. Chad is doing excellent with situational awareness and that saber, flying it correctly, making sure he's not overextending, catching and switching on his target for a target of opportunity, never really putting himself into a dangerous position where a pancake could just get obliterated. So really good job on his part, and Ross is devastating in that blade. So he knows how to catch you and turn you into pieces. So great job on their part. FFK, great fight. Made it to the top 8, North America. Nothing to be ashamed of. But, FRD's moving on. FFK's knocked out. And let's keep this ball rolling.
Yeah, but shout out to FFK, man. Great org. We just had somebody share a picture with me that they were, their org was watching the fights together, which is so cool. And that's one of the reasons why we like doing these tournaments, right? Like, to bring everybody together, man. Doesn't matter where you're from, what org you're part of, man. Let's just have a great tournament, great competition. That's why we put these. That's what it's all about. So next matchup coming up here, we have Shadow Moses versus Shadow Moses.
You know, I think I'm going to root for
winners
Shadow Moses
final.
on this one. I don't know why. That's my prediction officially.
I
I
really,
think Shadow
I
Moses
really
is going
can't
to take
see
it.
myself.
Tough call.
Yeah, I can't see myself rooting for Shadow Moses, but I can definitely go for Shadow Moses.
Yeah, same.
All
Now,
right,
floor
well-
mat,
Yeah.
floor mat, hands down. He's floor mat and Mugus. Those are my pick. You know, shout out to
Gotcha.
those two. Yep.
Well, we got Shadow Moses, we got Floorman and Amogus in Blade Talon, and then we got Shadow Moses, Retired Spy, Saint Nix versus Sin Blade Talon. I want to see a sweaty match here today in the winners finals, because the winner of this matchup will be moving on to the grand finals, and then we just got the losers bracket to finish off, and then we'll see who's going to be taking it all home. But I mean, I think that I do feel like this is, this matchup can be very difficult for both teams, but I think Floorman and Amogus have been showing how, awareness, how patient they can be in order to take out a team. So let's see if that's going to work this time around. But
Yeah.
I
you know what? I do have to go back a minute because I realize that the naming convention of the teams is a little confusing when we're talking about who we're rooting for. So I'm going to clarify. I'm rooting for the team, the Shadow Moses team that's using the Talon and the Blade.
Jesus.
And I think they're going to win.
And I'm going for the Shadow Moses team using the Blade and the Talon. See the difference?
Oh gosh. I mean, let's ask the chat. Chat, which Shadow are you rooting for? Shadow Moses or Shadow Moses, chat? Which one are you guys rooting for? I really need to know. Chat, if you guys can, post it, which one you guys want to go for. Is either if you guys are rooting for Shadow Moses or Shadow Moses. But winners finals are coming up next. I believe we're getting the lobby ready. So while we're getting the lobby ready, guys, I'm gonna do it one more time, okay? Look, man, go get some merch, please. All right, we gotta fly these people out. Go grab the merch. ATMO Esport, atmo.sc/merch. Go get some of the good shit that we got for CitizenCon coming up. All right. If you're not, by the way, we only do this once a year. Our CitizenCon jerseys are the only jerseys that we put out that have the country flag customization along with the gamer tag. We don't do that for any of our other line because we love to keep it, love to keep that customization of the country flag just for these jerseys. This is a Banu CitizenCon limited edition collection that will go away once CitizenCon is over. So whether you're staring at home, whether you're watching CitizenCon at home with some popcorn and a wife, hey, man, grab yourself a jersey for you and her. And make sure you're watching, CitizenCon in style from home. Appreciate it. That way we can get some help in flying out some of the teams out all the way to Manchester, UK, because it's not going to be it's not going to be cheap. But anyways, shooting it over to Croncy and Xperia now. Thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate everybody's support out there that watching some dogfighting here at Fight or Flight Top 8 Finals Americas, presented by iConCity. Dominate the game. Take it away, guys.
Well, Croncy. Shadow Moses versus Shadow Moses. As an outsider to the org, what's your perspective? Who do you think is going to get this?
Well, you see, I might be an outsider to the org, but you know what I am more than anything? A sheep. So I'm going to be going for Floormat and Amogus because that's what everyone's been telling me to go for. But also, we just saw how insanely amazing they were in the match a little bit earlier. So
Absolutely,
it's going to be a fun little match to watch, but it's going to be hard to figure out how anyone is going to beat this team.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins goes on. Whoever loses is going to wreak havoc in the losers bracket and maybe end up fighting again. So
yeah, I mean, we talked about
I'm really
it. Very
excited to see
well
this match.
could end up with
all these guys
today.
are my friends.
Yeah, but we legitimately could end up with today a mirror finals match, like a org contained finals match, which could be very funny. And I think as a meme, everyone should just be using the argument PUV. But I'll let them do that.
Like Tanner and Warlock and stuff. It'd be great.
Yeah. All right. So once again, we are back on Blade Talon versus Blade Talon mirror match. Floormat and Amogus versing against Saint Nix and Sin. This is going to be a big one as we come in for our first volleys.
Both Talons once again trying to trade some shots. Pretty equal. Saint Nix taking some damage. Sin's shield's going to 50% or so. Shield's down on Sin. Gonna try and get out. Completely pang it
And there we go.
dead to Amogus.
Amogus able to take over Sin with that big volleys there. So, yeah, we were watching that the entire time from Sin's perspective. We saw how quickly those shields went down and just wasn't able to get out of the way. So now it's just Floormat and Amogus trying to take down St. Nick's. Shields are down. St. Nick's trying to fight back, but I mean, it's going to be incredibly rough. You're in a bad state.
It's a tough match for sure. Trying to get those missiles on. St. Nick's getting back those resources. Saving the missile because they noticed Nyx went back into SEM. Taking pot shots at distance. Nyx trying to find the weakest target.
But
Their shields
unfortunately,
down,
the weakest
will
target
survive.
is Nyx. So shields go down, right
There we
wing
go.
gone, and there we go. Amogus
And then
gets the,
round one
gets the
goes
killing blow.
to Shadow Moses.
Yeah. Shadow Moses won. Who predicted that? So we've got 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds potentially. First round going to Shadow Moses, with Shadow Moses retired spies honestly very quickly being handled. That first kill against Sin was incredibly decisive, and then yeah, just not much
Sure.
St. Nick's could do. So I've got to imagine. So you have a little bit of you know, more in knowledge about this particular org. I would imagine these teams have trained against each other quite extensively.
Absolutely. Although I think a lot of the training was with the EU team as well. So lots of practice fights. I've been practice commentating them so a little bit. So that's been fun. I meant to get you helping, but I'm bad at making things happen, so I forgot. But,
It's okay, next time. But yeah, there's always an interesting thing in any esport where it's like you have to do the team kill, and there's nothing that the other team can do to surprise you because you've been playing with them over and over and over again for so long. Like there's no weird secret tech or anything like that, and it really just sort of comes down to just raw skill power, you know. And it's good because you know the fact that you have to do a team kill means that your team has done great. Your org has performed exceptionally well. So
Absolutely,
but
I mean,
it can be a little sad.
25% of the top 8 is pretty good. So
Yeah.
and looks
So,
like
yeah,
we're
we're gonna-
moving into setting up for round 2. So
Indeed, yeah. Setting up for round 2, we'll get a countdown going pretty soon. A reminder that the first round was won by Shadow Moses after a very decisive elimination on Sin, followed up by just cleaning up St. Nick's. One thing I want to point out about that first round as well is just like Floormat and Amogus just so clean. They barely sustained any damage. I think I saw shields go down like once. It was very solid.
they are a really good team. I always love watching them. But I mean, whenever I have any of these players on my side in a team fight, I always feel pretty safe. So
Yep. So whoever wins this one as well, guys, goes straight to the grand final. So Shadow Moses guaranteed in the grand final. Question is it going to be Moses or is it going to be the retired spies? Whoever loses is going to drop down into the losers bracket, and they are going to be fighting either Avenger Squadron Blue, Black Fleet, Liberty's Reapers, or FRD as they move on there. So they've got some interesting fights ahead of them, but they're not exactly sure who they're going to fight yet.
looks like the countdown's begun.
Yep, we'll be moving in.
And there we go. Round 2. Can Shadow
Let's
Moses
get-
bring it back, or will Shadow Moses continue their advantage?
You
How
know
long until
what?
we overuse this joke?
I'm actually mad that your org is good at this good at PvP now because I hate this joke so much already. I'm done. I'm good.
Alright, I'll stop now. Zero State, make sure you capitalize.
All right, we're jumping into a fight now. Sin gonna try and start the encounter by doing some pot shots at Amogus as they pop on in, and we can already see that that Talon is getting shredded.
Already really good damage on Sin. Matt is taking some damage there, but will he? There we go. Sin is dead.
Yep.
Once
Very
again,
rough,
very
super
fast.
quick. Yep. And just immediately turn around. Now, Flormat did lose left wing, but it's just, I don't think it's going to be relevant here. It was just such a fast and easy fight for them, really. They just piled on, and there we go. Amogus going to take down St. Nick's in probably our fastest matchup of the entire day so far. This was incredibly well performed by Flormat and Amogus, and I kind of understand why you love this org so much, Xperia. I might have to hire them next time I'm doing some mining or something. We'll find out.
You guys all saw, you all saw how quickly Retired Spies took down Avenger, and then how quickly Flormat and Amogus took down Retired Spies. It's just such a, these guys are so good at the game.
A different league altogether, for sure. We're gonna go back to the desk. We'll see you guys in a second.
Well, that was a quick sweep, just like Game 4 of the Lakers versus some other damn team. But that was super quick. I mean, I figured that was going to happen too. But yeah. Anyways, your thoughts, Papa Freedom. Let's get it over to you. And then I got some comments after, but kick it off by your thoughts on the match.
Yeah, security. Yeah, we were surrounded by SM alts. We need assistance. They're everywhere. No, this is just a cool experience. I mean, SM is really just putting on a clinic with their field day of skills within the master modes right now, and it is an absolute, jaw-dropping experience to watch Flormat and Amogus just dominate. And like St. Nick's and Sin are excellent pilots, but there's these tiny levels that of mistakes that get exposed, and the top teams really show that they make the least amount of mistakes and capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. And Amogus and the Flormat are devastatingly effective together. So this is gonna be a wild ride. Whoever has to go up against those two, and then but SM still not out of the fight. They're in the losers bracket. Plenty of teams to go through down there and come back and get a revenge match, and take the team all the way to the championship. So we'll see, but this is some excellent fighting.
Yeah, totally agree there. Zero State, your thoughts on this matchup here, Shadow Moses versus Shadow Moses?
Man, I think I'm just glad Shadow Moses won, to be honest with you. But I think one of the big things to mention is, Papa Frida mentioned that too, there's these little levels of things, and these pilots fight against each other. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, that kind of thing. I think it was kind of clear from both fights that Sin is a pretty aggressive pilot, and that's a very good thing. He's very high skills, very aggressive, but aggressiveness can be used against you at times. And if you're patient, like I think that Moses was, they kind of used that against him in a way of like get him just a tiniest bit out of position, find that pancake, and do a bunch of damage. And I think they capitalized on that really well.
By the way, tomorrow I'm ordering fucking pancakes because we've been talking about pancakes about like for like 6 hours already. Yo, we getting some type of pancakes, man.
French toast, French toast for me.
Come on now.
Yo, we gotta get something because I'm pancakes, bro. When you keep saying it over and over, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get some of those. But it's funny. Crossy was talking about how good Shadow Moses is at dogfighting, which it's great. But yo, what about racing, huh? Y'all can't race. Y'all too busy trying to attack our security while we try to race, or we got somebody else in SM trying to ram people because they can't race and beat them. So try racing, guys. We'd like to see you in some racing. I'm just talking my snap. It's just my rant. All right, we got our next matchup coming up. Shadow Moses moves on to the grand finals here. But yeah, get on some racing, guys. Once that new, hopefully the new ground mechanics come in, we'd love to see more people, man. Dominate the whole game, not just one side of the game. You got racing too, brother. But we got our next matchup here. We're gonna see Squadron Blue versus Black Fleet. Black Fleet didn't get to play because obviously they got that that forfeit from mental modes. But we're gonna see here Avenger 1 versus Marky Mark. We're gonna see the the Buccaneer and Talon return again. And then we're going to see, Black Fleet, Dino Teeth, and Dark Dreki in the Blade and Saber. And it's crazy to see that Avenger 1, hey, not moving away from the Buccaneer, really believing in it. I think he's probably the best Buccaneer pilots we've seen so far, and you kind of have to play that way. But yeah, so anyways, give us your thoughts. We'll start with you, Zero State. How you think this next matchup is going to go between Avenger Squadron Blue and Black Fleet?
I love to see the uniqueness. I love to see the uniqueness in ship choices and loadout choices as well. Again, I think Buccaneer Talon is a pretty cool pick. If the Buccaneer can lay down a lot of pain when it needs to and then get out of the fight, the Talon can kind of stay loose and light and kind of flit around and get third parties in, or be a distraction, or be a peeling machine, that kind of thing. So I think that could be a very, very good team comp. I think they lasted a long time. The last time they fought with a team comp that was kind of like that. Also, Saber coming back. Saber has been a tough pick, but again, if you play to the Saber's strengths, I think you can do a lot of damage with it. Those 4 size 3s are nothing to mess with. It has a lower signature. You can start to use things like decoys and chaff to your advantage. With the Saber, it always comes down to, is the pilot good in the Saber? Does the pilot have a handle on the Saber to use it to its fullest advantage? And we've seen that a couple of times today. We've also seen it where the Saber kind of gave that pilot a bit of a disadvantage because they weren't able to, or were pushed out of their kind of the meta that they wanted to be in that Saber. If you can push them out of their comfort zone, the Saber is an easy target. But if you either allow them to, or if they can force you to keep them in their comfort zone, the Saber it can really tear up another team.
No, I totally agree with you. We don't see which weapons we have yet, but we'll see those soon. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this next matchup. I know this is your org, and then we got Avenger Squadron Blue, but give us your thoughts, man. Who you think is going to take it away here?
My boys, the guy up through my gatekeeping training, I'm proud of both of them. They've made huge leaps and bounds in their ability. They're excellent together, great chemistry, all around great people. But Avenger 1 and Marky Mark, you cannot underestimate them. You cannot make a mistake. And not overextend, because Avenger 1 will punish you. And that's all it takes. It's just that one little overextension with a pancake or any kind of, out of position play where your teammate can't help you, and A1's going to punish you. And Marky Mark is just as dangerous. So, right now you got to maximize that combined DPS between those ships and get that first deletion. If you let A1 drag you out into deep waters, you're going to struggle. So, but this is going to be a good fight. Both teams very strong, very solid, great chemistry. But I'm going to go with Black Fleet because my boys.
Yep. I'm gonna give this one to AVS. Really a fan of the Buccaneer, to be honest. So I normally when Avenger Squadron loses, come back with a vengeance, right? They're like Batman. So I think that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see some definite focus. They're gonna kind of learn it was their first match of the day. So I think they're gonna come back with some heavy focus and make a long losers run, and probably take on Shadow Moses' retired spies at that losers finals. So, but yeah, all are up. Things are ready to roll. Thank you so much, Zero State and Papa Freedom. We're going to shoot it over to Croncy and Xperia, who's going to be breaking out all the action for you here in the Top 8 Finals Americas, presented by iConCity. Dominate the game. Take it away, guys.
And we're going to give Shadow Moses a bit of a break for the next couple of matches as we head back into our losers bracket to go ahead and watch Avenger Squadron Blue against Black Fleet. How are you feeling, Xperia?
Honestly, hard to say. I think the Buck is perhaps almost not a hard counter, but a light counter to the Saber, which is a bit slower in this matchup. I think the synergy between Avenger 1 and Marky Mark was pretty good in that last fight with SM, so we'll see how they transfer it to this fight with Black Fleet. I know these Black Fleet boys would be taking 2 Sabers if they could, but unfortunately the rules do not allow that. So
if only we could. That should be allowed. Only Sabers. The only Sabers.
Specifically 2 Sabers.
Just 2 Sabers. 2v2 Sabers and nothing
You know what?
else.
Get rid of all the other ships as well. Just Sabers.
We don't need them. We don't need the other ships. We are just double checking that we're getting everything through, guys. We're having some problems with some people having some infinite loading issues and whatnot. So we're trying to get this lobby going. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Like we said, we've got Avenger Squadron Blue against Black Fleet, and we're seeing the Buccaneer once again. Very much not convinced on the Buccaneer, as we've seen it a couple of times now. But you know what I am convinced on? Our fantastic merchandise. If you are in the chat right now, you can go !merch, and you can follow the link. That was such a good segue. You can follow the link and buy some of this awesome merch. It really is genuinely really cool. Get yourself a awesome SitCon one. You get your gamer tag on the back, as well as you can put your country on the shoulder there as well. So quite cool. Absolutely love the baseball jersey. I think that's a really cool addition this year, and yeah, it looks quite nice.
I want to see everyone wearing these at SitCon. I will be wearing one. I don't know if I have to buy it, but if I get it, then I'll definitely wear it. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We'll get a big photo of everyone who's got some fantastic merch. In addition, let's talk a little bit about what everyone's been competing for today, which is a trip to CitizenCon. Look at these awesome prizes. So once again, we've mentioned a couple of times Enter Atmosphere, which you guys can go check out by going !enter. And all of our winners from each division are going to be coming with us to CitizenCon to participate in the Fight or Flight finals, as well as a bunch of other nice things. So you get to stay at CitizenCon, you get a jersey, and you get some digital prizes too. So very, very cool. A very awesome setup there. So yeah, thank you ATMO for organizing this as always, and hopefully you guys like the prizes. Apparently my director said they will fist fight for the championship, which is very interesting. I was not told this, but maybe I should have entered.
SitCon boxing.
Yes, SitCon boxing. Well, what we need to do is we need to do Rock'em Sock'em robots with the new Max. We're going to go into a quick ad break, guys, as we try to get this lobby sorted and all these issues. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really, really soon with match number 42. There's a lot of matches with round number... or are we good? Maybe we're not going to break. We're so close. We're so close, Jack. Can we summon the spirit of Chris Roberts to see if this works and if we get in? All right, looks like we'll be going towards break. We will see you guys very soon.
FR9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, Strike Team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
Dragnet, Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. On. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, Strike Team, contract assigned.
HQ, Strike Team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9-183, Walker Strike Team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
Dragnet, Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3, 2, 1. Entering atmosphere.
And hopefully everything's going to be fine. Hello again, everyone. We are back. It looks like our lobby issues have been solved, which means we can get back into the round. Avenger Squadron Blue against Black Fleet. We've got Avenger 1 and Marky Mark against Dino Teeth and Dark Drekkie. And as we were mentioning earlier, we've got the Buccaneer back.
Yep, exciting to see. I will note Avenger has switched to laser cannons rather than repeaters, so we'll see how that goes for him.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see how much of a difference that one makes. The Saber, as far as I could tell, is currently in Nav mode, but as far as I can tell, was on the light strikes, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like light strikes.
We'll see that in a moment. Yep. So yeah, we're back. Hello, welcome back, everyone. If you're just coming into the stream for today, this is a massive, massive stream that we've got going on for Fighter Flight Top 8 Finals. We did Europe, Middle East, and Africa a little bit ago, and it was absolutely fantastic. We got to watch some fantastic fights, and we've been watching some awesome fights here over in America too. So whoever wins this one gets to come to CitizenCon to compete, as well as just to hang out with all of you guys. I'm gonna make it my job to try to get some piece of signed merch from all of the winners of Fight or Flight. That's my plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there'll be
Yeah.
lots of stuff.
I guarantee it, yeah. The other part, yeah, so we are in the losers bracket as well here. So whoever loses out of this round is going to be eliminated and will be gonskis. Whoever wins will be fighting the winner of our next round, which will be between Liberty's Reapers North America and FRD Flyhard Aeromancers, who we got to see fight against FFK Red a little bit earlier as well. So some big fights on the way in the next couple of rounds. And if you missed it, just before this round, we had the Shadow Moses mirror, where Shadow Moses was able to defeat Shadow Moses retired spies in the winners bracket. So lots of competition on the way, and the match is also underway. So we're going to get going here, and we're going to see who's going to take it.
Excellent. Do you have any feelings about who's going to win this one, Chronosy?
I just want the Saber to win. I always want the Saber to win, so I'm probably going to say I want Blackfleet to make it there. Once again, the Saber, as cool as it is, well, it's been overperforming what I thought it would today. But
I would agree.
Maybe that's just because so many people
here we go.
want the Saber.
Shots being traded. No real damage being done here.
Oh, except on
Shields
Avenger one,
Carlo
just there, I
on
noticed.
Dynasty.
Yeah, there was a
Oh, yep,
big
yep,
amount
yep,
of
yep,
damage on
yep.
that Buccaneer.
Nice. Dynasty getting into Nev, gonna try and regroup with Dark Dreki.
Looks like that
Mikey
right
getting
wing
some
on that
shots.
Buccaneer is gone, as well as a bunch of damage on the engine.
Oh, big damage on Dino Teeth there. Oh, and Avenger 1 gets Dino Teeth. But completely red. Can Dark Dreki get that snipe?
Yeah. Yeah,
Not
gets the
quite.
elimination, but an extreme risk to himself, though that could mean that they come on back. I don't think Marky Mark has taken much, if at all, like really any damage so far.
No,
in
it
this
doesn't
fight.
look
It's been
like
quite quickly paced, so gonna be hard for them to come back from this one. The Saber also mostly untouched, so you know, I good that we could see Avenger 1 get eliminated sometime here, but I don't think Dark Turkey's gonna be able to bring it back.
Shields down on the Saber, taking heavy damage. Buccaneer backed off a bit to try and avoid getting fire, but Saber's completely red. Gonna go pop here. Yep, there we go.
There we go. Marky Mark going to claim the kill on Dark Dreki for a very quick round number 1 between Avenger Squadron Blue and Black Fleet that Avenger Squadron Blue take with a very, very solid elimination of our opponents. Yeah, that big fight against Avenger 1 and Dino Teeth. A little bit surprising to me after that first path where Avenger 1 was just getting lit up. Just getting absolutely lit up. So
yeah,
able to come back and
close.
take the kill. It was good. Yeah. So the Saber lost the first round.
Avenger 1
am I allowed to
switch
revise my
Omnis
statement?
guys.
Oh, how?
Yeah.
Or it might be time to, right? Yes. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? But yeah, I imagine we're going to see a pretty much back-to-back here.
Well, no, as I said, Avenger 1 has switched to Omnis guys instead of...
Oh, Avenger 1 has
Light
switched to
Strike.
Omnis guys. Right. My apologies.
Yeah.
Interesting. So not a huge fan of the laser cannons, I guess.
Seems so. It's quite a risky play for the Bucks, so we'll see how it turns out.
I wonder. Like, once again, there's a lot of sort of things that make me wonder when these people make when people make these sorts of decisions of like, well, like obviously the laser cannons worked for you in some sort of level in that first fight. You know, there should be some sort of confidence that you can probably just run it back and do the same thing. But yeah, no, gotta go for the Omniskis. So we're going to move on to the back and get round number 2 going. Remember, this is a best of 3. Whoever loses this best of 3 is eliminated. Whoever wins continues on through the losers bracket.
Yep. Will Avenger Squadron manage to get back to finals and fight Shadow Moses, or will Black Fleet?
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll definitely see Shadow Moses in the grand final. See, now I'm doing it. Now we've done it so much
honestly,
that I'm doing.
maybe overstayed its welcome a bit there, but
Yeah. All right, here we go. Countdown's going to begin any moment now. Let's hear in the chat. Who are you going for in this fight? Avenger Squadron Blue or Black Fleet? Avenger 1 in the Buccaneer, Marky Mark in the Talon, Dino Teeth in the Blade, Dark Trekkie in the Saber. And we're off.
Dark Trekkie starting with missiles, it looks like. Dominators on that Saber. I didn't realize they were stock.
Very interesting. All right, off go the missiles. I can't imagine these are going to hit.
Ooh, did they hit?
for a second, it looked like they did,
missed.
but yeah.
Yeah. Avenger.
All right, looks like
actually Shield's down on Avenger actually, but Shield's almost down on Dino Teeth from Marky Mark, taking some damage. Marky Mark shields 50%. Avenger shields just off right now. Maybe his shields got. Oh no, his shields are back. His shields are back. Marky Mark just drifting around, getting some shots in that blade, denying those shields. And watching as Avenger 1 tries to help. Getting some hull damage there. Dino Teeth chaffs, will he get out? No, he's gonna keep pressuring Marky Mark. Some big damage. Big damage on the Saber as well from Avenger.
Yeah. We missed a lot of that. Avenger 1, though, seems to be one of the good things that you want the Buccaneer to have is little damage in the first few minutes of the fight. So
yep, and
Avenger
it
1 in
seems
a pretty
like
good
Avenger
spot
1 has
here.
gotten off
Gonna get
pretty
out of dodge,
scot-free.
Exactly, yeah. Meanwhile, Dark Trekkie in a terrible spot.
Yep, Dino Teeth as well. Both very low. Didn't do too well in those first trades. Avenger 1 shields down, backing off into Nav. Not being chased due to no boost on the opposite side. Avenger 1 may be getting a little bit confident. Oh, that was Mike, my bad.
Alright,
Kinda late.
jump right back in.
Both teams grouped up very tight. But Black Fleet is very far behind on this damage trade right now. Will they be able to get a
Here
pick?
we go, Dark Trekkie on Avenger 1.
Ooh, shields down on Avenger, but he chaffs. Will he get away? Yeah, he gets away.
Like...
Marky Mark shields down, took some damage to the wing. Both in Nav. Dark Trekkie looks like he was about to Nav chase Marky Mark. Unsure if that's a great strategy, but now just regrouping with Dino Teeth. Avenger 1 trying to get back towards Marky Mark, but looking over his shoulder, see if there are any targets to spot.
Still surprised that Avenger 1 is this late into the game, and yeah, no red to be seen anywhere on the hull. So
yeah,
pretty good spot.
You lose sight of that buck, you don't pay attention, and it gets away with too much. That's why it's. Avenger 1 coming on Dark Trekkie now. Ooh, good damage.
There we go.
And Avenger 1 gets Dark Trekkie. Dino Teeth
All that
next.
damage from that Buccaneer takes it down quite easily, especially with the amount of damage that it sustained earlier. We're going to see a big fight.
Shields down on Marky Mark.
Dino Teeth, but yeah, shields down on Marky Mark. Dino Teeth going to be able to get a little bit of damage on here. Maybe not the best shots in the world. Marky Mark going to be able to get out of there. Although it looks like Marky Mark turning back around and returning the favor. We're going to see shields probably go down for Dino Teeth here. Looks like just about.
Yep.
Are we going to see much sustained damage?
And there we go.
There we go. Avenger 1 takes it out. Gets the elimination on Dino Teeth, which means we are going to see Avenger Squadron Blue again. They are going to win 2-0 in this match against Black Fleet. We'll be back soon. We'll go back to the desk.
All right, Avenger Squadron Blue, loving the change there from those repeaters to the Omni Skies, or, you know, as Krause say, Omniskis. but anyways, jumping right over to the matchup here and analyzing what happened here. Avenger Squadron Blue going up in a quick 2-0 versus Black Fleet. Papa Freedom started off for us. What do you think about this last matchup?
Well, first of all, I got to go with a technical violation on Black Fleet side. Dominators are not allowed within a Saber's loadout, so that I don't know what strat or plan that was, you know, that got through our scanning system, but you know, we're all human here. It's been a long day, so that is something that I noticed that I have to call out because it's not something that, you know, we allow. So we're working on that, but it doesn't even matter because AVS is still dominating that fight. You know, AV1 getting that survival hit, using the buck to its advantage, and like I said earlier, if we're going to see the buck be successful, it's going to be with AVS and A1 at the helm. And Marky Mark doing excellent work, you know, picking off damage, you know, applying pressure to help alleviate that focus off of A1 so he could come back and secure those kills and advance them on in the loser's bracket. And Black Fleet gets knocked out. So GG's to AVS. Well played, fought hard, and looking forward to these next sweaty fights.
Yep, here we go to our next losers. But before we do that, Zero Stay, give us your thoughts about this matchup here. Some good fighting here. Looks like the buck was effective this time around. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think before the match, I kind of mentioned if Marky Mark in that talent can kind of do that job of being that that kind of distractor, that kind of peeler, that kind of thing, A1 can come in and do a lot of work with the Buccaneer. They did try to, you know, kind of halfway through the fight, especially to kind of focus A1, but they were a little bit discombobulated. I think, especially switching to the Omni Skies, you know, that bigger, chunkier damage when you're time on target, really taking advantage of, you know, a Buccaneer can take your shields down with about pretty much 1 or 2 shots. And if you get 2-3 shots on, you're going to win those trades most of the time and get yourself out of there. I think they had really good coordination between Marky and A1. Dark Drecky in the Saber got red hull and was kind of behind for most of the fight and had to play really tentative because they were just 1 shot away, especially with that Buccaneer shooting those Omni Skies. If you hit a couple of shots, I mean, that's all she wrote. You only had to win 1 trade, and they did towards the end of the fight.
Yeah, I honestly, I completely love seeing the Buccaneer, you know, trying to push, seeing Avenger 1 trying to push the limits of the Buccaneer. And honestly, to see it do this well, because a lot of teams are running that, you know, Talon Blade combo. I mean, Blade, if it's on you, you're pretty much dead. But love seeing that. You got to play a little bit more defensive, get the hits when you can. But I think sometimes when he does switch, there's some smart plays there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough going into the, you know, these higher matches, especially going against, Shadow Moses retired spies. But I do feel that Avenger Squadron Blue does have a good chance to get back to the grand final, but let's see what happens here. We have our next matchup coming up. We got Liberty Reapers NA. We got 7 and A+ running Talon Blade versus FRD Flyhard Aeromancers. And I talked about this team before. Some new pilots coming around this year, so love seeing them that they're here in the top 8. We got Saber Blade once again. Let's get your thoughts. Starting off with you, Zero State. How do you think this next matchup is gonna go here with Liberty Reapers NA versus FRD Flyhard Aeromancers?
Saber, I keep harping on the Saber. It's always interesting to see it. It does seem like there have been some teams, like I said, there have been some teams that have been really been rocking with it. It's always a pivotal choice, for any pilot, because it can be your Achilles heel, or it can do really well if you lean into its positives. So we'll see if FRD can do that. Talon Blade, good safe pick, I think. There's a lot of performance in both of those ships. We've seen that throughout today. And if they can fly the way that they want to fly, use the blade to punch and use the talon to flit around, I think it may go in their favor. So I think Liberty Reapers has a really good chance here.
Awesome. Good to hear. And Papa Freedom here, your thoughts on this next matchup. Who do you got, and what do you think is going to happen here?
This is going to be the Saber is proving to be the lesser ship in these fights, but FRD and Black Fleet, they are doubling down on the Saber, so they're committed to their fight style, they're committed to their strat, and let's see if they can make it work. But this is a very difficult team to get through with the Talon Blade combination. Both of these pilots highly experienced, been in these competitions many times before, and are going to put on an absolute pressure. This is either going to make or break FRD. As a, if they get through Liberty's Reapers NA, they are going to be very, very dangerous moving on. So this is going to be interesting, but I'm going to lean toward Liberty Reapers on this fight.
Awesome, awesome. Well, let's throw it over to Cronty and Xperia. And thank you guys, everybody at home who's watching us here, either on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter. Thank you guys so much for your support. Really appreciate it. Keep rooting for those teams. And remember, guys, we will love to see you at Enter Atmosphere in Manchester, UK. Take it away, Cronty and Xperia.
And not only would we like to see you guys at Enter Atmosphere, but we're going to be seeing one of these teams at Enter Atmosphere as well. Hello, I am Cronty with Xperia. We have been doing your play-by-play commentary. And Xperia, you've been doing an absolutely fantastic job.
Thank you, you too. I've been really enjoying doing this, so yeah, it's been a good experience.
It's been very good fun. And now we're going to watch even some more fun with hopefully some explosions as Liberty's Reapers North America are flying against FRD Fly Hard Aeromancer. Really interesting thing that could happen here is if Liberty's Reapers North America are able to get back into the winners bracket, we could see them potentially win both North America and Europe. But they're going to have to get through both Lord Admiral Chad and Iros first, which is going to be a bit of a tall order. So let's get into this fight where we've got the Talon, the Blade, the Saber, and the Blade.
Right, some first shots being traded. Saber going for that Talon. Not getting too many shots on, but that Blade taking quite a lot of damage actually. Or at least shields.
Big hits against 7 here. Can they get the shield down?
Ooh, big hits on
Chad
Chad
the
from the
Saber,
Blade.
his shield goes down.
7 getting some damage on Iros. Saber red already. Possibly not long for this world.
Kind of
Iros just
surprising that
looking to...
one of those fights didn't result in an explosion. They were pretty heavy.
Oh
there,
yeah, for sure. That was close.
Look,
I think.
Yeah, Lord Admiral Chad Saber is not looking great, and there was a lot of exchanges around the way. So we'll see what happens when they come back for a second go. But first one certainly not on the side of FRD, from what we can tell.
Yeah, and as we move back towards each other, Saber's looking at 7, get some shots off. Will it be enough to cause any meaningful impact? 7 shields, maybe like 60%. A+ shields kind of low as well. How's that Saber doing? I can't quite see.
Well, looks like it's shield. Oh no!
Shields
not
down,
shield.
and there we
The
go.
Talon,
7.
there we go.
Kill.
Yep, 7 gets the elimination of Lord Admiral Chad. Saber is down. We're back to a good old 2v1 to finish this one up. As far as I can tell, it looks like the Talon has maybe sustained just like a little bit of damage, but everything seems intact from what I can tell. Same with A+. So it's going to be a hard one for them to fight back, but Iros going to go for A+
Iros
there.
gets the kill on
And gets the
A+.
elimination.
It's a
I guess I
1v1.
was wrong. So yeah, there must have been a little bit of damage there beforehand, or just that volley was just that strong that was able to get through there, and we're down to a 1v1.
Very someone's got their browser up. Very careless careless play from A+ there, I think.
All right, there we go.
And
Shields
very equal
down
trade
on
here
the
actually so
Blade.
far.
Damage being
Some good
applied
damage
to
on
both
7.
ships.
7 getting that positioning for a little bit. Will it be enough? Both ships
Well,
very
at
much
this rate,
out
it's
of
just a
weapon
race.
faster. Yeah. And there we go. 7 gets the kill on Iros.
Well done, 7. Congratulations. A well fought round number 1. So that is going to be a round 1 win for Liberty's Reapers North America. Putting themselves back on the map. Remember, if they win this best out of 3, they're going to be putting themselves in a pretty good spot to try to fight for the grand final again, which would be a very, very fun story. But yeah, still a bit of a slug before them. So yeah, once again, we sort of just saw.
Yeah, focusing that Saber really is the thing to do, I think, because it's so helpless.
Yep.
how big it is.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. The saber just it was just a target for that entire encounter. It wasn't really doing much else, unfortunately. So, you know, just soaks up too much damage, and then you end up always in that 1v2. Now, obviously, Iros was in a good spot and was able to take down A+. But in the long run,
Yeah, very
it
careless push from A+. I think he was absolutely ahead in health and shields, and went into that fight thinking, "Oh, I'll just get a quick, easy kill here," and then died.
Yep. Now, for the first time in a while, we have a swapperoo. No more saber. Get it out of here. We didn't like it. We never liked it. Lord Admiral Chad is going to bring out a
We never liked the saber.
We never liked the saber. We've always hated it over here. We're professional saber haters. The Talon blade combo has just been so well performing throughout the entire day. It's kind of hard to not be at least even a little enticed to try it out, even if you haven't practiced with it a ton. So we'll see if this changes up their luck for round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this combo has just been so dominant throughout the entire finals. Hard to see anyone. Well, I guess it's fair to say Avenger 1 has sort of thrown a little bit of a wrench in that with the Buccaneer, but yet to see if that'll actually come into fruition in the finals. But
yep. Alright, round number 2 about to be starting pretty soon. So as to be expected, we've essentially just got a mirror match here with the Talon and the Blade, light strikes, and some Warlords for our Warlords and Wasps for our Blades.
I do love those Vandal weapons. They look really good.
As we get into round number 2, let's hear some hype in every chat, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn. I don't think we're streaming to LinkedIn. I don't even know if you can. But if you're watching from anywhere, yeah, that's the spicy new one. I heard Ninja's moving there. Anyway, make sure you give some hype. Who do you think is going to get this one? Liberty's Reapers, North America, or FRD Fly Hard Aeronetzer?
I gotta say, my money is on Liberty Reapers right here.
Yeah, I've got to say the same, especially after the last performance. What we've even when we watched them against Shadow Moses earlier, they're on a very, very different league to a lot of our competitors. So we'll see how they go here. I imagine we're not going to see as quick of an elimination on Lord Admiral Chad this time, but you never know. Maybe the swap was made reactively, regardless of whether they have a lot of experience with it. We'll get to see now, pretty much.
It's exciting. I do like these mirror matches.
It just brings it all down to skill, communication, strategy. That's what you want.
Yep. A+ immediately going into Nav. Will he take any damage? Doesn't look like it. Got out pretty scot-free. Is he leaving his teammate out to dry? 7 shields going down, but he's on Nav as well.
Iros shields were also down, but going trying to fight against 7 there, it seemed, and well, not 7, sorry. I don't actually, I might have missed it. I don't know who they were trying to shoot at, but yeah, they were able to get out. All right, going back in for round number 2.
Yep.
A lot of these more aggressive fights have
away.
definitely. A lot of these more aggressive fights have definitely been sort of decided in the second passing, it seems. It's when people tend to commit a little bit more often. And we're seeing that right now with A+ shields almost going down.
Yep, Chad
and there
not
we go.
capitalizing on that. Lord Admiral Chad shields down. A+. Running away. 7 taking some shots from Chad. Both shields down on this
good positioning.
This is nice.
Gets out though.
Yep. Honestly, I think the fight is currently in FRD's favor.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see how it progresses. Still in the stage where everyone's mostly at like capacity. It's a lot of peppering going on.
Yeah. 7 and A+ coming back in. Currently, they're looking at Iros, it seems. Wonder if they'll swap targets here, because Iros is quite a bit behind. No, they're going to go past, try and get that pick on Iros. Big damage on A+.
Ooh, that was yeah, huge, massive here.
That could be
Surely
the end
that's
of
going to
him
be an
there.
elimination any moment now. Oh, that's all right.
Oh, it's
That
close.
was wild.
Can they get just a couple more shots on? Doesn't seem like it, and A+ gets out.
Wow, that was huge. I think that was, yeah, up to 700 and something
Yep.
from Lord Admiral Chad's side there on A+.
7 getting
still,
some damage on
still
Iros,
chasing,
but 7
but-
also taking damage.
Yep. And there we go. A+ killed Iros. There we go, over the right side
Wow,
there. So
okay.
down goes Iros, and that is very surprising. I was certain A+ was going to
Me
get
too.
eliminated in that last volley, and that would have changed everything. But they're able to turn it all the way back around, kill Iros, and
There we
then
go.
kill Lord Admiral Chad to take that one for Team Liberty's Reapers North America. Well done, guys. They're going to be moving on through our losers bracket. And unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to FRD. We'll go back to the desk.
Fought well.
Oh man, FRD. I wanted to see him come out on top, but Liberty Reapers NA got revenge for Liberty Reapers, where FRD beat them to get to the top 8. So, but seriously, great run from FRD. Really appreciate you guys joining us this year for Fight or Flight. But yeah, let's go ahead and break down this last matchup. It seems like 7 and 8+ did their thing, got the win, 2-0. Give us a breakdown. Let's start off with you, Papa Freedom.
I think the Saber was a bad choice from FRD's point of view. You know, that fight was much more even and closer, and they even had some advantage a lot there when they were a Talon Blade. But Ross there at the end got some tunnel vision, paid the price, and unfortunately, it wasn't, because of that first loss, then they're knocked out, and now LR moves on, FRD's knocked out, but that team gave everything they had. Ross and Chad, they left it out all on the table. Great effort, great fighting from their perspective. So shout out to them. But LR is very, very strong. Every team that they bring comes to play and they come to win. So these guys are not finished.
Gotcha. GG's there. So Zero State, let's kick it off to you. Some awesome replays here. Give us your thoughts about this last matchup.
Yeah, I mean, in the first fight, it seemed like everything was going LR's way. Everything was going Liberty Reaper's way. It seemed like when they took down Chad, they were just a little bit complacent with the 2v1, and it became a 1v1, but they still came out on top. So that's a little bit lucky, and maybe just a quick lesson for them in this tournament, like never lose sight of taking down both of your enemies. That's something that's pretty rare, and that's why I think it's easy for teams to get a little bit complacent. I would too. I probably have before. And you have to keep that focus, never let your foot off the gas. I mentioned it before the tournament started, a few hours back, and I just said, never take your foot off the gas, fight them until they're gone. Right. So I think Liberty Reapers, they got away with one just a little bit there in the first match, but they took control. And I think that they just kind of played their game. They stayed within the mindset they wanted, the strats they wanted, and they were able to be a little bit more malleable. I think malleability is a huge thing for these teams, that if you can't react quickly, you kind of have to, you might end up losing, if you're kind of stuck in your ways and you're just trying to play your game, you get tunnel vision, you got to be flexible. And I think Liberty Reapers was just a little bit more flexible in these matches.
Yep. Totally agree there. Let's take a look at the bracket here, the updated bracket on stream. If you guys are watching from home, !America's in the chat, so you guys can go ahead and get the bracket. But here we go. We're down to about 4 teams left here. After this is going to be loser semis. We got Avenger Squadron Blue versus Liberty Reapers NA. One of these teams are going to go after Shadow Moses Retired Spies, who then is going to go up to that grand final spot to fight Shadow Moses. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the rest of the bracket here. Zero State and Papa Freedom. Zero State, we'll kick it off to you first. How do you think this rest of the bracket is going to go for today?
I'm really interested to see how Avenger Squadron continues to do. Are they going to keep using the Buccaneer as things start to get a little bit tighter? Liberty Reapers is going to make them pay if they aren't perfect with that Buccaneer. So that's going to be kind of interesting. I'm also kind of curious if we have seen the last of the Sabres. So really interested to see that as well. I think the Liberty Reapers Avenger Squadron match is going to be probably a big one to watch for me. And we'll see what happens there. That's going to be a really good one.
I totally agree. Quick thoughts on the rest of the bracket for you, Papa Freedom.
I think that if Avenger Squadron doesn't use the CF repeaters again, he stays in the buck and uses that higher damage cannon builds, he's going to have way more success. I think he learned his lesson with the CF repeaters, and now you're going to see a much more focused and fire-driven AV1, which when that means he's at his most dangerous, because now he's out for blood. So the Liberty's Reapers, they still need to be on their game, but they are no pushovers, as you just saw. They are very hot together. They are coordinated. They pick up the targets of opportunity. Their situational awareness is peak level. So very difficult fight here. It could go either way. I'm gonna go for the Buccaneer underdog. Just kidding. It's S tier.
Gotcha. All right, well, here we go. Great chat for everybody. I think I would like to see Avenger Squadron Blue do move on to see Retired Spies. I honestly don't know who's going to win it from there. But let's see what this next matchup is going to bring. We got Avenger Squadron Blue versus Liberty Reapers NA. We got Avenger 1 in that Buccaneer, Marky Mark in Talon, 7 Liberty Reapers in A, 7 in the Talon, and then we got 8+ in the Blade. So let's see if the Buccaneer can take Avenger Squadron Blue all of the way. So Xperia and Kroncy, I think we're ready to go. All up to you guys. Take it away.
Back again, and we're back with Avenger Squadron Blue and Liberty's Reapers North America. Avenger 1 still on that Buccaneer with the Omniskis, but also the NN laser cannons. So we're gonna get to see that a little bit as well. Other than that, it is Talons and Blades. We're back to it once again. I mean, we know how this goes, Xperia. We've been watching them all day.
Yep. Exciting to see. I want to see how that Buck does with Omnis again. Very much a unique loadout in this current meta, but we'll see how it works for them as they approach each other.
Definitely. As we get into this, I think this is going to be the final match that sort of determines whether or not the Buccaneer has a place in this particular meta that we've got for Fight or Flight. Sure. And let's get into it. We're already seeing some shots being exchanged. A+ going for Avenger 1 there. Avenger going to hop right on out and then come through.
A+ getting some really good shots on Marky Mark there. Marky Mark gets
very
out.
Solid.
And Avenger 1
going to turn right back around to A1.
Oh, good damage on Avenger 1 from 7, but switches to Marky Mark.
Yep.
Excellent target prioritization there as Marky Mark goes into Nav. Avenger 1 coming back at... Oh,
whoa!
Oh no, it's collision!
No. No! Oh no!
That's unfortunate.
Does this mean the Buccaneer is bad?
I'm not sure if that means the Buccaneer's bad, but...
that is super unfortunate. But hey, these things happen. You got to be really careful when you're flying around with your teammates in here right now. So, yeah, that was Marky Mark eliminated there, or was that? Yes, yeah, it was Marky Mark eliminated there. So A1's going to come back in and try to take this back, I guess.
That was very much not what I was expecting to see.
Yeah,
the Avenger 1 is lucky to be alive after that collision, honestly.
All right, this is going to be a hard one. A+ and 7, I imagine, just going to come on in, shoot some missiles, get them out of nav, and just aggress. Really, I mean, you just need to press the issue.
Being around the station is quite dangerous, so see what happens here. But 7 and A+ very much just holding off, trying to get those pot shots on while Avenger 1 tries to use the station as cover, and he goes through. Shields low. What does he do? Getting a shield charge denied, so no shields for him, which is a really bad thing for the Buccaneer, because it very much relies on those on that buffer of damage to do its business. A+ coming in.
Quite a bit. I was going to say the shields were just about to hit full again, but the second that they were, it's right back into it. And A1 shields now down. Going to see some damage coming in from A+, though. There goes the chaff. Try to get out of targeting, and we can see
there we
go, just lit up right in the center of that Buccaneer, and that is Avenger 1 eliminated in first round. So yeah, Liberty's Reapers will take round number 1. A very unfortunate collision there, obviously, for Marky Mark, but such is the way of flying in space.
Yep, and Avenger 1 now switching to FLs and light strikes, so just changing things up every round.
It's been interesting to see, which has been nice, like messing around with it a little bit and giving us a little
I like the variety.
So. Exactly, yeah. All right, so yeah, big news for Liberty's Reapers. So they're up one round again. They're trying to get back into the winners bracket and just trying to get the second title for Liberty's Reapers. But not only do they have Avenger Squadron to get through right now, they've got 2, count them, 2 different Shadow Moses groups to get through. And if they even get through that, they've got to win against one of them twice. As does Avenger 1. So both these teams in a bit of a slog, and still very much showing what their skills are capable of doing in these fights. Looks like we're having a relaunch.
Looks like a lobby issue, yeah. Unfortunately, that's a bug
Hopefully
with,
not too long of an issue.
With SBK, where you can't get back into the lobby once you've left, so might have to be a restart here.
Very possibly. We'll get some updates for you guys ASAP so we can get into it. As we only have 3 matches left, guys. We have this one. Then we have whoever wins this one is going to be fighting against Shadow Moses Retired Spires. And then finally, we've got Shadow Moses in the winners grand final bracket.
Exciting. I want to see who's going to fight Retired Spies. That's going to be interesting. Will it be AVS or LR?
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch either one of these teams do that fight, you know? I mean, we even saw earlier, Avenger Squadron Blue did lose to Shadow Moses Retired Spires earlier in the day, so it'll be good to see a rematch there, but in a similar vein, I would love to see LR have to fight against multiple Shadow Moses to try to take it back again. I feel like after we watched them beat EMEA, they're becoming a bit of the villain of today, I think. But you know what you should do if you are a villain? You should get some CitizenCon merch from ATMO Esports, and to do that, you go exclamation.
That's the weirdest segue yet.
I guarantee I'll have a worse one by the end of the day. But make sure you get some of this merch. It looks absolutely fantastic. You can get your gamer tag on the back as well. You can get your country's flag on the shoulder. And yeah, this helps us out a lot because this helps us pay for these prizes. So we can actually get people into these events and bring them along to these awesome opportunities. So yeah, make sure you grab one and make sure you take a picture of yourself secretly behind Crucian wearing one of these at CitizenCon, okay? Oh, that's true. Also, the thing on the left side, thank you very much, Director. The language on the left side there, next to where it says ATMO Esports, is the number 2954 in Banu. It's a very nice touch. Very cool.
I do love that there's just like an entire language.
Yep. But not just one, multiple. There was one of my favorite things about CitizenCon last year was there was I do not remember their name, unfortunately, but there was
Chris
a group of
Harrow,
people. possibly, who was writing people's names in Jean, which is incredibly cool. So I don't know if they're coming again this time, but if they are, make sure you hang out with them and say that they're very cool. Yeah, it's very, very dope. All right, looks like we have a crash to desktop now. Everything's breaking. It's about that time of the day that everything starts breaking. So it's all right. We'll be trying to get this sorted for you guys very, very shortly. So in the meantime, we're going to go to some ads, guys. We'll be back soon. And yeah, we'll get into round number 2 of Liberty's Reapers versus my brain. Oh my god.
Reapers versus Avenger 1 Blue.
Oh my god.
Avenger Squadron Blue, my bad.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, man.
FR9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 9er, 183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
Dragnet, Claw 1, checking into kill box. Fuel, weapon state, green, requesting alpha check. Claw 1, Dragnet. I have your Rock 270, azimuth 340 for 1100. Confirm green state. Picture update, 1 group. Rock 175, azimuth 320, 1400. Hostile, recommend commit.
This year at CitizenCon 2954, we're going bigger and better with dogfighting, racing, and the Bar Citizen. You won't want to miss it, so grab your ticket before it's too late.
Dragnet, Claw 1, targeted single group. Rock 175, azimuth 320 for 1400. Flight 1, land bonsai, 20 kilometers. Weight 3 each.
2, 3.
Plasma blackout in 3,
And we are back once again. Looks like we got our issues sorted from the last round. So here we are back again with a Buccaneer, some Talons, and the Blade. I got to admit, Xperia, getting a little sick of these ships.
What, the Talon and the Blade?
Yeah, getting a little sick of the Talons and the Blades. I'm enjoying seeing the Buccaneer. I'm not enjoying watching the Buccaneer explode a lot. So we're gonna need. Go ahead.
I do think there's been a history of the alien ships overperforming when it comes to the light fighters in pretty much all of the fight or flights, right?
Possibly, yeah. But we've had a lot of fighter flights where we've had like the Hornets and stuff, so you know they usually outperformed a lot of things. So, but like it is cool to see the Talons. It's just I don't think I'm gonna want to fly one for a while, you know. maybe I'll get.
I'm mainly just tired of the orange HUD, honestly.
Yes, actually, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Actually, it's the color palette. It's getting to me. Anyway, we're back into it, and we are already throwing out some shots. A+ going to try and attack Avenger 1. Nope, we're gonna switch target priority as we come through.
Avenger 1 shield's already down, not going to Nav, staying in the fight. No one pressuring him, which is very surprising.
Yeah, meanwhile, Avenger 1 getting some damage on A+.
Damage there, losing a wing.
Seven is coming back in to the arena here. Or possibly just escaping with A+ in a different direction. So they get out, but yeah, that was a big exchange from A1 into A+.
Absolutely. A+ definitely worse for wear there with missing that left engine or wing tip, but see how the fight progresses. I'm very surprised no one pressured Avenger 1 there. I thought he was pretty vulnerable with no shields, just sort of hanging back. Looks
yeah,
like
perhaps either a mistake or perhaps just caught out of position.
Yeah. Avenger 1 going past. Marky Mark's gonna try and get some value off that, but A+ was ready for it, getting some good damage on Marky Mark. And tries to go to Nav. Oh, Avenger 1 taking some fire there from A+. And 7.
Yep, shield,
very red.
Shields down. Center console.
Does he get away?
Completely red.
Oh. Very poor trade from AVS there on multiple fronts. As they've regrouped to try and recoup. See what I did there? Alright. Both teams converging again. Some blade fire. And Avenger 1 shields low. Really trying to focus that buck down.
I mean, it feels like it feels like an easy commit on A1. The ship just goes down so quickly.
Yeah. 7 turning around. Does he get that nose on? Not quite. Or can he get everyone wise in Nav? Not quite. 7 wing red. A+ wing gone. Kind of equaled out there maybe, but 81 still like hull red. That's a big deal. The buck.
Yep.
He really can't be super.
He can't risk much of anything at this stage.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back in for another couple of volleys. Avenger 1 iron up 7 right now. Going to move to A+. Nope, we're going to settle on 7. Let's put some shots into it. Nope, we're going to turn around.
Shots into A1.
Lots of maneuvering here.
Yeah. Marky Mark shields down in a really bad spot here. Not too much damage on. He gets into Nav. Gets away. Avenger 1's going to also go into Nav. Try and, once again, just get that good re-engage. Not even trying to waste time on or health on a bad commit. But taking some shots there, actually.
No one looking to come into a fight. Here we go. A+ going to try to get
Here
some
we
shots
go.
in on Mark. Moves over to Avenger 1.
A+
Looks like
shields almost down.
Almost go down.
A1 shield's nearly down. He really can't risk it. He's getting shot by 7.
So I'm going to move over to Marky Mark
7
now.
switches back to Marky Mark, but his shield's down. He might want to get out here. His wing's really, really low. Really don't want it to be a 2v2 or 2v1. A+ on Marky Mark. Marky Mark constantly switching targets, not really getting anyone's shields down so far.
Yeah.
As Ella tries to regroup.
There we go. We're back to the more cautious plays once again as we
Absolutely.
disengage once more. A reminder for those tuning in: at the moment in this best of 3, Liberty's Reapers North America are up 1 round. If they win this round, they will be moving forward.
And
there we go. A+
gets
able to
81.
take out Avenger 1. The amount of damage that we saw earlier, it was only a matter of time before they just committed for a couple of seconds and took it out. We're now into the 2v1 with A+, with a fair amount of damage sustained on them. But
oh, and a collision.
oh, okay. we see a spin out, we see a collision, but unfortunately not in Marky Mark's favor. And that is going to be a round win for Liberty Reapers North America and a match win for Liberty's Reapers North America. We're going to be saying goodbye to Avenger Squadron Blue. Thank you very much for participating. We'll head back to the desk.
Avenger 1 is Avenger gone.
Man. I really, no lie, I really wanted them to win. I wanted to see that bug go a little bit further, but just some of these matches, I really want to talk and hit on these points about the difference, about why they lost that. So throwing it over to you first. Zero State, give us a breakdown of this last matchup here.
Yeah, I think especially in the second fight, we saw Liberty Reapers really go, listen, that Buccaneer has got to go. We've got to maim that Buccaneer. We've got to push really hard against that thing. And we got to do that before we let Marky get on our tails, right? And I think they did that early on, the middle of the fight. AVS, they regrouped pretty well. Marky turned into a harasser, but Avenger 1 was kind of heavily damaged. He had to be really cagey. He had to be careful about, where he committed and how much he committed. And I think it just wasn't quite enough. I was chatting with Papa Freedom on the side, and we kind of both, we were thinking okay, is Liberty Reapers here? Are they going to regroup and just focus Avenger 1 and finish off that center hull? Because that center of his hull was really, really red. It was 1 HP for 2-3 minutes. And this happened last time as well, that we saw AVS fight before. That center area was just red forever, and finally they took it down. They just needed that one heavy focus, that one burst to get through his shields and continue to trade with him and reset, and they eventually did do that. So it was good to see. Liberty Reapers stayed composed despite losing a wing early, and they came back and they kept doing damage to that ship that can really mess them up in that Buccaneer with all of those cannons.
Yeah, that was tough. Papa Freedom, give us your thoughts on this last matchup. What do you think was the difference here? I mean, I know that during, the first round, unfortunately, Avenger Squadron Blue, they bumped into each other, and that completely killed, one of their rounds. But, what do you think was the difference maker here in round number 2?
Well, as somebody that's, crashed in fight or flight in the top H2, it's a devastating hit, really. It's just so unfortunate that they did collide, because that first fight would have been more like the second fight. Pretty even, I'd say, advantage going to the Patient LR team, but that was a really good, dedicated fight. They were positioning, they weren't baiting, they weren't over committing, they were keeping their distance, fighting at their strengths, doing resource management correctly. Yeah, it's a little bit more boring, but these guys are fighting to win, and that's what it takes to be at the highest level. But man, that when you have a collision though, the morale, it's a devastating hit. Super hard to come back from that. But I think that Marky Mark stepped up to the plate and swung even harder in that second fight. And that's a huge shout out to his character, because you can do one of two things. You can either crumble and pity and fall, or you can rise up and say, no, I'm still here to bang and throw punches. And that's exactly what Marky Mark and A1 did. They went down swinging, they fought hard, and there's no shame in that loss there. That was great fighting from everybody's side, but LR comes out with the advantage.
Yeah, that was I totally agree there, which is crazy because I'm gonna tell you something. I just went back a little bit to, I don't know who was on Liberty Reapers Black back then, but I think it was A+ and Sevens also. I'm not 100% sure. Oh yeah, so it was New Cabbage and A+ at the time. I think
New Cabbage and A+ knocked my team out, myself and Zaphoid out last year. So
that's what it was. Yeah. So so Liberty Reapers Black actually lost to Avenger Squadron. And then Avenger Squadron went up to the losers finals and lost to Shadow Moses. So they're always right there, man. Avenger Squadron is always right there. Yeah, always right there in order to kind of, get to that next spot. I feel sometimes just the differences are, I respect Avenger 1 for sticking with the buck the entire time, but I feel like some of these ships, I feel like the Blade and Talon just too strong at this point. Maybe just a little bit, couple mistakes, of being patient and not being patient, or positioning and not positioning. The buck, you have to hit and run, and while the other one, so there's just so much how do you say it, like different values that just goes on in these fights. But I just want to give them their props, finishing 4th place here. Now we're going up to the losers finals here with Shadow Moses, Retired Spies, and then you have Liberty Reapers NA. So I mean, can Liberty Reapers NA take out 2 Shadow Moses team? Are we going to see another Liberty Reapers Shadow Moses grand final here? Who knows? But let's see our next matchup here coming up. We got Shadow Moses Retired Spies and versus Liberty Reapers NA, and of course it's going to be a Blade Talon mirror match here, guys. So tell me, how do you guys feel that this next matchup is going to go?
I mean, I think we're going to see those skills on display that you see from the Blade and the Talon. Like I said earlier, they're kind of a safe pick for people who like maneuverable ships that can dish out the damage. I think a big theme we've seen is Talon pilots trying to be harassers and trying to be peelers, whereas the Blade is coming in, booming and zooming, doing a lot of that chunking damage, trying to stay as mobile as possible, but being able to take a little bit of that damage, because you've seen Blades all day today. They would lose a wing, they'd lose a wing tip, they would lose a whole weapon system, and they would still come out and win some of those fights, but just based on the skill of the pilot. If you can add into that the Talon, and those two can work together, I think this fight is going to come down to comms. I think this fight is going to come down to who's got the better comms, who's going to make better callouts, and who's going to switch targets more effectively to the ones that are pancaking, like we said before, or the ones that are vulnerable in that moment.
I totally agree there. Papa Freedom, who do you think is going to come out on top of this one and move up to the grand finals?
This is a good matchup, evenly matchup as far as my eyes are concerned. I think it's going to come down to the team that applies the most amount of patience and waits for those targets of opportunities and maximizes on the very minor mistakes of their opponent. And that could go either way, but so really whoever displays the most amount of patience and trigger discipline with that Blade is going to come out on top, and it's going to be close, very close.
All right, well, here we go. We got Blade Talon, both same loadouts. You got Light Strikes, and then you got, of course, Warlord's Wasp. We're almost done here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. But Croncy and Xperia, take it away another time. Thanks, guys.
Hello again, everyone. We are here for the semi-final, the last of the losers brackets. Shadow Moses Retired Spies against Liberty Reapers North America. And something I really want to talk about, Xperia. Both of these teams absolutely trounced by Shadow Moses. And one of these teams is going to have to fight against them in a moment. So I would not want to be these two teams right now, especially playing against each other. Two absolutely titans of PvP. How are you
Very
feeling?
much a shadow looming over their head for the next fight after this. Will it be? I actually didn't plan for that, but I guess that works. Anyway.
Just too good. Too good.
Too good. Yeah, who are you thinking for this?
I would like to see Liberty's Reapers get up there just so we can maybe the possibility of them having 1-2 regions. But I do love the Shadow Moses sort of comeback story of losing the finals. But I'm kind of M towards both. But regardless, this is gonna be a big deal. And you know, we're back to Blade Talon as we get into this first round, and we're gonna see Saint Nix getting a couple of shots there against A+.
Good damage on A+ there. Nick shields down as well. Sin trying to just snipe A+ a little bit further away, but 7 getting 96 points damage on St. Nix and naving back to his teammate. Seems like both teams are kind of resetting here.
I do love the kind of swap we saw there from both teams being sort of like overextended and too far away from their companions. And we just watched, who was it? I think it was like A+ and St. Nix just pass each other.
Just pass by.
They're getting further away. Love it.
I do love how dynamic these 2v2s are in that regard. It's just so good to watch. Here we go. Both teams regrouped, recharged, re-engaging.
Not a ton to say about that first fight there. A little bit of damage, a little bit of hull damage was thrown out there.
Very, very light damage.
Exactly. All right. Watching Sin now. Going to go for A+. Try to get the shields down. Going to get out of there with the chaff.
Yep. Ooh, dangerous from her from Sin here. And A+ Sin.
Huge elimination there from A+, but then we also...
It's a Blade versus Talon.
Yeah, St. Nix able to capitalize on that. A+ also going down to Blade v Talon. And that Blade was... Oh, no, yeah, going to get out of there and try to regroup.
Was the trade worth it? That is the question. Will St. Nix be able to duel 7 in this asymmetrical 1v1 between the Blade and Talon?
I feel like we've seen these go pretty much either way a lot of the time, and mostly come down to pilot skill in these particular 1v1s when we had the Sabers against the Blades and the Blades against the Talons. It's a bit hard to figure out who exactly is going to get there.
Talon playing very safe as Nix comes in. Both just trying to get those long distance shots. Choosing when to commit is so important in these 1v1s.
Yeah, there's been a lot of instances here where if St. Nix just came up anywhere near close, 7 just did not have the ammo to fight back.
Shields down on the Talon.
Yep.
But 7 gets into Nav. Forced back into SCM. Will Nix be able to capitalize on that? Drops the chaff. Is 7 going to get
Shields
back into Nav? No, it's SCM. Good damage here. Here we go.
Just playing around this chaff.
Heavy damage there on 7. What will he do? He's gonna try and get out.
Just playing the runner as well. Just been unable to capitalize on anything that St. Nix was doing there. Just trying to avoid.
Absolutely, that was very well played by Nix there.
Yeah.
Can still be turned around. These 1v1s can always sway in a different direction, but so far, definitely luck is on the side of St. Nix. With that,
yeah, one good position, one good volley could do everything. But you can even see there, even with the good old red Asperia overlays there, you can see how much damage the left wing has taken there.
Yeah, absolutely. And once that wing goes, as we've seen time and time again this evening, it is kind of over for the Talon.
Yep. All right, we're going to come back in now. Try to go for some volleys.
Very equal shield trade actually so far. Gosh, it's tense.
Ooh. not sure how this is going to
7
work
shields,
out. But it
maybe
does look...
50.
Yep,
20,
there we go.
0.
Shields down for 7.
7 is out of chaff.
There we go.
St. Nick's gets the kill.
Big kill there from St. Nick's, claiming round number 1 for Shadow Moses Retired Spies. Well done, guys. That is the first round. Remember, this is a best of 3. So we're going to be doing another one of these. But yeah, great first round from them. Yeah, that 1v1 was very solid. It did feel like when they came in for one of those later fights there, just before 7 died, that I had thought 7 was going to be able to get there, but St. Nick's just pulled it around.
That was possibly my favorite round yet, actually. From a
really?
spectator point of view. Yeah, I like that one.
It is nice when we get to like solid 1v1s. It's obviously a lot easier to follow and to watch, but you lose obviously a lot of the counterplay. You lose a lot of your spacing and all that sort of stuff. So
see what happens in round 2.
If you're just joining us, we are at the losers bracket finals. Whoever wins this is going to move on to the grand finals. Whoever loses is out, because there's only one more match. That's how math works. But more importantly, in that grand finals, the team that they will be fighting against is Team Shadow Moses, who have been absolutely destroying the competition for the entire event. I'm going to really quickly see, have Shadow Moses dropped a single game? No. They have won every single round they have competed in, including all of their rounds in the heats as well. So, yeah, they are a beast of a team to fight against.
I mean, same goes for Shadow Moses retirement, because the only rounds they've dropped have been against Shadow Moses. So,
true,
quite a good turnout, and 2 very strong teams. But Ella's been doing pretty well so far, honestly. Like that was that was a solid match there, or a solid round there. So we'll see how they do in round 2. It looks like we're getting the countdown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be even remotely surprised if this one goes to a round 3. In fact, I'd like that. It's been a while since we went to a round 3. In fact,
yeah, it has.
To quickly check, I don't think we've had a round 3 in the entirety of. Yeah, we have not. We have not had a round 3 in the entirety of the American Top 8. So, the North American Top 8. So it'd be nice to see that, as well as obviously we have the best of 5 coming up in a second. But let's see how they do. They're moving towards each other. We're going to see the first couple of volleys fall through in a second, and figure out what they might change from their last round.
Quite good damage there on Nyx from A+. Nyx is going to go into Nav to reset. 7 trying to capitalize, getting some good damage on the back. And disengaging to go regroup with A+. Alright, that trade was very much in the favor of Ella. I didn't see much damage from Shadow Moses.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, you're 100% right. So, once again, another one that's like not a ton, but you know, there's a lot to be said. Not just about, even when it's only like a little bit of damage, even when it's only, you know, like points wise, you know, like 70 or whatever. There's a lot to be said about sort of winning each engagement is going to do a lot for just the morale of the team.
It stacks up over time. Like you could end up like missing by like a couple shots at the end, and therefore not getting that trade in the 1v1, and yeah,
which we've had matchups today that have felt like
absolutely
very possibly, you know, 2 to 3 shots difference could have, like, you know, won the fight in someone's favor. So all right, moving back in.
Here we go.
Seven having a look at Sin first. And we got some...
Switching to Nyx. Sin goes past. Both Talons going for both blades. Nyx currently looking at A+. Hard to tell who's ahead. But Nix's shields are low.
Oh, there we go.
Seven gets a lot of damage on Nix there. Is he going to survive?
Oh, this is a lot of damage.
That's close. Oh.
All right, that was a big
Yeah.
deal there.
But A+ lost a wing, so he's a weapon down. And both Talons seem to be pretty even. So we come in for the third re-engagement.
So A+ missing that right wing there. Other than that, as far as I can tell, not a ton happening on the board. Possibly some damage, some major damage on St. Nick's. It looks like all of our feathers, our talons look mostly intact. It's a bit of a long one.
Yeah. Sin moving in at the front. St. Nick's behind. Whereas on LR's side, the Blade is in front, surprisingly.
Alright, we can just...
Some very
shields
good
down
damage on
force.
A+.
Yep.
Couple shots hit it connecting, but hard to tell if that was enough to sway the fight. St. Nick's shields down. Must
Yeah, I was
be
going to
very
say,
low
meanwhile,
now.
St. Nick's has lost their left wing. So, a little
Still
bit
has
of
the gun,
exchange
so
there. Yep.
no DPS loss, but this is quite a lot closer than the last match.
Remember, whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins is going to be moving up to fight. Well, not whoever wins, but whoever wins the match is going to be moving up to fight Shadow Most Sus. Alright, coming in again for
Nick's
a fight
taking some
against
shield
A+.
damage.
Ooh. Here we go. Big damage
A+
from
getting
in
taking a lot of
towards
damage
Sin.
there.
Oh!
Sin gets A+. It's a 1v2, but Nix is very low. Managed to get out in Nav. Nix losing his right wing.
We may be looking at another 1v1. But we'll see, we'll see.
So far,
I think
so 2v1.
we've been in a lot of situations with blades that look like this that have somehow managed to survive the rest of the fight.
Yep.
Alright, we're coming back in, try to get the shields down on that Talon from on Sin. Very close to down, but Seven's equally going down. Who's going to exchange more damage here? Seven going to look to turn towards St. Nick's. Looks like they just get out. Maybe with Nav. Here comes that missile. We've been talking about this a few times. The missile to try to get them out of Nav mode.
Black 7 blacks out. Is that going to be it? But they're in Nav, so possibly not. No.
Luckily, we
Blacking
love
out is
a
very dangerous.
decoupled blackout that just sends you sends you to the sides of the arena. Exactly. So luckily they're okay, but yeah, they're still in a bad way overall.
Yeah. They can just focus down Nix, maybe just because he can't be long for this world with that amount of HP left. But will he be able to take down Nix well?
I mean, here we go. I imagine just if Sin's able to pressure on 7, St. Nick's comes out the side, it's probably going to be all over, but here we go. 7's going to try to press the issue and start attacking St. Nick's. And the return fire coming through.
7 currently looking at Sin. Sin shields almost down. 7 shields almost down. Pretty equal trade right now. Can Nix come in and push it towards Shadow Moses' favor? Sin definitely getting off a bit worse there, I think. But
for sure,
7...
but probably able to play a little bit riskier because they know that they have that extra firepower.
Oh, and there we go. 7
is going to take down Sin, which means we have 7 versus St. Nick's. And St. Nick's still not in a great spot here. Seven's going to pounce on him right
Nope.
now. Try to take this down.
Nyx really needs to win this trade. He's got shields. Seven has a very low wing. This is tense. What could happen?
This could be huge.
I can see this going both ways, honestly.
Yep. Neither ship is in a particularly healthy spot.
Nope. Shields down on Seven. Shields very low on Nyx. Both shields down.
Not just that, but left wing taking a ton of damage on Seven's side.
Yep. Losing a feather. Just a couple hits from Seven will knock out Nyx. But Nyx gets shields back. Seven gets shields back. Oh, this is close.
And then we're trading back the second the shields go even close to return. Everyone's back in.
Seven.
It looks like
Seven's
doing a
lost
much
gun,
better job
so,
of. Yeah.
And there's the DPS. There's a position, and he gets it.
Well, it's almost a nugget. It was almost one. St. Nick's gets the elimination of Seven there from fantastic fights across the board, which means Shadow Moses retired spies are going to take the second round win and the match win. And hey, everyone, you know what this means? Well, do you know what this means, Xperia?
What could it mean, Crunchy? What could this mean for the tournament?
It means Shadow Moses have won the. Okay, I'm gonna stop the bit, but we're gonna have a Shadow Moses mirror match again to figure out who wins North America. We're gonna go back to the desk and get some figure out what they think about that whole round.
Well, here we go. That honestly was a very good matchup. Honestly, my favorite from America so far. Very, very good. I think I wish it would have went to a game 3 to kind of break this whole, 2-0 vibe across the Americas bracket. But hey, we'll start off with you this time around, Papa Freedom. Break it down for us, man.
And that was just some epic fighting. Those two teams were just duking it out. Minimal mistakes, good advantage, good position, good timing, good merges, good disengages. Like the whole spectrum of what you want to see in a fight was being applied by both teams that entire time. That was incredible. Shout out to LR putting on an absolutely great performance, fighting to the bitter end. St. Nick's heavily damaged, being a 1v1 stallion, really coming in clutch. He's taken out many people, 1v1, 2v1 in that blade. Dominating performance by St. Nick's, and since hyper aggression finally paid off and they were able to capitalize in that second fight, and it's nice to see some hyper aggression play, get some love there too. But GG's to SM taking the NA regionals. So it's SM versus SM, so SM's got the North American region, LR's got the EU, and now in the grand finals, the final call, the real deal, who's the best showdown in CitizenCon. Oh, I can't wait. And then the underdogs, the Pacific side, we don't know much about them yet. So I'm really, really looking forward to the team that comes out of the Pacific side. So
yeah, that's what I was going to mention. We still got APAC. APAC is actually happening tomorrow, but we'll talk a little bit more of that here soon. Zero State, give us your thoughts on this last matchup, and let's get some replays going if we have them.
Yeah, I think Papa Freedom hit the nail on the head there. We've seen Sin all day today being hyper-aggressive, and sometimes that has really gotten him into trouble early in the fights. I think he held back on that hyper-aggression just long enough till it was the middle of the fight, and he had a good time to strike, and he took advantage of that. That was a real turning point for the fight. He reined himself in just enough, dogfight, find the right time, and then strike, and that was a great move for him. So patience was really key for him. At the end of the fight, we saw that 1v1. It was kind of knock down, drag out. As soon as the Talon lost the weapon, I feel like, it became kind of like a comfortability thing. A Talon missing a weapon feels like I'm missing half my DPS. I don't really know what to do. This is going to be a challenge. You kind of lose your bearings a little bit when stuff like that happens. And it just felt like St. Nick's was a little bit more comfortable in that broken ship. He had that broken ship for about half the fight, was missing some weapons, but still felt really comfortable in that dogfight and just kind of controlled the dogfight to the end.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from last year, as we saw Sin partnering up with GIG, I think they were both on RAM. I think isn't Sin like a real-life pilot too, which is pretty cool. It just kind of, brings an overarching cool story to the, to the team. But right now, We got Shadow Moses, and then Shadow Moses, retired spies, or as Xperia called them, retirement. So that made me laugh a little bit. So, but here we go, guys. We're at grand finals, best of 5. We're going into it, but I want to talk a little bit about APAC here. APAC is actually happening tomorrow. We have an incredible SCPL. SCPL are Star Citizen Elite Pro League. They're all from Asia. Great team out there that really helped us put the APAC region together. Unfortunately, because of the connections from Asia all the way over to our stuff, or over to our staff that is in the U.S., we can't really stream it, unfortunately. But, once we have a spectator mode, we will be able to stream all these fights, whether it's a group stage or whether it's a top 8 finals. Things can go a little bit smoother. Looking at you, DJ Bunted in chat, I love you with all my heart, but my man, we need that spectator mode. I'm kidding. I'm not, no pressure. I'm just, me, I'm very patient.
He's not kidding, DJ.
Patient, Zero. I'm very
Gaming is
patient.
Serious. There's no jokes allowed. Secure all happiness. No laughing. This is serious business when video games are around.
Oh man. Well. I mean, SCPL doing a great job. So, once we make our championship announcement, we'll link the Discord to SCPL. If you guys are part of the Asia region, whether you're in Australia, they plan on doing more tournaments, and we're planning on helping them a little bit more. So, we're going to do a little bit of that with SCPL. But ladies and gentlemen, we got our grand finals, the last match of the day. So I can get everybody home because a lot of us have been up for a little bit. But hey, we love what we do here at ATMO Esports. We love PvP. We love the racing. We love everything. I promise you guys, again, I'm going to keep saying it. If you guys are not at Enter Atmosphere in Manchester, UK, if you come to CitizenCon, I promise you, you're missing out, all right? You're missing out big. But let's look at these. Let's look at these teams. We're looking at Shadow Moses, the floor mat Amogus, and then Shadow Moses retired spies. We're going to see Saint Nick and Sin again. Blade Talon. Let's get some predictions going. Kick it off to you first, Zero State. What kind of 3-0 we're looking at here?
It's kind of. It's kind of what we predicted, I mean, we started to look at, okay, Blade Talon, good safe pick. And I kind of said, like, are we going to stop seeing the Sabres? Are we going to stop seeing the Buccaneers as we go through this? And it looks like that's the case. Blade Talon has created some really good fights, some really skill-based fights, and it seems like these pilots have really found their lane within these ships to kind of, the roles are clearly defined. It's just a matter of skill at that point. I'm pretty interested to see how the retired spies are going to do here. I've always kind of been a fan of Sin. Me and him get along pretty well. And, it'd be fun if they pull out the win here.
All right. Well, I mean, good call out. Like I said, well, throwing it over to you, Papa Freedom. What kind of 3-0 we're going to see today?
Floor mat, Mogus, all the way. Like I said from the beginning, the one person that deserves to win the whole thing is Floor mat. Time and time again, he shows up, he performs, puts on excellent performances, great situational awareness, and he has an opponent or a teammate that matches that energy, matches that level. These two are formidable together. Sin and St. Nick's, they can put up a fight if they maximize, a mistake, but it's going to be really, really hard to get a mistake out of Floor mat and Amogus in this fight.
Well, awesome here. Well, just letting everybody know in chat again. Hey, make sure I'm going to say it one more time. If you guys love our ATMO Esports events, follow us on Discord. Jump on Discord, discord.gg/ATMO Esports and at ATMO Esport and, X, Instagram. If you guys want to keep up with our events, even on Facebook, we're on Facebook. So if you guys want to keep up with the events that we're throwing at Enter Atmosphere, we're going to be revealing a hint at a new event coming up next year. So if you guys are on there, you guys will have a first look in person at a new event we're planning. And we're going to be also bringing that new event possibly to bring those finalists over to hopefully maybe the next CitizenCon. So make sure you guys are there so you guys know exactly what's going to happen next year. But I think we are okay. So bad lobby launch. All right. Well, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our merch, guys. If you guys really are enjoying the show today, you guys want to help support, man. You guys don't have to grab the Banu CitizenCon collection merch here. You don't have to, but if you want to, head on over to ammo.sd/merch. Come get your custom gamer tag and country flag on your jersey. If you don't want a gamer tag, if you don't want a country flag, you don't have to put it on there. But this is this year's CitizenCon t-shirt. A big shout out to Cloud Imperium Games for allowing us to put the CitizenCon logo on the merch. and using the Banu text across the chest, which says 2954. I think it looks fantastic. Shout out to Victor who designed this for us. And we do have some other things on there. The Fight or Flight collection is coming up. We got the Daymar Rally collection there still. We got the System 7 collection still there as well. So if you guys want to grab something extra, feel free. It'll help us kind of send some of these incredible folks out to, to some of these events. So appreciate you guys for the support. And I hope you guys are enjoying, are you guys enjoying the Fight or Flight finals here? We do have a little bit of a bad loading screen, but yeah. So, but yeah, Shadow Moses versus Shadow Moses coming up next. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we got the grand finals coming up to end the night and see who we're gonna crown our top 8 finalists here for the Americas region for Fight or Flight presented by iConCity. Dominate the freaking game. We'll be back. We'll be right back. Yeah, thanks.
Woo! I'm excited.
Mayday, this is Red Wind, FR 9183, requesting immediate support. I'm under fire from an unknown number of hostiles. Sending my location now.
HQ, strike team. Contract assigned.
HQ, strike team, roger. Proceeding to target. Red Wind, Foxtrot, Romeo, 90183, Walker strike team on site for assistance. HQ, strike team, contract fulfilled, ready for tasking.
It is grand finals time, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic time today. It is Shadow Moses against Shadow Moses. Xperia, this is your first grand finals. Well, this is your second grand finals, technically, I guess. But it's your last
Yeah, I
match
was
of the
gonna say.
day. How do you feel?
Finally. I'm looking forward to this one. It's a big one again. I think maybe not as like climactic as EU, but it's good to see two Shadow Moses teams competing at the highest level again. So yeah, I'm excited.
Well, one of the things that honestly does make it really exciting is something that Papa Freedom said before we went to the break. Is it's really cool to see that one of the regions was won by Liberty's Reapers, and now we get to see one of the regions is going to be won by Shadow Moses, and more of this rivalry keeps happening. These orgs are going to keep clashing, and
Absolutely.
we're going to have these really good tournaments. I love that. That's awesome. Right? It comes up with some really good stories. So we're going to get right into this. We have Blade and Talon against Blade and Talon
for Enter Atmosphere.
Yeah.
All right.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Looks like we have some slight issues, so we're just standing by as they figure this out. But yeah, so the floor mat is going to be on the Blade for Shadow Moses, and then Retired Spies. We've got Saint Nick's in the Blade, and then for our Talons, we've got Amogus and Sin, who all four of these competitors today have been absolutely crushing it. Like I said, though, it's going to be really hard to see how Retired Spies are going to deal with Floormat and Amogus. They did lose 2-0 earlier to them in some rounds we had earlier today, and yeah, I don't know. This team just really is on another level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have completely dominated the bracket so far without a single loss. So we're gonna see what happens here.
See how they go in this best of 5. As a reminder, Shadow Moses only have to win one of these best of 5s, whereas Retired Spies have to win 2 best of 5s in order to take it. As we move in now towards our first encounters, we can see Amogus shooting some shots across the bow of Sin. Sin's going to start to target floor mat as we're coming through.
Yep, good damage on Sin. Floor mat, little bit damage to shields, but no real pressure applied, so guess out pretty safe. Trying to get Sin now, but Sin shafts. Floor mat shields low, but Sin shields down. No hull damage, but seeing if they can pressure Sin and Nyx out really far to try and regroup.
Yeah, we're gonna have another reset here as we've been watching a lot today, especially in these mirror matches. It's really just been, go for a fight, go for a regroup, and figure it out from there. As a lot of the strategies obviously have to do with initial approaches, I imagine.
Absolutely, these little segmented fights are so important to the pace of the game, and it's still a lot snappier than it used to be. So I like it. It's pretty nice. The nav and the trade-off of having nav mode is so good.
Yeah.
All right, Mogo's trying to go for Saint Nyx. Nyx trying to go for floor mat.
We're going to see
Nyx
the
shields
shield
very low,
go down, Saint Nyx. And quite a bit of damage being applied as well there.
Yeah, 400 damage on Nyx there from floor mat. But floor mat's taking damage from
Nyx.
All right, we got
there we
Amogus
go.
versus
That's
Sin.
an interesting development. So yeah, we see Floormat and Saint Nyx being eliminated at it felt like the exact same frame, honestly. So
Yeah,
huge
that was
development
quite a
now into
trade.
this 1v1. Yeah. Got to admit, I did not expect this. I thought this would be a much more one-sided fight.
Very interesting, and a Talon duel once again. Something we haven't actually seen that much compared to the Blade duels, I think. So
yeah, we've seen a lot of Blades v Blades, a lot of Sabers v Blades, a lot of Talons v Blades. Not, I think maybe once today we saw Talon v Talon. So, and the fact that both of these Talons are in like as good of a shape as they are at the moment is going to make this
absolutely
a really interesting duel.
I'm very personally excited to see these two duel because they've both trained me quite a lot, so it's really awesome. But
lovely.
Sin shields down, going down first. Amogus getting 200 points damage.
Make that almost 300,
But
and it's
no
going to be even
boost
more
on
here.
Amogus and Amogus gets
Just on Sin the whole time, would not let up. Amogus is going to take that 1v1 pretty handedly, and that is going to be round number 1 for Shadow Moses. Very, very solid start for them in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I liked how close that one was actually. That was a good 1v1 to end out round 1.
definitely a moment of gonna have to. I really curiously want to like re-look through this VOD already and just watch exactly what happened when Floormat and Saint Nick's both got eliminated there. We were watching. I think we were watching from Floormat's perspective at one point, just seeing the amount of damage being laid out. But I want the greater context of that, because that felt really cool, that fight. So yeah, we'll have to watch the replays later for that.
Are we gonna get the VOD for this? Because I really want to watch. I really want to VOD review everything again, the fresh set of eyes.
Well, usually, and this is a question for Christian, but usually we have the VOD posted up on YouTube within a couple of days or so. So make sure, as well as anyone out there, if you have missed it, you'll be able to check it out from there, whether you missed any of the American rounds or if you missed any of the EMEA rounds. You'll be able to check them there. So that'll be available as soon as the broadcast is over. All right, we're resetting for round number 2. It's been a big day so far. Let's get some hype in chat. Are you going for Shadow Mo Sus, or are you going for the retired spies? Who's going to take away this entire thing? Who's going to be coming through to CitizenCon and competing with us at Enter Atmosphere? Let us know in the comments, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Gmail, Yahoo, who knows?
Gmail?
We stream to Yahoo, right? Ask Jeeves.
All right, and got to consider that this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So
yes,
Floormat and Amogus need to win 2 more now.
Yeah.
All right, is that round 2 started, or yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, round 2 started. They're on their way now. They're hopping in, and we'll see how this one goes. It was very the Shadow Mo Sus felt very in control from watching them at the in the first round, though. You know, obviously Saint Nick's and Sin were able to exploit some of Floormat's fighting there and turn it into a 1v1. We'll see if we see the same thing here, or if it switches up a bit.
Absolutely. Sin and Saint Nick's playing it very safe right now. Sin moving in on a Floormat. A couple hits, but Sin's shields go nearly down.
Yep.
Saint Nick's also looking at Floormat, getting his shields down. Ooh, good blade v blade.
Floormat very low.
Saint Nick's still good. And Amogus getting a couple shots on Saint Nick's, but no ammo left.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get a good volley in here unless there's some movement. But Amogus' shields also go down.
Both shields on.
Oh, there we go. Looks like we missed that. So
Sin.
Floormat able to eliminate
Wow.
Sin and take it out, turn this into a 2v1. Goodbye goes the Talon. Now Floormat looks like they're missing those, not the full wings, but you know, like the prongs of the wings of the blade there in that exchange. So has sustained some damage, but obviously they're in a much better.
They're in pretty good shape, yeah.
Yeah.
Saint Nick's taking hot shots from Amogus. Hour boost. And I find it hard to escape. I think this is
There
it.
we go. Saint Nick's down shields. That's a lot of damage.
There it is.
And that is an elimination. Amogus is going to take out Saint Nick's. That's 2 rounds done. They are 1 round away from being our North American champions, Shadow Mo Sus, and getting that fantastic prize, which... Is it possible, while we're very quickly setting up for this next round, can we just quickly have a look at the prizes again, just so you can all see what these competitors are fighting for? This is for a CitizenCon ticket, travel and stay, a nice little jersey for you as well, and of course, compete in the Fight or Flight at Aviva Studios, which is going to be just an absolutely fantastic event. Remember, !enter here on Twitch, or !, I believe it's enter 54. To get your tickets for that as well. So you can see these guys compete live. All right, let's head back to the map.
Interesting bit of information while we wait for them to set up. Wait, is Sin going buck? Was not expecting that.
Oh, we're changing it up, are we? Changing it up, possibly?
Interesting.
That is very interesting.
Definitely not what I expected.
Look, maybe it's the sickest meta call of all time. Floor Mud and Amogus would never suspect.
Yeah, something I wanted to mention is Amogus. So both Amogus and Format use mouse and keyboard, but Amogus actually does not use ESP. It is completely raw input, which I always find is very impressive. I wish I was that precise.
It is, yeah, it is very impressive. So yeah, we'll see what we got here. But yeah, Buccaneer, bringing the Buccaneer back. I am a little disappointed that it's the Buccaneer and not the Saber. Come on, Sin, what are you doing? But I mean, like, there's a world where this works, and I want to live in that world. And so I'm really hoping we see a situation here where Nyx and Sin just come in and just unload against Floor Meta or Amogus, and then they're able to take it down. At the same time, I think this could be them just bowing out.
I wouldn't say that. I think they're going to fly as hard as they can. I think Sin has been focused a little bit as a Talon. Maybe maybe wants to try something different. Will the Buck be S tier?
Fair enough. Yeah.
We'll find out in round 3. Was this round 3? No, round...
Yeah, round 3. This is round 3. So if Shadow Mosas take this, they will be the winners. And Retired Spies have a lot of work ahead of them. They need to win 3 in a row, followed by a whole extra best of 5. So this is they are literally one loss away from it. So it's going to be a hard one.
So this is it. This is
it.
Point.
If Shadow Mosas take it, this is it. Yeah, this is match point. All right. How's this going to go?
All right, looks like countdown started.
All right, we're back into it.
There we go.
What could very well be the last round of the day. Can we get a lot of hype from Chad? Who are you going for? Shadow Mosas or Retired Spies? Who's going to take it home? Retired Spies have a lot of work ahead of them, and they're going for the Hail Mary, pulling out the Buccaneer. Could it make all the difference? We're going to find out very, very soon.
I am interested to see how this Buck performs in a fight like this. My gut says it's not going to be the best, but you never know.
You never know. Maybe they've got some secret tech. I don't know if you knew this, but the Buccaneer is actually immune to the blade. A lot of people don't know this. It's a little known fact. All right, here we go. Mix going to throw some shots into Silent Matt, but not coming out of that exchange very well.
Oh, and there we go. Floor Mat gets Nyx in the first pass.
Wow. Crazy. That was a lot of damage coming through. It makes a lot of sense. It's the Buccaneer's time to shine. And it did shine through its explosion, but that means everyone and Xperia, we have a winner for our North American teams. It is Shadow Mosas. Xperia, I'll let you say some last things before we head back to the desk.
I just want to say congrats to Shadow Mosas. GG's. Those were some amazing fights throughout all of EU and US. Yeah, really good. And congrats to my org. I'm really proud of them personally. But yeah, awesome.
Yep.
I'm excited
I
for
echo your
Enter
sentiments.
Atmosphere.
Yes, come to Enter Atmosphere. I echo your sentiments, as well as thank you for being my co-commentator today. It has been absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to do more of it. But now I'm going to send you to
really
a couple of losers sitting at a desk. Let's head over.
All right, we got a champion, ladies and gentlemen, Shadow Mosas. Congrats there to Floor Mat and Amogus. Like I said, which team was going to get 3-0'd? I mean, I already knew that already. So, GG's. I felt like they did try in the first 2 matches, and after that, they're like, hey, let's go Buccaneer. Yeah, not good. You going Buccaneer versus Amogus and floor mat is like you bringing a plastic spoon to a knife fight. That's what's happening. So, anyways, breaking it down, one last fight here. Let's go ahead and we'll throw it to start off with you, Zero State. What do you think about this grand finals?
I think it's fun. It's super enjoyable to watch pilots like Sin, and I kind of said like me and him get along. Like he's I wouldn't say a spirit animal, but he's definitely some kind of animal, and it's fun to watch him be hyper aggressive. It's super fun, but it doesn't always win you fights. Earlier in the fight, I did mention like Sin, he waited on his aggression. He was patient. I think the problem here is that it doesn't give somebody who's hyper aggressive an awful lot of chances in a fight like this when you have two pilots who are just as close to perfect as you can be. If you wait and you're patient, they might whittle you down. If you're hyper aggressive and you make one mistake, they're going to make you pay for it, and they did here today. Switching to the Buccaneer, I thought was a fun choice. I think he just thought to himself, hey, if something happens and I catch somebody, I'll just nuke him down and maybe we can come out with a win. It would be really cool, like a Cinderella story for the Buccaneer or something like that. And I think you got to appreciate the levity, right? You got to have a little bit of fun too. So at the end of the day, it's just a game, and I think Sin embraces that in his day-to-day, and we saw that here as well. So fair play and great fights to both teams. That was fun to watch.
Couldn't have said any better. Papa Freedom, your thoughts on this grand finals matchup? Shadow Moses going up 3-0.
Had no doubt in my mind. Well deserved to Amogus and Floormat. They are absolute studs in the Master Modes game right now. Going on to the grand finals. Huge shout out to them. Shout out to St. Nick's and Sin. Sin's an absolute wild card, and I mean that in the best way possible. Always exciting, always fun, always interesting to watch. But GG's to SM for taking the NA national, regional championship. You know, they are the undisputed kings there, that's for sure. But shout out to the casters, you guys here in this team. It's been great talking to you. Shout out to the team in the background, just absolutely killing it on production and running these lobbies, making these events work, you know, rolling with the punches. It's such an honor to be a part of this team, and I just love everything about this. Super excited to see everybody at CitCon, and GG's.
Yep, it's going to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Enter Atmosphere. If you guys, we already crowned two winners. One from EMEA, we got Liberty Reapers EU, and then we have Shadow Moses going to Enter Atmosphere in Manchester, UK, attending CitizenCon 2954 and competing in person. And, you know, sometime at 3 a.m. tonight, we're going to crown a champion from the region on APAC. So we're either going to get an Australian team or a team from Asia to come and compete at CitizenCon. So very excited for it, man. Some great, dude, some of these replays are awesome. Love seeing it. But hey, congratulations once again to Floormat and Amogus. I hope you guys are excited. All right. I hope you guys are super excited to come out. Zero State, man, thank you so much for coming on. And, you know, I know it's been a long day, but really appreciate it, man. Your commentary was absolutely, your analysis was absolutely fantastic. Guys, if you guys don't know Zero State, go follow the man. He is one of the most consistent streamers in Star Citizen on the planet. So, but Zero State, any last words you want to throw out here for the community, man?
Yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to all the competitors, the casters, the staff. I mean, it's really interesting, especially as a past competitor, somebody who's done some camera work and things like that. You get to see kind of a glimpse inside. But as you know, when I'm working here on this stage, it's really interesting to see behind the scenes all the work that's happening in the Discord, all the communication. It is unbelievable the work and the effort that these people go through behind the scenes. So huge shout out and huge hats off to ATMO Esports. You guys, you work so hard to put on this absolutely professional event, dealing with Star Citizen's bugs and making it seem so seamless, even if sometimes it runs long. That's the world we live in Star Citizen. Star Citizen makes you take time, right? So huge shout out to ATMO Esports. Big shout out to all the competitors. A lot of you guys waited around. You hung out. You tried different things. You made it so exciting. For us as you guys made that easy for us, I think. And so that's just hugely appreciated. The competition's wild. So hats off to everybody.
Yep. Shout outs to all of our PvP council as well. And if you guys want to join us, man, you guys want to know a little bit more about us, ATMO Esports, whether you want to compete or volunteer, discord.gg/ATMO Esports, or head on over to some of our, and check out some of our events at atmo.gg as well. We seriously appreciate everybody today, from competitors to everybody in the back end. Thank you guys so much. The next time we go live, you're going to see us live directly from Manchester, UK at Enter Atmosphere, and we're going to have an incredible show. ship racing exhibition with some of the top racers in Star Citizen. We're going to have an incredible panel talking about these competitive events and how they're going to evolve into the development of Star Citizen with some CIG members and staff. And then we're going to be killing it with the championship finals for Fight or Flight. It's been an incredible night. Thank you all so much for watching. We're going to throw some lots of ads for you guys, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. This is ATMO Esports, and at Enter Atmosphere, we're getting bigger and better, baby. See you next time. Peace.
Buy some merch. Buy some merch.
That too. You